Hello, and welcome to the D4 The Mighty Dave Show. I'm your host, Dave Ball, also known as Blinson on Reddit and at Blinson1 on Twitter. And with me is one of the other Daves, uh, at, at LWOS Dave Gove on Twitter, and LA Kings Dave on Reddit. And our special guest today is Ari from the Puckin' Awesome Show. Ari Raid on both Twitter and Reddit. How you guys doing?
Ladies first.
Oh, thank you. I'm doing great. I'm really excited to be here, to be an honorary Dave for the evening, and to probably talk about hockey for 4 hours, as you guys do.
I hope you're ready for that.
Yeah,
I have a bottle of water, and I ate dinner already. So.
I probably should actually go grab my water now.
I have a whole gallon of water. I'm good to go. I'm good. It's Friday,
Yeah.
and I'm excited to do this for now. So
I mean,
we'll see how it goes. Obviously, there is a lot of hockey tonight, too, which
Is there?
I think there's more games tonight than there were last week. So
Yeah, last week
And
we had like one or two shows, I think, or something.
I would
Yeah.
like to give a shout-out before we get started. Other Dave, Minnesota Dave, can't be here tonight, but he did send me a message to broadcast to all of you, which is, Ari sucks and I hate you all.
we hate you too, Dave. It's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of accepted.
I don't hate anybody. I'm lying. I love Dave.
Yeah, sure. We believe you.
Well, to get things started, I think we should go over tonight's games. Obviously, we have a couple interesting games.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, Buffalo and Edmonton are both terrible, so that's at least fun to watch.
That's gonna be a fun, riveting.
Carolina's terrible, and they're playing against the beat-up Columbus team, who is also
Who's-
terrible right now.
Carolina is actually beating Columbus in the standings right now, if you can believe that.
Columbus
can.
looks like Columbus in like 2010. They look horrible right now.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's
Well, Columbus has
because
half
their
of their team
injury
injured,
list.
including their starting goalie. So
I mean,
Literally 50% of their cap is injured.
with Columbus, they live and die by Bobrovsky. In all honesty, everyone kind of knows that. And without him, the team just falls apart. And then you pile on all the other injuries.
Dave, do
also
you want to
tonight,
talk?
what's that?
Oh, other Dave, do you want to talk about the fact that Bobrovsky only got good when he left Philly?
I'm completely fine with it. He was not doing good here. He was terrible with us. So we got Steve Mason now, who's doing very well. So
Very well.
very well.
Very well. Okay.
Very well. Don't make fun
Also
of me. I
tonight,
am the host.
we have New Jersey and Detroit, who I think that I'm watching that game right now. I thought it'd be the most entertaining tonight just because I like the hustle of New Jersey, and I think that Detroit's a lot better than people give them credit for to begin the season. So I thought that would probably be the most entertaining game based on skill versus competitiveness as well. Chicago and Washington, I think Chicago might stomp on Washington.
That's your Winter Classic preview stuff.
Yeah.
It is, but based on how Washington's looking, I mean, I know they brought in Barry Trotz. That game does not seem that interesting to me just because of how bad their defense and goaltending has been.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there's not much that Trotz can do about their goaltending situation at this time.
Yeah.
But I thought that his system might help out there, and obviously it hasn't. And so it's unfortunate because Ovechkin actually looks pretty good this year, and I don't think that anybody that watches those games regularly, and I watch a lot of Washington because they're probably my second favorite team, there's no way anybody should criticize Ovechkin for his two-way play as much as they did last year.
Mm-hmm. He's actually back checking now, which, from what I understand he's back checking, which actually is a big surprise. He never usually does that, so he's trying. He's trying to learn under the new system. He knows they need this coach to stick, because they've had 3 coaches in the past 3 years.
Yes, but I don't think it's necessarily that he feels a coach needs to stick. I think that he was given way too much leeway along with Backstrom.
That could be true, yeah. Yeah, Backstrom, I think he's been demoted a line or two, hasn't he, like now? Because I saw a little bit ago that he wasn't playing on the same line as Ovechkin.
Is it that he was demoted, or are they trying to split up the talent like the Blackhawks do?
They might be, but looking at the Daily Face-Off now, he looks like he's back on the top line.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
with Tom Wilson, who I thought who was always on their line with them. Was it Joel Ward that was with the past couple years on the right wing? I know they had somebody else usually, not Tom Wilson on up there.
I don't watch enough of the Caps to be able to say.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. It's either Ward or Brower that are usually on the top line.
Oh, Troy Brower has definitely played a lot with the Redskins. That's true.
And it looks like we lost Dave Gove here. His power went out temporarily, apparently. So it's just me and you for now, Ari.
Fuck you, California.
But yes, so what game is? So what game was next? Arizona Anaheim is the game after that. That's also going on tonight, starting at 10 p.m. And I'm pretty sure the Ducks should win against Arizona.
Yeah, you would think. Arizona does not look good.
Yeah, I mean, first off, they got shut out by Carolina.
It's just embarrassing.
Anyway, you're saying something about Mike Smith, I think?
Yeah, Mike Smith looks terrible.
I haven't really had a chance to watch many West Coast games because I don't really watch. I haven't been watching streams for some reason, and they don't really appear on TV much anymore, so I can't really watch it. But from what I understand, he hasn't been as good as he's been in the past. And do you think it mainly do you think the defense is the reason that you're failing, kind of? Because I feel like you've watched.
I watched one or two Arizona games, mostly because they now bear my name, and I'd like them to not embarrass me. But also, I should say, I don't want to be associated with the Arizona Coyotes at all, even in the slightest, because I hate them. But yeah, the defense has definitely been a step down from where it has been, which is, I don't really know what the problem is. Keith Yandel still looks good. Oliver Ekman-Larsson may be the most underappreciated defenseman in the game. But also, some of it is Mike Smith really does not. I was not impressed with him like as a goaltender when I watched.
I actually personally believe he's slightly overrated as a goaltender.
Oh well, every goaltender coming out of a Tippett system is.
That is very much true. I'm pretty sure I had a first-hand dealing with this.
Yeah, the Ilya Bryzgalov experience.
But the thing is, like, if you look honestly, looking at Bryzgalov, he had two Vezina candidate seasons in a row. You would think he'd be a little bit better than what he was when he came to us.
Yeah, the Ilya Bryzgalov was overrated in Philly, overrated coming into Philly, and underrated coming out of Philly. He was not as bad as he looked in Philly. He wasn't as good as he looked in Arizona.
I mean, if you look at him how he was in the Anaheim, he wasn't bad at all either. I mean, when Jaguar went down, he stepped in when they were the Mighty Ducks, I believe, and he performed admirably, apparently, from what I remember.
Yeah, he was good. He was on that team. He won a Stanley Cup with them in 2007.
Yeah, so when Jaguar went down, he stepped in and was strong. Was he the starting goaltender in 2007, or was Jaguar with them still then?
I think Jaguar. He was definitely the backup. I'm pretty sure Jaguar was the starting goaltender.
Okay, because I don't remember I don't remember when Jaguar left Anaheim. Actually, I'm going to look that up right now.
Yeah, you should. I should know that. I watched that series really closely. But that is your daily reminder that Ilya Bryzgalov has more Stanley Cup rings than Henrik Lundqvist. Never forget.
Happy. That makes me happy. Does that make me a horrible person for making me happy?
No, I think that's fair. I think, frankly, Ilya Bryzgalov is much more lovable than Henrik Lundqvist.
He's as adorable. And Jaguar was on the team until 2010. So yes, he went from 2010 with the Ducks, and then hopped over to Toronto for a year.
Oh my God, I'd forgotten about that.
Before settling in on the Avalanche.
Yeah, where he put up with a whole lot of shit.
Yeah. But he got his last laugh with Timo, so.
Paul Kariya should have been there.
He might have been in the stands.
He was, in fact, in a box. I remember very clearly. Someone translated for me. There is an entire Paul Kariya chapter of Timo Solone's book, and someone translated some select parts of it for me, and it's really, I had like a meltdown at work. It was really not pretty.
Yeah.
It was one of the highlights, which we'll just talk about Paul Kariya for a minute. I'm here, so you all expected
Might
this.
as well.
Yeah. I know much of what there is to know, but I did not know this. Apparently, Paul Correa used to sleep with wrist braces on because he was afraid of hurting his wrists while he slept.
Wow.
And one night, so he and Timo Solane were road roommates, which I think I actually did know. But one night, Timo decided to make fun of him by putting on a knee brace while he was getting ready for bed. And Paul was like, "What are you doing?" And Timo was like, "Well, once I hurt my knee in my sleep, and I'm really worried about it." And Paul Correa responded with, "Fuck you, asshole."
Oh, that's funny.
So, if you're not excited for Timo Solane's book to come out in English, then I don't think we're friends.
Might be something I have to pick up then.
Oh,
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, back, yay!
Sorry about that.
yeah. No worries.
It was like 90 degrees today here in November.
Really, it was like 43 degrees here.
Sometimes when we get a lot of heat in unexpected times, people run their AC a lot and the power
Yeah.
and things like that.
Don't worry, we filled the time with Ari talking about Paul Correa. Probably could took up the entire 3-hour show with that.
We also talked to
he still lives locally. He lives here near Anaheim.
I'm going to come and befriend him. He surfs every morning.
Yep.
I've actually never been to Southern California, so I can't comment on my surf ability, but...
You can try it.
I have lived here my whole life, and I've never surfed.
You should probably figure that out.
Nope.
Maybe Paul Correa could teach you.
Befriend the Paul Correa.
Please do.
Just for Ari's sake.
I will try to, just for you.
That's really touching. To be fair, we also talked about Arizona and goaltenders playing in Arizona.
Yeah.
We did not just talk about Paul Correa.
So, what do you think about Mike Smith being in Arizona right now? Why do you think he's not looking well, Dave?
Why do I think... Well, that whole team's not looking well. But I do think, actually, that maybe Dave Tippett has lost that team. Or if it's not that, then they just aren't getting the help that they need from their second and third defensive pairings. I think that, obviously, OEL is still a great player. I actually... Before the season started, I predicted that Keith Yandle would have a regressive year because last year he had absurd stats based on his career.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not that surprised that he's fallen off a little bit.
I think he looks okay.
Yeah, he still looks okay. It's just defensively that team's not playing well, and their goaltending's been terrible. So, obviously we all knew they were going to struggle offensively. They don't really have much beyond their first line. And even their first line, if I were to ask you who's on their first line besides Antoine Vermette and Shane Doan, I will give you $5 if you can tell me who the third guy is.
Tobias Ryder?
You're looking at it. That's not fair.
I just looked it up too.
No. I'm not
You're
doing
a
that
liar.
at all.
There was no way either of you would have been able to tell me that if you weren't looking at it right now. So I heard you typing.
I was typing Shane Doan into CapGeek to see when his contract was up,
Okay.
which is next year. So do you think he's going to be leaving this year if they're not going to be able to kick it back in?
Oh, yeah.
Before, in the past, he's turned down going other places at the trade deadline. I don't know why they would keep him or why he would say that this year. The dude is, 38?
Yeah, 38.
I'm glad I knew that off the top of my head.
That's kind of impressive, actually.
Yeah, why would he stay there? He's only got 1 or 2 good years left. I mean, I don't think with his style of play there's any way he can continue. Plus, his production values dropped so much from his prime that it's not like a Yager. There's no reason for him to stay there unless somebody needs a gritty guy that can, play 3 different lines. I mean, you can put Shane Doan on 3 different lines on a good team, and he'll produce. So,
Where do you think he would go, though? Remember, he has a no movement clause, so he can pick where he wants to go.
Well, he
Yes.
may stick around until his contract's up.
So he'll wait another 2 years, this year and next year, and then leave?
You
He'll be
make a good
40.
point.
He'll be 40. What team would want him? I mean,
Edmonton.
as LA Kings Dave said, he's not Yager, so who knows if his production's gonna drop even more. So they would probably try to trade him this year, I believe, if they continue the way they are now.
I don't know anything about the prospect pool in Arizona, but it seems like I'm worried about blowing this team up. I'm worried about firing Tippett. You're not going to find a much better coach to replace him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a really, really good coach. Dallas found out when they fired him. You're not going to get good value for a lot of the guys you would have to blow up. What are you going to get back to Shane Doan? Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A third
You're not
round
going to get
pick.
a lot right now. You might get maybe a third rounder.
They're still
How
gonna.
old is Ekman Larson?
Ekman Larson is. 1 second, let me pull it up.
What did you say about Ekman Larson?
How
He
old
is
is he?
23 right now, so he is very young.
Oh, I guess you could blow up the team and still have good years out of him by the time you built something.
Yeah, he's a defenseman, so his prime is not going to come until, 29?
27, 28 probably.
Yeah, they're usually later in the 20s compared to forwards who are about mid-20s.
Yeah.
When their prime starts.
The Coyotes have an average prospect pool right now. I mean, Max Domi is projected to be good, and Brandon Gormley, but beyond that, it's kind of a crapshoot. So
Maybe try and get some
a lot of their
prospects.
prospects are
Yeah.
done this year, too. If you're looking at CapGeek, they have a lot of restricted free agents and unrestricted free agents in their the non-roster player list. They actually have a lot of restricted free agents and unrestricted free agents in their forwards and defensemen list also. So
right.
they're going to have fun this summer.
The one thing about blowing up this Coyotes team and immediate just sort of rebuilding is you have to consider the management situation with them, which is that Buffalo can be bad and have confidence the team's still going to be there when they're good.
That is
How much
true.
money can the Coyotes lose in a couple rebuilding years?
Mm-hmm. That is
They
very
can't afford to, honestly.
Yeah.
They're definitely a team that has to rebuild on the fly.
So if they can't afford to lose, but they're not going to be good,
Well, they can't afford. Well, they have to spend if they want to get better. I mean, realistically, if management, now that they have owners or somebody else that's willing to buy this, if they're not willing to spend money to get a winner, in my opinion, that's not even with or without Shane Doan. He's either going to be gone after next season in free agency and they aren't going to re-sign him, or they're going to try to ship him off at the end of this year in order to get something for him. So the ownership still has to put money in. Right now, that team is like fourth lowest cap hit or something like
They're
that.
very low in the cap hit, yeah.
They have to go out and try to get some sort of free agents or do something. I mean, if they're shooting for the lottery and hoping to get Eckel or McDavid, then more power to them. And maybe if they got that low and somehow they won the lottery and they get McDavid, it would bring people in. So that's the only thing I can think about them losing, where they're like, you know what, we weren't going to make a move this year, we'll make it next year. A huge problem, though, is, like you said, Mike Smith is signed for the next 5 years, 4 years, 5 years, something like that.
Yeah.
And if he's not going to be good, then you have a serious problem, because Devin Dubnyk is not the answer.
Kevin Newsdick is horrible.
I mean, he's bad behind the perceived really defensive system of Tibbet. So you think he'd be better instead of, we kind of give him the benefit of the doubt up in the Oilers system because the team he was playing behind.
But he was even bad on Nashville.
That is true. But do you think that's mainly because his confidence was so destroyed from the Oilers system that he didn't really have a chance to be able to build it back up? Because that type of losing can affect somebody.
No kidding.
Well, I think that once you hit the NHL level, if your psyche as a goalie isn't good enough, then it might never be good enough regardless of where you go to. I mean, maybe if you're on a team that keeps winning, you build confidence in yourself as well as your team, but goalies are never good. Like they're like when they do things well, they aren't necessarily rewarded for that unless it's spectacular lucky saves.
Mm-hmm.
Goalies are only really called out when they do things badly, so you have to have an incredibly tough skin to begin with. And if you reach the NHL level and you don't have that thick skin, then you probably don't belong here. So if you're saying that you think that that's because of that, then maybe Dubnik just doesn't belong at this level.
That's true. But you have to, with the whole psyche thing, you look at Fleury. He's been battling a horrible psyche like his entire career, it seems, and he looks like he belongs here during the regular season. So,
Does he though?
I
during the
mean,
regular season, he's strong.
He's an average save percentage throughout his career.
Yeah.
I mean, he might look like he belongs here during the regular season when he plays some teams, but he certainly doesn't look like he belongs here when they play the Flyers.
Which I very much enjoy. Which is why I was cheering for his recently signed contract extension.
But to other Dave's point, if it's a psyche problem, I think that the fact that he sucked against Philly does indicate a psyche problem.
Yeah. Or in
but
his head, definitely.
The fact that you're also in everyone on that team's head, which is pretty cool. But I think that you don't want to sign a goaltender to be your starting goaltender if they don't have the kind of mental resilience that good goalies have. Which is why I thought the Fleury re-signing was a terrible deal. But I understand other people disagree with me.
I mean, I thought it was a terrible deal too, but from the Flyers fan perspective, I love it. So we'll see what happens with him. It's a 4-year deal for $5.75 million for a team that has a lot of big cap hits. I mean, they have Letang for $7.25 until 2022. Crosby and Malkin both over $8 million, with Malkin being over $9 million until like 2025 for Crosby and 2022 for Malkin. These are some very big cap hits for this team. And they have a lot of unrestricted free agents coming soon.
And Fleury has been a average or below average goaltender for most of his career. Although I firmly believe the playoffs are a small sample size and that you typically shouldn't judge goalies on the playoffs, I'm pretty comfortable judging Fleury on the playoffs because he is spectacularly bad. He was outplayed by Thomas Vokoun in 2013. And I don't understand why you would sign. Also, this is just like a totally puzzling time to sign a contract extension.
Yeah, this early in the season.
He's playing well, so it's not like he needs the motivation. He's hopefully playing for a contract, so why would you give him the contract now and stop him playing for a contract? And you don't know that he's not going to blow up in the playoffs again.
Another thing that I've heard some people point out that they think that it's a good deal because it basically locks up their goaltending position for the next 4 years. It makes them not have to worry about that. But in my opinion, you do have to worry about that as a Penguins fan and as a team because the Penguins are in a weaker conference with enough skill to make the playoffs every year.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a goalie that can carry you in the playoffs, then that is a serious problem, and I don't understand why you would keep going back to a guy that struggled in that position. Because the Penguins, realistically, are going to be a top 3 or 4 seed with the talent they have every year in the East. So when you just continue to reward your weakest position when it matters the most, I don't get that. I don't even necessarily think that maybe he couldn't play in the NHL somewhere. I just don't understand why the Penguins, in particular, would re-sign a guy that struggles when they need him the most.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the things that are very questionable. I mean, let's look at what the free agent market for goaltenders would have this year. I'm going to pull that up. The top unrestricted free agent is Niemi, Victor Fosk, Kari Ramo, then Neuwirth, Harding, and the Monster in Detroit, and then Nabokov. They're not bad goaltenders really this year. So I mean, they could have tried for a Niemi if he's not going to resign with the Sharks. So I think that's probably going to happen. Fosk, he's probably not going to try to sign with Edmonton. So,
I mean, also, let's be real. No one is going to steal Fleury away from you if you decide that you want to resign him at the end of the season. Fleury clearly wants to stay in Pittsburgh. So if he has a good run in the playoffs and you want to resign him then, okay, great, resign him. But if he has a terrible run in the playoffs, then don't resign him.
Yeah. I mean, you have to. They should have Wade. If he can play amazing in the playoffs for a contract year, then yeah, re-sign him. But he's gonna have a psyche problem because now he doesn't have that contract looming over his head that he needs to play for.
You do have a good point about the free agents coming up. I mean, I think established goalies, Antti Niemi is obviously the only one that's going to be available.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Foss has had good times, but he's already 32 and he's only played a couple seasons in the NHL. So
Yeah.
I think that basically they locked up a player for 4 years that they feel is at least going to be league average.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know that I agree with that, but at least I can understand a little bit of why they did it. Loyalty as well. Fleury actually does hold all of their team records as far as just everything. So
I mean, to be fair, the last good goaltender that Pittsburgh had was Tom Barrasso, so...
Yeah. I mean, they don't have a history of being a good team, so having good goaltending stats and being the leader in that wasn't difficult for him.
random fact of the moment. I'm pretty sure Tom Barrasso is the last goaltender to win back-to-back championships.
Really?
Yep.
Did Detroit 97-98? Would they have two different goaltenders then?
Yes, they did.
Oh.
Chris Osgood.
Hasek?
Yeah. No. Hasek won in 2002.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
Hasek
right.
was. Yeah, he. I'm gonna look this up now to see if you're wrong or not.
Go for it.
I mean, you probably are, knowing me to you, but.
Yeah, no, but Barrasso was with Pittsburgh in 91-92.
Hmm.
Indeed.
He
He was
was
not the
with.
starter both years,
Osgood was with both. He was with the Detroit in both years.
but he was not the starter.
Who was he? Who was the starter the second year? Then.
Yeah, Dave. Answer the question.
Oh, man.
I
Come
wasn't
on.
alive. I
Did you
barely
say you weren't
remember.
alive in '98?
I was thinking about 1992 when the Penguins swept the Blackhawks. I was alive in 1998, but I do not remember much of this.
Yeah, in 98, 99, he only played 6 playoff games, so he was not the starter for that.
Nope.
It was. Come on, tell me.
I would love to tell you, but I'm drawing a blank.
No, I'm yelling at the Wikipedia. It's not telling me.
Let's see.
Mm,
Hold on one second, I'll tell you.
Not-
97
yeah.
would have been Mike Vernon. God damn it.
Okay.
I knew I forgot that name.
That is a name I've never heard before. I guess he
Mike
was
Vernon?
a one-off. Yeah.
No, he was good.
I'm technically a new fan, in all honesty.
When did you become a fan?
It was right after the 2010 Olympics. I like watched hockey growing up with my dad every once in a while, but never truly got into it until the 2010 Olympics. Then I hopped
2010 was a
on.
great year for hockey.
Yeah, then I hopped on, and we went to the Stanley Cup Finals in my first year.
Mike Vernon,
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
necessarily famous for the Detroit Red Wings. He did win a Stanley Cup with them in 97,
Guessing
but
with the,
he was
Flames.
most famous for playing for the Calgary Flames for a long time.
He won the Stanley Cup with them. It looks like.
Yeah, he won. They won in 1990 or 89. Sorry.
90
and
and 88, 89.
that was the season that Gretzky got traded. Gretzky got traded from Edmonton in '88 after they won the championship, and then the '88-'89 season,
Yeah.
the Flames won with Theo Fleury as a rookie, and then Lanny McDonald, big old mustache,
Famous mustache, yeah.
who used to play in Toronto.
But Dave, you're wrong. That is not what Mike Vernon is most famous for.
Oh God, here's
Well-
RM.
Mike Vernon is most famous for fighting Patrick Waugh.
That is true. That is very true.
I'm guessing he fought Patrick Waugh.
Oh, at the 1997, I think, Red Wings Avalanche brawl, under right by Vernon being one of the famous calls. 'Cause
That
I
is
don't.
the greatest brawls of all time.
Is that the one where Shanahan comes flying in from the side to stop Patrick Waugh from tackling him, or is that the other one?
The other one? There's two?
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
man, back in the day, Colorado and Detroit had battles.
I knew they hated each other. I know that much.
Patrick Waugh fought like every Red Wings goaltender he could get his hands on. It was amazing.
You have to understand that obviously Detroit won back-to-back championships in 97, 98. But during that time, Colorado had won in 96, and Colorado would go on to win again in 2001. So they played each other all the time in the playoffs.
And they were all really good teams.
Yes. So, actually, you should actually remember the 97 finals. But
Me?
I was 6 at the time.
I was 5.
I did go to one of the games, though. I remember my dad taking me to a 97 Stanley Cup final game, sitting up in the nosebleeds of the old Spectrum.
Yeah,
I don't
the
remember the
Avalanche
game
and Red
much.
Wings.
But
So the Avalanche and Red Wings played 5 times between 96 and 2002. The Avs won 3 and the Wings won 2.
wow.
mhm. It was
And
good times. It was fun to watch as a fan.
Mhm.
Because actually, before Washington was my second favorite team, the Quebec Nordiques were my favorite team in the East.
Mm.
And for those
Aw.
that don't know, Quebec moved to Colorado in 1996, which is actually the first year that not only they were there, but they also won the Stanley Cup the year after they moved. So I was actually rooting for them that year. And I remember at the time I had a subscription to the Hockey News.
hmm
And so I got their magazine as a kid then. And they had a contest that year to pick who the Stanley Cup final teams would be. And I picked Colorado and Pittsburgh. And for those of you that don't know, in 1996, Colorado won, which I predicted, but Pittsburgh lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to the Florida effing Panthers. I was like,
First year they were in
so
existence
pissed.
went to the Stanley Cup Finals.
no
I
more
was
rats.
like, really? Like, I could have won like $1,000. I will never forgive the Florida Panthers for beating Pittsburgh that year.
They've had 2 seasons that they mattered, and you're gonna hate them for one of them.
That's hilarious.
Them and their stupid rat trick.
No more rats. That was, oh man, if only I could love Patrick Waugh. I would love to love him for moments like that. Dave, you might not know this story. Okay, for those of you who don't know this story, so in, I think, the first round of the playoffs in 1996, a player saw a rat in the Panthers dressing room and basically slap-shotted it against the wall and killed the rat.
I think it was Scott Millenby.
Yes, that's correct. I'm
Is it really?
90% sure that was right. That sounds right, which is good enough for me, frankly. Anyways, fans got a hold of the story and began to bring plastic rats, sort of in the same way that Detroit brings real octopuses to games, and throw them on the ice every time the Panthers scored a goal. And it was very magical, and they went all the way to the Stanley Cup final. And the first 2 games were played in Colorado, and the next 2 games were played in Florida. And Patrick Waugh was the goaltender, and he let in 2 first-period, like, pretty early goals against the Panthers, and they threw the rats on the ice. Patrick Waugh was not amused. So after the second goal, he skates over to the bench, he looks at his team, and he goes, "No more rats." And then he didn't let in a goal for the rest of the series.
That is very true. And I just checked, it was Scott Millenby.
I told you it
Actually,
sounded right.
John Van Beesbrook coined the term because Scott Millenby killed the rat and then scored 2 goals that night. So it was a rat trick. And so you can thank John Van Beesbrook for coming up with that term.
Oh, Breezer.
John Van Beesbrook is the winningest goaltender,
Panthers.
the winningest American goaltender of all time.
Really?
He is. I think he has 369 career victories.
How close is Jonathan Quick to passing that?
Jonathan Quick has 161, I believe.
What about Ryan Miller?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I feel
That's a
he
good
would have a
question.
lot more.
Yeah, I forgot about Ryan Miller
That's
for a
our
minute.
294.
What is it?
294.
Speaking of Ryan Miller, he's off to a 10-1 start.
which is really good for a team that everyone thought wasn't going to be that great this year in the Vancouver Canucks.
Well, Rabada has been a revelation with this
That is true.
Indians. He's been amazing.
They basically found their third triplet in him.
As much as I hate to compliment anything about Vancouver.
Do you
We all
honestly
do.
still hate them after
Oh,
everything?
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Not even a
They're
question.
very easy to hate. They're in my division as well, so...
Yeah, I guess because I'm in the other conference, I don't have as much hate for them as you guys do.
2011 was the second most heartbreaking playoff loss in my hockey experience. Because I didn't have a lot of playoff losses until 2009. Because we didn't make the playoffs except for 1 year.
Hmm.
And then I don't remember any of the 96, 95 playoff experiences. So in what I remember as a hockey fan, the most devastating playoff losses, there are only three. Um, four. Sorry, four. We lost 2009, we lost 2011, 2012, 2014. Fuck you, Dave. Um, and thank you, other Dave. And
Nope. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. I still refuse.
The Canucks playoff loss actually was probably the worst, the one that upset me the most. I was pretty upset in 2012 too, but
Come on, you gotta feel in 2011 kind of made up for all your being upset about everything, and they're lost in 2011.
that was the only time in my life I've ever rooted for Boston.
I mean, just looking at how that series went. I mean, every single team won at home except for Game 7, when, Boston won there and won the cup. But just how outplayed Vancouver was during that finals. I mean, when Boston won, they won with a big score from what I remember. I think like one of the games was like 10-3 or something like that, and Luongo refused to leave the net. Didn't want to come out of the game.
Aw, Bobby Lou.
Well, I mean, they were also really banged up. It's hard to judge Vancouver that much in that series because it really wasn't that they played that badly. It was just that they were just so incredibly banged up.
Who did they lose during that?
They lost 8-1, 4-0.
No, the players. Who did they lose?
They didn't necessarily lose anyone. They just weren't at 100%.
Yeah.
So
I mean, like, no team is ever at 100% though.
And then
I
they were
get
also
that,
playing
but
against.
Boston was definitely doing better. And this is no offense to your team because they're great, Ari, but just like 2 years ago, I really feel like the Western Conference Finals would have been a lot more fun between the Kings and Blackhawks like it was last year. Not just because we won, but just a more competitive, fun series to watch for fans if the Kings weren't so banged up in 2013. And I felt like that 2011 Finals was the same way. I felt Vancouver had more skill than Boston did, but they just weren't as healthy. So that's a huge factor. And obviously, that is one reason why it's so hard to win the Cup is because you have to stay healthy long enough.
And plus, they also had to face Tim Thomas, you forget, who was amazing during that year and during the playoffs. He won the Vezina Trophy that year. He was an amazing goaltender for that 1 year. He was one of the only two goaltenders to win the Stanley Cup, Vezina Trophy, and the Conn Smythe in the same season.
He was super hot during that
Who's
playoff.
the other one, Dave?
Mr. Bernie Perrant.
Nice work.
You think I don't know that?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's your team. I would hope you did.
Anyway, Ari, you were saying something?
I totally forgot what I was saying. Totally lost it.
Something about Tim Thomas, I think.
Oh, yeah, Tim Thomas was awesome during that series, and Roberto Luongo was not as good as he can be. So,
He wasn't the Roberto Luongo that we thought he could be. Definitely.
I mean, there's something to be said about the luck of whether your goalie is hot or not in life.
Mhm.
I mean, obviously all goalies are beautiful, but, we were lucky that Corey Crawford was on his game during Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final in 2013. Corey Crawford is not always on his game, and that whole series could have gone a lot differently.
And 2010, you were lucky that Leighton, that's his name, that Leighton, he got hot during the Montreal series and then just stopped during your series.
I don't even know if he got hot during the Montreal series or if that Montreal team was just not good.
He got 3 shutouts and 4 wins.
Yeah, but that Montreal team is also just not good.
We also had Chris Pronger in front of Leighton, so that could have definitely helped.
Yeah.
A very healthy Chris Pronger. So,
I mean,
but
to be fair, I was just lucky that um, that Auntie Miami happened to be in the Blackhawks organization.
yeah,
I did not want Cristobal Huet.
yeah. I was gonna say, wasn't Niemi not your starter during the year that year?
No.
Yeah, Huey was your starter.
Yeah, who is now fucked off back to France.
One of two, wasn't he? Like, I think he's like one of three now French players to ever play in the NHL. Honestly,
There have to be more than 3.
I feel like I know Huey, then Bellemere on our team,
Yeah.
and then there's
Antoine
one in
Roussel.
Dallas.
So-
Yeah, Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
fuck that guy.
How are you liking that the new guy from
France.
France?
Pebbles. Pebbles is awesome.
I like that nickname.
Yeah, his name is Pierre Eduardo Bellemere, and that's just a fucking pain to type out. We shortened it to Peb, and then during a game thread, someone typed out Pebbles, and it just caught on. But yeah, he's doing amazing for us actually. Like he's one of the play. We've had him on our second line. We've put him out on the first line a couple times. We put him on our fourth line. He can go anywhere in the lineup and score and be great. He's actually making Ronaldo look like a hockey player. I mean, he's making Ronaldo look like a hockey player. He's hitting a lot of stuff. He's scoring goals. He is penalty killing. He's doing great, and we all love him.
Hey, check the sidebar in our chat here. Also, I posted a link to the French players. There's been 8 French players in the NHL,
Okay, I was
but
wrong.
most of them have only seen limited time. There's only been 4 that have played over 100 games. So Roussel, Huey.
Paul,
Oh, it doesn't even list the current player on your team. So
yeah, Paul McLean, and then
Philippe Guzan from way back in the day, and then
that's really it.
Paul McLean.
DaCosta. I didn't realize DaCosta was actually French, not just Canadian French.
DaCosta had
that's
a
kind of the
good
thing.
World Championship this last year, actually. France had a good showing at the World Championship this
Yeah,
year, and
they
DaCosta was the
Canada.
big reason why.
Pebbles has scored one of the the shootout goals they had. That's kind of what brought him to the NHL. Everyone saw him in the game there.
And he was playing in Sweden last year, right?
Yeah, he was in I want to say the top tier goal. I
Yeah.
want to say. But yeah, we love him.
I've only seen him play a couple games. Obviously, the one against the Kings, and then one other game. But he seems to be fitting pretty well with you guys.
Yeah. Everyone's still cause Raffles now hurt on our team, so we kind of have that
Yeah.
vacant left wing. So everyone's kind of calling for him to be thrown up there, but it seems like Wayne Simmons is going to be transferred to the left wing instead of the right wing. Which, if him, Claude Giroux, and Voracek click, I feel sorry for any team facing them.
Wayne Simmons has looked great.
Yeah.
He just looks unstoppable this year.
He hasn't gotten a point in a couple games. He's kind of like tapered off because he's been stuck on a line with Vincent LeCavalier and RJ Umberger now. So he's starting to
killer.
taper off. I mean, LeCavalier has been bad for us. He's just been injured, and he's back. But there's still probably something with him, as there always is. And Umberger is RJ Umberger.
Yeah.
I don't really need to explain much about that.
No, that just about sums it up.
Do we have any questions on Twitter?
Twitter, no, but I did ask a question a little bit ago about the Phoenix and their situation. We had a reply from Buff's Buffett, which I'm guessing is Bufflin's Buffet. Actually, that's probably what he means. And he says he would want Shane Doan to come back to Winnipeg. What do you think about that? Do you think he would go back to Winnipeg?
No, because they're not going to be a contender.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't know why Winnipeg would want to acquire Shane Doan. Doesn't really make sense
Mm-hmm.
for
Yeah,
what
he
they
doesn't
need.
a right wing, I'm guessing. They don't really have what they need. What Phoenix doesn't have what they need.
Well, and like I said, I think since he has the no movement clause, he's only going to want to go to a contender.
But what
And right now, the
Is he
only
like-
people with space for him, well, at least today, I mean, maybe if the Rangers end up needing some more toughness, or, man, I'm trying to think who else. A lot of teams are right up against the cap right now. It's really difficult to see. Perhaps Montreal.
where would Montreal put him?
That's a
they-
good question.
Like, you also got to think of the teams that you think are going to the playoffs probably don't need a player like Shane Doan. It's not like he's a goaltender where good goaltenders should be needed for playoff to help make a playoff run, or defensemen, which good defensemen are always needed. Forward's kind of different in that aspect. You don't always need that one forward to help you put you over the edge.
Do you not think, though, that Shane Doan could do the job of a Brendan Proust and maybe better?
Rust.
He's definitely a better hockey player than Brandon Frost.
So he could fit in on the third line in Montreal and then drop Proust down to the fourth line and kick out Rene Bourque, who's pretty much worthless.
Hey, Rene Bourque had a hat trick in the playoffs last year for Montreal. And it was the greatest moment of that entire series. Okay.
Okay, well, he's terrible
That
this
was awesome.
year.
Yeah, he's not a very good hockey player.
We just got a question in. Who is the NHL's most useless player, not including goons? So you cannot say John Scott.
I don't even think John Scott is the most worthless player in the league.
No,
honestly.
he's useful for what he's doing.
He's a fourth line player who can beat the shit out of people if he needs to, and his physical presence. I mean, yeah, we know he's not the most skilled, and he's kind of a goon, but I don't think he's the most worthless. In my opinion, I mean, you're looking at fourth line guys that barely make a team. It's kind of hard to say that, and I know that this question is really just set up to like make a joke about somebody. So,
yeah.
There's a lot of guys. I mean, even on my team, I mean, Jordan Nolan's pretty useless. Let me get back to you in just a second, and I'll tell you who I think.
I mean, useless is different than bad. Also, we got to make that distinction. Just because they're useless doesn't mean they're bad.
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a guy like, let's just say Max Talbot. He's not good, but I don't think
he's what you need him for. He's a good penalty killer type player.
Yeah.
And plus, he's the type of person that keeps the locker room more lighter.
Oh, I know who. This season, Danny Heatley.
Oh, but he's been hurt for most of the season, though.
I don't care. Even when he's been healthy, he's still a healthy scratch.
He got scratched for one game, but was hurt for the rest.
That's not entirely true, according to my buddy who's a season ticket holder.
Oh, okay.
I would give a shout out to Bryce Salvador.
Okay. He also takes the award for most useless captain.
He's pretty useless. I don't know, who's like the Leafs' second pairing defenseman? That person's useless.
Just defensemen in general. There.
So. No, I mean, I'm biased because I grew up playing defense, but I think you gotta have good defensemen. It doesn't matter across the board. You know who else has been useless this year?
Who?
Former King Jack Johnson.
Oh my God, he's been
this year, and then he went and got suspended, even though their entire team is hurt.
Yeah.
He's been pretty useless this year.
Who do they have on their team that's good now?
Well, I mean, obviously Ryan Johansson's still awesome.
Yeah. Oh,
Nick
yeah, Ryan
Foligno's having a good year, and he's back. Scott Hartnell's still there.
And they have Boone
actually,
Jenner
Boone Jenner just came back from injury.
Eventually, Ryan Murray will come back from injury, and he's a really good player.
I mean, they have Wisniewski, who I think isn't injured right now or suspended.
He just came back, I thought, tonight or tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Wisniewski's back.
Cam Atkinson isn't useless. He's good. He's not great. He's okay.
I mean, they have a lot of... Most of their players are third line, second line players. They don't have, I mean, I guess the closest they have is Ryan Johansson and Scott Hartnell to being true first-line players.
I mean,
if Nathan Horton wasn't hurt, he's a first-line player.
I'm talking about, players that aren't,
Dead.
injured.
Functionally dead.
Yeah. But, I mean, looking at their injury list, though, Nathan Horton, Ryan Murray, Brandon Dubinsky, who has actually been really good for them. Mark
I love
Letestu.
Brandon Dubinsky. Brandon Dubinsky is like, when you say succulent in a good way, like you're talking about Brandon Dubinsky.
Yeah, I
Every
love
time-
watching him play.
Oh yeah, every time the Blackhawks play the Blue Jackets, I'm like, I personally want to fight Brandon Dubinsky.
I hate him from his time with the Rangers, and then here. Yeah. So.
Oh, you know who else has been worthless this season?
Hmm.
Dave Boland.
Yeah.
He's playing in
fucking
Florida right now, and
$5 million man.
he's still not even a good player on a Florida team.
That's because he's getting paid for being on the Blackhawks. Lots of people have made a career out of it.
They go to Florida and make a career out of it.
Or Winnipeg.
Yeah. Well, I guess it was Atlanta for some of the players also.
Aw,
Bufflin went there.
Vlad and Bufflin.
Bufflin.
And now we got Frolik up there with him too. I want Frolik back though. Frolik is great.
What other player have you lost that went up to one of those two teams?
Oh well, we're literally the entire Florida team, except for like Scotty Upshaw and Roberto Luongo. They're just all Blackhawks players.
I mean, Christopher Stieg went there, and then he came back.
Thanks for that reminder.
You threw him away to the Toronto. He came to us. We traded him down to Florida, and then he came back to you guys.
Oh, he's like a fucking stone that you can't throw away.
Hasn't he been good for you guys though? I
He's
feel like he's
been
been better for you guys.
He came back. He was apparently still pretty injured when he was on Florida. He was abysmal during the Blackhawks playoff run. Just absolutely. It's hard to be worse than Michael Roosevelt sometimes, but he was definitely worse than Michael Roosevelt for much of the playoffs. And then so he spent the offseason getting healthy. He came back. He talked a big game about the fact that he was healthy now and he's going to be better. He actually, don't shoot me, Blackhawks fans, he actually looked pretty good in some of the preseason games. Faster, still made like super weird decisions about like the neutral zone in general. Doesn't really understand the neutral zone. And has never really understood the neutral zone. Then he got injured again. And I think it was his knee. And he's just back now from the second injury, so we'll see.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
hate him.
having two injuries in this like a short span, it's been like what, 13, 14 games for you guys, and he's had two injuries now.
No, the other injury was a pre-existing.
Oh, okay. But still,
Yeah, it happened when he was on Florida.
it's kind of tough to come back from injuries that close to each other.
And I kind of feel bad for him because he really loves Chicago and really loves this team and he loves the fans and he obviously wants to do well.
And
He wants to help win. But I just hate him. I just hate him.
Okay, yeah.
If there was any player I wanted back from Florida, it was Campbell, but we don't have the money for Campbell.
You have one more year left of him though, so.
Yeah, and everyone's going to be gone because of the cap, so.
I mean, that year you're going to be losing a few players, not many. And, well, actually, no, that's a bold-faced lie. This year coming up, you're going to be losing quite a number of players. The year after that, you're losing more. You only have 3 forwards signed after the 2018 season ends.
Okay, the cap is going to go up.
Trust me, I hope so too.
It's going to be okay.
I understand you completely, Ari. Don't worry.
Oh,
But we'll see what happens with that.
So I just tweeted out a question, but I want your opinion as well. Which player do you think has been the best bang for the buck this season? Since we're talking about the most worthless, how about the most valuable based on what they're costing their team? You know, and it doesn't necessarily mean most surprising, because I think there are some guys that have been surprising, but also surprising in a good way, but not necessarily cheap. So are there any guys that are really stepping it up that aren't really costing their team much?
Well, Tyler Toffoli and Tanner Pearson.
Let me look up this player 1 second.
You said, wait, who was that, Ari?
Tyler Toffoli and Tanner Pearson.
Tarasenko for me.
Oh, yeah, Tarasenko for sure.
He is only having a cap hit of 1.75.
What's
That
Hornquist
is
getting
really
paid?
good.
Because Hornquist, I mean, obviously he plays with Crosby, but playing with Crosby isn't always easy, and he's looked pretty good.
Yeah, the puck just winds up on your stick with him, so you kind of have to be ready for it. Hornquist is at 4.25.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good actually.
But
But I don't think that beats Tarasenko though.
Tarasenko, I
I
think.
mean, basically 3 days in a row, two games in a row, he's had amazing goals.
Oh yeah.
So,
I
same
think
thing
it
with
was
Blues.
Justin Bourne last night who said that it's Tarasenko's world and the rest of us are just living in it. And unfortunately, I think that's probably true.
Have fun in that Central Division.
Fuck you.
What do you guys think about Tyler Johnson? He's making $3 million a year, but he's, I think, almost tied for the league lead in assists. He got 13 assists this season, and he's plus 9.
Tyler Johnson, who's he playing with?
Tampa Bay.
Okay. I guess he's not bad. There. Yeah, 3.33 average hit. I guess he's not doing bad if he's almost leading the league in assists. So.
But yeah, I guess Tyler Toffoli's really good though. Tyler Toffoli's only making $700,000 this season.
Well, isn't he still on an ELC?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Jonathan Taves might be hurt.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
I guess we do a live look-in for the games going on right now. We have Edmonton against
he's back
Buffalo
out there.
tied after 2. Columbus, Carolina, with Columbus winning after 2. Detroit's beating New Jersey with 8 minutes left in the second, 3-1. And then Washington and Chicago were tied 0-0 in the first with 10 left. And we also still have the Arizona-Anaheim game that we talked about earlier today. That goes at 10 p.m. Eastern, I believe that starts.
I feel like that game could get ugly tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Well, unless Corey Perry's not playing again.
I know Getzlaf is back, but Perry's out.
I am looking right now if he's
He was a
out
game time
still.
decision.
According to Daily Faceoff, he is still out, but we'll see when it comes to game time. That's still a few hours away for you guys. on
It's
East
the flu, so it's not like it's like a physical ailment. So I mean, if he feels good enough to play with the flu, I'm sure that they'll put him in.
To be fair, I'm actually surprised that Corey Perry can get sick, since Corey Perry is sickness itself.
Oh.
We got an
I'm
answer
not going
for
to disagree with that. I mean, he's basically a plague.
To be fair, though, I kind of love it.
You kind of love him?
I think that Corey Perry squirting water in Jeff Carter's glove was the height of hilarity.
Oh, I think Corey Perry makes for an excellent villain. I love hating him.
Yeah.
I actually love watching him play too because he's an unbelievable player. He's won MVP before.
Yeah,
he's got the
electric.
skill, and he's one of those guys that you just love to hate. So I think he's great for the league. I just wish he was more personable. I feel like he's not a personable player, even though he's got character, if that makes sense. Like, when you look at great villains in sports, he could be one of those guys if he wanted to be, because he's good enough to be that guy. I just wish, like, he's not good in front of a camera, and you would never, like, somebody like Jeremy Roenick was good at being a villain at times because he had the mouth and the actions to back it up, you know. Corey Perry is more skilled in today's game than Jeremy Roenick was when Jeremy Roenick played, unless you were playing NHL 95. But it's not so much me as it is Roenick, right? But yeah, it's just I feel like I wish Corey Perry was fun. Like, he's villainous, but he's not fun. And I feel like if he was... Who's a good bad guy in another sport that you can compare it to? Somebody like a Dennis Rodman, who was not only good... Like, he wasn't as great as Perry is in hockey, but Rodman was still good at basketball, and you still hated him.
No, wait, hold on. Let's talk about Corey Perry going to North Korea now.
Corey Perry
So
would
Dennis
still
Rodman-
love North Korea.
That'd
So
be
confused.
incredible. That'd be so great. Just imagine Corey Perry in, like, the mass games.
Why is Corey Perry going to North Korea?
Well, Dennis Rodman invented this basketball diplomacy concept and went to North Korea, like, 3 times in violation of the State Department's orders. Like, tried to work out a deal with Kim Jong-un to, like, train their basketball team. Like, sympathized. He had, like, this big press conference where he talked about the fact that, like, the United States was treating North Korea so badly, and, like, North Korea didn't deserve it.
Wow.
There are pictures of him hanging out with Kim Jong Un.
If you haven't, by the way, Vice has that whole video. I would check out that video if you haven't seen it. Dennis Rodman going to North Korea. And what's crazy is like the Vice reporter that's doing it had to pretend to be part of the team. So he actually had to play basketball versus, like other people, even though he's just a reporter and he's terrible at basketball. So, but he had to be part of the team. Otherwise, like he had to pretend like he was part of it. So it's a really good video. If nobody's seen it, I would check out the Vice video with Dennis Rodman going to North Korea.
Well, that reminds me of the story about the Senators' inaugural season. I think NHL Hockey Girl just tweeted it recently. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
So apparently the inaugural season that the Senators existed, the Senators, the Ottawa Senators.
The Senators or the inaugural season in NHL? Because they were original team.
I think their inaugural season in the NHL. But I'm not sure.
It would have been 1917, but the Senators won a lot of championships before that just as the Ottawa Hockey Club, So
the story is that the Ottawa Sun sent a reporter to their camp to investigate the camp, and he ended up leading camp in scoring. It was a good story.
All right, I'm having a really hard time hearing you. So.
Okay, that might be my internet connection.
I didn't hear what you said. They had Ottawa Sun sent somebody.
The Ottawa Sun sent a reporter to camp for the Senators.
Okay.
And he led the team in scoring.
That's fantastic.
It's a good story.
I'd like to know when that was. Like, do you have a link you could send that? Because I'd actually be interested in that. Because Ottawa was a great team back in the day. The original Ottawa Senators, if none of you are familiar with the Ottawa Silver Seven, back with One-Eyed Frank McGee, they dominated hockey for a few years. So, but they were nicknamed the Senators basically by the fans actually initially because originally they were just the Ottawa Hockey Club. So it would be interesting to see which one you're talking about.
I will find a date for you.
Okay, fantastic. And actually, I think that I'm trying to remember. Ottawa played. This is back in the Challenge era of Stanley Cup. So before the NHL and before, well, even during the NHL era, but before the Stanley Cup was just with the NHL, teams could challenge for the Cup. So basically, if you held the Cup, you could be challenged by pretty much anybody that made a claim that they were good enough to play you. So Ottawa, I think they won the Cup like 5 times in one season. So when you look at the Stanley Cup winners pre-NHL and pre-Challenge era, Ottawa's won a lot of times, but a lot of them were all within the same year. So it kind of skews up the numbers a little bit, but
yeah, they look like they won 90 from 1903 to 1906. They won it 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times, and with a 10th time being when they tied Montreal. So
yeah. And let's see. Oh, yeah, 4 of those were all in 1904. So,
well, in the 1903-1904, December 30th, 1903 to January 4, 1904, looks like they had 3 that's 3 games. Never. Was that 3 times they were challenged there by Winnipeg? I'll post it in the sidebar so you guys can see.
No, they won a best of 3. They won a best of 3, 2-1.
Was it best of 3 there? Okay.
Actually, one of the great stories in old hockey was 1905. Ottawa had the championship. They played a team called the Dawson City Nuggets, and the Dawson City Nuggets. This became like an epic journey for them because Dawson City is in Yukon territory of Canada, and they had a team that was really good, and they basically, this is before, obviously, television and before a lot of other media could cover teams well. Well, Dawson City Nuggets were named the Nuggets because of the gold rush and things like that, and so they were this little, Gold Rush City in the middle of nowhere in the Yukon, and they put together a team, and they said they wanted to challenge the reigning champions, Ottawa Hockey Club with the Silver Sevens, who, like I said, were the greatest team of their era. And they traveled, hundreds of miles to get to play Ottawa, and it's just this great story of a team that, in an era where this would never happen again, because you're never going to get a challenge again in any kind of sport. But it's just this little team in the middle of nowhere that went and challenged them and tried to play them, and they ended up getting destroyed. But
then they travel like for months.
They at least played them. I think they played them really tight in like the first game, but then after that, they kind of got destroyed. But it was like a whole country was following their journey, because they literally had to take like train and sled and all different kinds of stuff in order to get there. And it's a great story if you ever read up on the Dawson City Nuggets.
I remember hearing about this. Our hockey had something about this, like I think during the off season or last off season, where they traveled for miles by like dog sleds at one point, and they were just so tired by the time they got there, they just got destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the games, it looks like it was 23-2.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, yeah, Ottawa won the first game 9-2, and the second game 23-2. And I guess they weren't bad in the first game with this low score. Second game, they're probably just too tired from that big travel.
I think that the Stanley Cup final should involve more dog sled.
You both start off at you have to dog sled from one city to the other for each game.
Whoever wins the dog sled race gets home ice advantage.
Yes.
Yeah.
That could be it.
Don't tell me you don't want to see that. Like, what could... You know what? This is sports or entertainment. It is the entertainment industry, and everyone would tune in to watch that fucking dog sled race. Instead of putting ads on jerseys...
Two dog sleds.
Yeah, dog sled races.
We have a couple answers to our question earlier on Twitter about the best bang for your buck. Woozle agrees with you and Toffoli. And Chris says Michael Delzato, as in porn star, and well, yeah. I mean, if he's actually banging that porn star, then maybe, but I heard that he's kind of thirsty, so...
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely thirsty.
Seems like a type of person that would be as horrible as to say.
Speaking of defensemen, though, whatever TJ Brody is getting paid, it's not enough.
Why do you say that?
He's really good. I don't know. I never know anything about contracts. You guys might have noticed. But I watched Calgary play the other day, and he was like pretty clearly. I thought he was better than Giordano. I don't know. I think he's really good.
Well, he just got signed recently, right? So
I'm trying to
he's
figure
gonna be
out
making his money. But I mean, I was reading an article recently where they were saying they were looking at the upcoming defensemen of his age and his skill. They're going to be free agents. There's not a lot out there, and obviously defensemen are at a premium right now. So it makes sense.
He's getting paid $2.5 this year. So in terms of defensemen for the money, that's really good.
Yeah. So.
Oh, hey, Brandon Saad just scored. Nice.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter like 5 minutes ago. Oh, that's 2. Was that their first goal of the game?
My stream is really far behind.
Oh, you're streaming. Okay.
It was their first goal of the game.
Yeah.
I think I've told this before, but Brandon Saad's aunt works down the street from me.
Yeah, at least I know this story. I don't know if anyone else does.
Yeah, it's his dad's sister works at the deli near my house. She's a big Blackhawks fan.
As all good people are.
You know, I can't stand it sometimes because she always forgets to put mayonnaise on my sandwich. So I always have to watch her making it because otherwise she'll forget, and then I'll be like, "No, I need mayonnaise." So that's
Well,
my story about Brandon Sautian.
you can take it up with Brandon Saad.
Just yell at him one day. Anyway, I asked the question on Twitter about the dog sleds and what do they think about it deciding home ice advantage. We have two answers so far. Jamish the Great says yes because only Canadian teams would win that, which I have to say, first Canadian teams have to get to the finals, which probably is never going to happen. And then, Bufflin's Buffet also just says yes to it. That's what he wants. And yeah, that looks like our only answers so far.
Yeah, no one doesn't want that.
I mean, that would be pretty amazing to watch. But can you imagine like goaltenders would have to would you make them wear their like hockey gear? Can you imagine a goaltender with this big pad just yelling mush and flicking their reins?
Oh my god.
Have you ever watched a dog sled race? Those things are awesome.
The only experience I have
You
of
know,
watching
Iditarod
it,
every year.
the only experience I have of watching it is like, what was that movie that came out when like me and you were younger, Ari?
Balto?
It wasn't Balto. It was like a live action movie where like there was a doctor from Florida and he goes to Alaska for some reason.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I guess I don't remember this movie. What was the actor in
I'm
it?
pretty sure I know what you're talking about, but I can't.
Really?
Was it Iron Will?
It may have been Iron Will. Let me look that up.
Or I mean, it wasn't
No.
Snow Dogs with Cuba, was it?
That's actually what I'm talking about. Yes.
Snow Dogs?
Yes, that's the first one I thought of.
That's such a terrible movie.
I know.
I've literally never heard of this.
It came out in 2002 with Cuba Gooding Jr.
It was like it's part of a
movie.
series of unfortunate movies that he made after he won his Oscar, and it has Cisco in it because I mean, that movie was so bad. Like
I was very young. Okay.
this is 2002.
I was in sixth grade at the time. Just think about that.
Oh my god.
I was 12. I was 12. 11, 12 years old when this came out. In my defense. I was young.
That movie was terrible.
Yeah.
Nobody that's listening to this right now watch Snow Dogs. Trust me, you will regret it. If you're gonna watch a good, at least somewhat decent,
I never said it was good.
I mean,
in
I
my
would say
defense.
Iron Will. I've never watched Balto though, so I can't comment on that one.
Now I want to go watch this movie.
I think I did watch
I
Iron
do not
Will.
want to watch Snow Dogs. Trust me.
I feel like I've watched Iron Will though. I might also. No,
Iron
totally,
Will's at
go
least
watch
an
Snow
OP
Dogs.
story, and like it is a little cheesy at times, but it's not super cheesy. So
Yeah, I did watch Iron Will before. I remember this movie.
it has Kevin Spacey in it. Like, come on, you're looking, and then Brian Cox.
I was how old was I when this movie? I was 3 years old when Iron Will came out.
Okay,
This
well,
is
Iron
the
Iron
biggest
Will is
tangent of
more
my
so
entire
from
life.
like my childhood, so maybe I just nostalgia is telling me that it's a better movie than it is. But I'm just saying, I guarantee you, Iron Will is better than Snow Dogs.
Cora is so confused right now.
I'm confused.
Cora just sent us a message saying, "Why are we talking about this?"
I don't know.
I mean, if you look at the series of events that led up to this, it made perfect sense in transition. Like, in all honesty, like this wasn't just a random thing that we threw out. It made perfect sense in transition.
Hold on one sec.
Jamish is quite interested in Snow Dogs. Yeah, he's 16. Was he even born when this came out? Were 16-year-olds born in 2002? Yeah, they would, because they would be 12-year-olds now if they were born in 2002. Oh, wow. Now I feel old. Hello?
That makes me feel really old, so let's not talk about that anymore.
Yeah, the kids that are in high school now were born in 2000.
I know. My nieces. That's awesome.
My baby cousin Like the youngest of all my cousins is in high school, and yeah, no, I don't like it.
Actually, my nephew just graduated from high school. It makes me feel old. Of course, my sister is 8 years older than me, so it's not that bad, but it still makes
Mm.
me feel a little old. And now that my nieces are in high school, I'm like, God damn it, man. Speaking of high school, though, do any of you guys watch junior hockey?
Not much now.
Did any of you happen to catch the comparison this week between Sidney Crosby and Connor McDavid at their age of 17 and what they've been doing in junior, and that Connor McDavid is outscoring Sidney Crosby as a 17-year-old?
Hmm.
I saw that. Sorry, I'm back.
I did
I
not.
saw that. It's a small fucking sample size.
It is a small sample size, but that's still impressive.
It is impressive.
Yeah.
It's not just impressive that he's beating Crosby, it's impressive the numbers he's putting up.
Oh yeah, he's putting up incredible numbers. I don't really know how to like weigh the comparison to Crosby. I don't follow junior enough to be able to talk about like the quality of the defense or the quality of the coaching or anything like that. But definitely, once he got like 14 games with a point already,
Yeah.
14 out of 14, like of 14 games played.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not bad.
Yeah.
Do you think there's? I mean, I know that everybody's talking about Eichel as well, but do you really think there's any chance Connor McDavid doesn't go first?
There's no chance.
Well, I also thought
go
Seth
first.
Jones was going to go first, and Seth Jones went fourth. So what the hell do I know?
There's a difference between what who was first that year? McKinnon was that?
Yeah, McKinnon.
I mean, it depends on what you need when you draft. That was the thing. The top four that year, it really depended on what you needed when you drafted.
Well, the Avalanche needed defense pretty fucking badly.
But McKinnon, they were looking for a forward rebuild first. For some reason, they're going forwards first, which confused a lot of people because you usually try to go goaltending, then defenseman, then forwards. But yeah, but still, I don't know. Do you think Seth Jones would have done as well for them there as he's doing now in Nashville when he has Shea Weber to help him?
No, I actually think Nashville was kind of the perfect place to put Seth Jones, although I think the Lightning would have been a good place for him too.
Yeah.
But, and obviously Nathan McKinnon is an incredible player, and I think Jonathan Drouin looks like he's going to be an incredible player too. So it's hard to say that the Avalanche or the Lightning picked them wrong, or the Panthers with Huberdeau, although I don't watch the Panthers often enough to really comment on that. But Seth Jones is going to be a really good defenseman.
Yeah, I mean, but the system that they had when he first got in there was perfect for him to help kind of learn defense. And then you can't go wrong with being paired with. He was paired with Weber, I think, for the majority of his first year.
Yep.
So.
And you know he got to learn under Trucks, who is a good coach, and you know maybe this team's going to be good this year, and he'll get some experience in the playoffs and that kind of thing. He's definitely at this rate he'll be on Team USA in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think Seth Jones is great, and given we've talked about this already on the podcast, given the premium that defense is at, you got to draft it.
Yeah. Especially an offensive defenseman that he is. Our dynamic offensive defensemen are very hard to come by. Yeah, you can have offensive defensemen that are good, but to be as dynamic as he is with it, there's something special to be as good of a puck mover as he is. And he's going to be on Team USA soon, so hopefully we'll see a better Team USA than what we kind of saw after Dan Bylsma destroyed him.
No one wants to talk about that.
I brought it up. I guess we have to talk about it.
No. If you want to talk about Team USA, the women's team once again lost in the third period on 2 late goals to the Canadian team at the Four Nations Cup this week.
Really?
Fuck Team Canada.
Fuck Team Canada. However, didn't Team USA destroy Sweden today, though, in women's hockey?
They did.
Well, it's kind of expected for a Team USA and Team Canada to win all the time, isn't it?
Also, you know what was great? At some juniors tournament, Canada didn't make the semifinals. What is it that's going on right now? That it was like Canada
Men's or
Red
women's?
and men's. It was Canada Red. I saw Mackenzie tweeting about it today. It was Canada Red, Canada Black, and Canada White. There were 3 Canadian teams, and none of them made the semifinals.
Why are there 3 Canadian teams?
Because Canada has too many hockey players.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have 3 teams, and then they'll make the semifinal.
Seems like a reasonable point.
What is this for? Is this for the World Juniors?
World Juniors is now? No.
No, I know. What's his name? Samuel Morin was selected to some Canadian team, and so was Sanheim, our 2 prospects. What teams were they selected for?
It's World Under 17. That's what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they didn't make it.
The U.S. team won though, didn't they?
I only know that all of the Canadian teams lost.
I think the World Under 18 team, the USA won.
It seems like one of them probably beat one of the Canadian teams.
Okay. I'm currently looking it up right now. United States won 4-0. Doesn't say which teams it was, but it looks like USA White won. No, that's against. Okay, I'm confused now.
USA beat Sweden
Yeah.
4-1 in Under 18 semifinal.
And then they beat
They're going to
Quebec
play the winner of
9-1.
Finland versus Russia. Just go to USAHockey.com, folks. USAHockey.com.
James thinks we're all just jealous of his Canada's dog sledding skills. But James, I'd like to remind you that Alaska has the dog sledding race.
Yeah. So Matt Carl and what other Alaskan people? Matt Carl. Is Matt Carl from Alaska? I feel like he's from Alaska.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true though, because I think.
Yeah, he's from America, so he's from Alaska. What other hockey players are from Alaska?
You mean besides Scott Gomez?
Scott Gomez.
Brendan Dubinsky is from Alaska.
Really? And then Matt
Yeah.
Carl, okay.
And Ty Conklin was from Alaska, I believe.
Ty Conklin, Mr. Winter Classic.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, the last. Let's see. Ooh, shit.
What?
I'm looking at the Iditarod champions.
Mhm.
For those of you that don't know, the Iditarod's basically the biggest dog sledding race. Since 2007, every winner has been from Alaska. However, I would like to give a shout out to Jeff King from California, who won in 2006 for the 4th time. Because everyone knows California is a hotbed for dog sledding.
How?
Wasn't northern California very cold during the winter?
Yeah, no, we do. There's no way that this Jeff King guy. I'm just gonna guess. I don't even know who he is, but he's from California. He won it 4 times. He moved to Alaska in 1975. No wonder. Okay. All right, California native.
He
Jeff
has his own
King.
Wikipedia thing, so he's actually a real person.
That's
That did
amazing.
something.
Yes.
Apparently, the sport's called mushing, by the way, not dog sledding. It's called mushing.
Yes.
I did not know that.
No.
Mush, mush, mush.
Sorry to all
It's kind of incredible, actually, when you look back. I don't even know why we've been talking about so much fucking dog sledding today, but or
Because
mushing.
it's a hot topic.
Well, when you look back at the fact that the original Iditarod lasted 20 days and now it only lasts 8 days, 8 to 9 days, 20 straight days of mushing has got to be brutal.
I feel sorry for those dogs.
Because no one has any grit or compete level anymore.
Obviously.
Iditarod, that's what Iron Will was about, him going on the Iditarod, wasn't it? Moving back to
I don't
Iron
know,
Will.
because I've never seen that movie.
Yes,
No,
I think it was.
Yeah, I think the whole thing was about that, about him doing it because his father died on it. I think that's what that one was about.
Oh wait, I actually think I have seen this movie.
Yeah, Iron Will. It's the one that Dave liked.
Yeah, I mean, that's from my childhood more so. I mean,
I mean, technically from my childhood in '94, but yeah, I was very young. We did watch it in. I remember watching it in elementary school though, for whatever reason.
One of the great things about living in Minnesota was that we always watched The Mighty Ducks when there were in-class movies.
We watched Sandlot. We were one of those schools.
I've definitely seen that movie a lot of times too.
I was having a conversation last week about kids' sports movies. Can you name the last great kids' sports movie?
Well,
I
what
feel
counts as a kid's sports movie?
Airbud. No. No.
I'm just saying, like, that either features like a kids' team or like is like back when I was a kid, we had the Mighty Ducks, we had the Bad News Bears, you know, we had Little Giants. There was Airbud, but that's a dog. Like I'm saying, like I feel like there is definitely a lack of kids sports movies these days, and I feel like it's been 20 years since it's been 22 years now since the Mighty Ducks. I feel like there needs like sports isn't growing as much. It is growing in certain areas, but I feel like there isn't as much focus on sports from a kid's perspective as there used to be. I mean, schools these days have taken recess out of a lot of places, or just everything's so politically correct or so dumbed down, or people get participation trophies instead of actually winning shit. Like, I don't know. It kind of bothers me. I know maybe I'm just getting old and grumpy about this, but I don't know. I was just having this conversation with somebody else recently, and if you're not, and I know that there are still a lot of kids that are getting put through different things at different times, but my buddy Brian is actually neighbors. His sons are friends with Teemu Solani's sons, and his
That's
sons
awesome.
his sons went to Finland this summer with Solani's.
That's awesome.
But I worked with this guy Brian. He's still in my fantasy baseball league, and he runs a sports performance academy now. And basically, it's just an academy. Obviously, I live in Orange County. It's an affluent county and city that he lives in, where these kids in like junior high and high school are going to specialized academies in order just to become professional athletes. And I feel like obviously kids that don't do that kind of thing have a disadvantage almost now these days, unless you just have a ton of raw skill, or you're playing a specialized thing like football, where football is a great sport in that people from all different shapes and sizes and skills can make it in professional football because there's so many different positions. Or basketball if you just have a ton of natural ability. But I feel like there's something lost in kids in sports these days. And especially maybe because I grew up playing hockey, and I know that hockey already costs a ton of money, but I just, at least here, maybe it was the Gretzky influence or the Mighty Ducks influence at the time, I used to be able to go down to a rink locally or an outdoor rink that we had and just like play pickup roller hockey. And I'm sure that there are a lot of people that can still do that in, let's say, Canada or other places like that. But unless I want to play basketball at a park, there's not really a lot of pickup anything anymore. And that kind of makes me sad. Like, unless I want to go play for, or pay for puck time, you know, like stick time at a rink somewhere, it's kind of lost.
I mean, I think those things are kind of hard to know about when you're not a kid. Like, I used to play street hockey or like pond hockey, and now, you know, I don't fucking know where I would go to play pickup. But when I was a kid, you kind of find those things.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I guess kids also have more free time, maybe.
hmm
also, like, I can't think of a good kids movie to answer your question. The only thing I can think of that's close is Friday Night Lights.
I have a terrible sports movie that was a Disney movie that I'm looking at. I'm like, this was probably a terrible movie, but it came out in '93, so I guess it counts. It was Rookie of the Year, if you guys remember that movie.
But that's 1 year after Mighty Ducks. I mean, that's still
Yeah.
20 years ago.
So,
And Rookie of the Year was a decent movie, as far as for a kids movie.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't terrible. I mean, if you guys don't know the story of Rookie of the Year, there was a kid that like was terrible at baseball, and then he fell during one of his games and somehow became an amazing pitcher by
Well, he
falling
broke
on his
his arm
arm.
and they
Yeah,
surgically repaired it or whatever.
yeah, and then he was standing in like the far outfield zone seats, and he threw the ball back into play after it went into a home run, and it made it all the way to the catcher, and then he went on to the team, and eventually he loses the power, but other stuff happens, and he gains like a dad or something. That's
I
how the movie
assume,
ends.
I assume, like in the Mighty Ducks, he had a single mother or his dad had died or something. Because when you say he gained a dad, it sounds like now he has like two dads. It's like,
I
this is a
think if I remember
movie.
correctly, like his grandpa was like super knowledgeable about baseball, and like they'd have trivia contests with each other. And then I think maybe his grandpa died or something. I don't know.
I would say if this is a movie about gay baseball dads, I'm totally there for that. But in 1993, I doubt it.
Yeah, it was.
There was a
His
show
mom.
called My Two Dads back then.
Really, I did not know that because I was
Yes.
literally 1 year old.
But yeah, he had a father who died or something, and then there was a pitcher that hated that he was on the team or something, and then they became friends. He fell in love with like the mother or something. I don't know. This was a long time ago, but yeah.
The show My Two Dads aired from '87 to 1990.
Yeah, so I was not yet a twinkle in my parents' eyes.
I don't even want to hear you talk about that.
But apparently, in Rookie of the Year, Gary Busey was in the movie.
We are so off topic.
It all made sense in our flow. But yeah, I guess we should go back to hockey.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't know. Taylor
live
Hall
score,
decision.
live score check-in. Edmonton Buffalo tied 2-2 with 6:12 left. Columbus Carolina tied 2-2 with 3:47 left. Detroit is beating New Jersey with 18 left in the third, 4-1. Chicago still beating Washington at the end of the first, and Arizona Anaheim starting their pregame. So you're watching the Blackhawks game. How's that going for your team? Right.
Um, pretty okay. I've been pretty distracted by you guys. It's pretty distracting. Um,
Sorry.
no, it's okay. I mean, we're winning, so that's good. It was a nice goal. It was Hossa to Saad. I watched the replay. Hossa to Saad inspires great feelings in me.
Mhm.
Um, Saad is like the baby Hossa we're training as a replacement. They keep wearing the Winter Classic toques in like the skate arounds and that kind of thing, and that's kind of weird. But no, it's going well. So, what are you guys watching?
I
Uh,
am watching Edmonton and Buffalo because I have money riding on this, and yeah.
I'm currently not watching any hockey. I
Also, I
found
picked
this
Edmonton to win today in the pick'em, and they're kind of disappointing me.
God,
So,
I totally forgot
Well, it's
about that.
tied. Not bad.
how are you guys doing in the daily pick'em, by the way?
I've only
I'm
lost once, but I've picked only 8 times, so not doing it
I'm
Ooh.
very often.
not playing because last year I found it way too stressful.
See, I don't really get that. I don't really find sports stressful ever,
It wasn't
unless
like
it's
I
like
was
a playoffs and my team's playing.
no, it wasn't stressful in the sense of like I wasn't doing well enough, etc. It was stressful in like remembering every day. Like
Mhm.
that to be just like another moving piece in my life that I didn't need. So I decided I wasn't. Since I'm playing fantasy hockey this year, I decided I wasn't doing the nightly pick'em.
Oh, I just found a kids sports movie, by the way. Came out in 2009.
But it's a movie.
It's called The Perfect Game.
Never heard of it.
I thought it was a Kevin
Yes.
Costner movie where like he's gonna retire and throws a perfect game.
No, it's kids. It's called based off the events leading up to 1957 Little League World Series, which was won by the first team from outside the United States. It was a Mexican team that defeated the heavily favored U.S. team. and that's about it. So it's about the
I've
Little League
always
Series. You were saying something?
I've always felt like the Little League World Series is a bunch of bullshit because it's always a U.S. team versus somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
I know that
they
maybe that's
split up the US
unpatriotic,
teams now,
or
yeah.
I should turn in my freedom card, but I just feel like there could be teams that are better than a U.S. team that are playing in the final. So
I would like to see a movie made about Monet Davis. Okay, the Blackhawks just scored again on the power play too. That does not happen that often.
nobody believes that.
Monet Davis or the Blackhawks scoring on the power play?
Blackhawks scoring on the power play.
But it happened. I just watched it. It was Duncan Keith. Brad Vickers was involved.
Speaking of the
Monet
power
Davis is
play,
firing.
speaking of the power play, how shitty have some teams been this season? And I'm not just talking about my own team.
Let's talk about the Minnesota Wild.
The Minnesota Wild, with all the talent they have, and some people thought that they would have like 6 or 7 20-goal scores this season, have awful on the power play. Why? They have guys that can shoot the puck from the point like a Suter. I mean, Buffalo is last in the league at 4.4%. You have to try hard to only score 4% of the time on the power play. Minnesota's at 5.3%. Montreal, who went to the Eastern Conference Finals, is at 7.9%.
Wow,
Winnipeg's terrible. The Kings are terrible. Detroit, I know that Datsuk's been hurt, but even they are in the bottom 5. So, what is the problem? Because you have LA, let's just forget about LA because we've been terrible on the power play for 3 years. The Oilers scored, by the way. News update.
To make it 2-2, or is it 3-2 now?
3-2.
It's 3-2 now.
Oh, who scored?
I was talking to you and looking at stats.
Anyway,
Boyd Gordon. Boyd Gordon scored.
Yeah, Boyd.
Thank you very much. So, what do you think is the problem? Not necessarily Winnipeg and Buffalo, because we know that they've had their struggles, but playoff teams that went far last year, Minnesota and Montreal, have both really struggled and are in the bottom 3 in power play. So, why do you think that is?
Well, I think there are different reasons for each team, probably. Some of the Wild's problem is genuine bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
Their shooting percentage is for shit. And, Vanek is cold, which has been part of their problem, too.
It's for me, like, power plays, they have to be clicking with each other. They have to be able to move in sync, which I guess some teams just aren't able to do that well when you're on the power play. Just move in sync and keep that circle game going and trying to get to pull the penalty kill out of their diamond formation, which I guess is very difficult. And getting someone set up while keeping the screens, but keeping it open enough to get the puck on net. Power plays are very difficult to try to score on. So I don't know truly why it's difficult, though. Really, if any of that made sense at all.
Okay, but I mean, you're looking at teams that weren't. I mean, both of those teams were in the top 20 last year in power play percentage. So it wasn't like they were bottom 5 or even bottom 3 teams last year. Montreal's a guy like PK Subban who can shoot the puck as well as anybody from the point. And they got guys like Max Pacioretty has been terrible this season, but he's always been streaky. So is it just that he's not scoring, or do they really miss, some of these other guys like Danny Briere that much? I mean,
yeah, it's definitely not Danny Briere that they're missing.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like that deal was definitely in their favor. So,
yeah, Danny Briere is terrible.
Not only do you have a guy like Ryan Suter who's able to shoot the puck, but I mean, Spurgeon's been decent. I know he's hurt right now, and they brought in better forward in Vanek than they had last season. To help them out on their second unit at least. Parise's hurt now, but he hasn't been for most of the season. So there has to be something. Is it really just coaching? Is it really just shooting percentage? Because Pittsburgh and Washington were tied for first last year, and they're 1-2 again this year. So is it really just all system and power play? Does it not really matter which players you have there?
No, it definitely matters what players you have there. I mean, I think the reason that Pittsburgh and Washington are 1-2 is because look at the guys in their power play. Alex Ovechkin is a power play monster. And Crosby and Malkin is Pittsburgh's, go-to power play solution. Sometimes you really need a right shot on the power play. Some teams don't have one. It makes their power play just like it's much more difficult to score on the power play without one. That's part of Detroit's problem. I don't know that much about Montreal's power play, but they're not going to be as good this year as they were last year, probably. So I wouldn't expect their power play to be as good as it was last year. Just in general, they're not going to be as good.
All right. Well, I mean, I think that there are other teams like Arizona, who's 6th in the league right now. They don't have offensive talent. So
It's all about the system.
I'm sorry.
It's all about the system.
You just don't. Like, there are other teams that are up there that have offensive talent, but there's got to be something about them then, as far as that goes. So if a team like Arizona, and by the way, I mean last season, under Dave Tippett as well, Arizona. Let's see. Well, Phoenix was 4th in the league last year. So that seems to be a team that runs a system without good talent. But you're saying that power play is a lot about talent, yet teams that are talented like Montreal and Washington and Minnesota obviously can't put it together. Same with the Kings. The Kings have been terrible on the power play for 3-4 straight years. And yet, when they get to the playoffs, they can score goals, and they have guys that you would think would be talented. So,
I mean, I think it's a combination. I also think if I had a solution to the Kings or the Blackhawks power play woes, I would not be on this podcast. I would be employed, probably. So I'm the best you guys are going to fucking get.
Nobody can be worse than Jamie Campon. By the way, I know this from personal experience. I don't know why you guys ever picked him up. But your power play has been worse since he got there, so...
Yeah.
Our power play has been bad since we lost Scott Hartnell.
I will say one thing for the Kings, at least. Like, I kind of feel like they're a little bit outside of the box on this because I thought that Gaborik would help this year, but he's been terrible. So,
Hasn't been
but the last 3 seasons before this year, when you combine the 3 seasons together, and I ran this on, like, War on Ice or something... The Kings have had the worst shooting percentage in the league over the course of the last 3 years, even though they've won the Cup 2 out of those 3 years. So the Kings obviously don't have accurate players. I know that Tyler Toffoli, Alec Martinez are above average, and Gaborik was above average, when he was here for last season, but he hasn't even found the net this season. So the Kings, in general, just obviously their Corsi's great, and they shoot the puck a ton, but they just don't. They have to because they're so bad at actually shooting straight. So.
Well, that's another thing to keep in mind when you're looking at PDO for teams, is that if you've got a team that's going to have a low shooting percentage, then their PDO is going to be lower in general. So I don't follow the Kings PDO that closely, but that is something to keep in mind. I'll keep in mind.
I know with your team, Dave, having Jeff Carter on your team does not help their accuracy whatsoever.
No.
Speaking from personal experience, for the longest time, his nickname was Mr. High and Wide.
Yeah.
Pretty sure you've seen that on your team probably by now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And the thing is, like, when he shoots, the thing is he has such a ridiculously quick shot that you're like, yes. You're like the goalies get fooled by it, but that doesn't mean it's accurate. Like, it's just, like, so quick and so fast. You're like, God, man, his wrists are so quick. And then you're like, oh, wait, but the puck's hitting the boards.
He has one of the best, wrist shots in the game right now. But he cannot hit the net for anything.
No, but that's kind of what's been good about that 70s line for us is that he hasn't needed to shoot the puck as much because he's been dishing it to Pearson and Toffoli. And Toffoli is actually really accurate. So, like I said, Toffoli is not getting as many opportunities, though, because teams have been stacking up against that line since they started so hot because Kopitar and Gaborik just aren't playing well. Don't hate. We have a catchy name, and we're, sort of pretty.
I'm Well,
I mean,
okay, you're not pretty.
line is easily our least ugly line, so at least we have that going for us too, because the Kings have the ugliest team in the league. So
Okay,
So any
Kopitar's
team
dog is
with
cute.
what's his name on their team is automatically the ugliest team in the league. Oh, what
And
player is
what?
it? Tyler Kennedy.
Oh, Tyler Kennedy is, yeah,
Any
not.
team with him on their any that has him on their team is automatically ugliest, in my opinion.
Okay, no, let's go back to that 70s line. First of all, I hate you.
fair enough.
Let's get that out of the way first.
Yeah, let's just establish that. Second of all, that line cannot possibly keep being this hot forever, right? Like, this must be
No, they've already
unsustainable.
dropped off. They've already dropped. They haven't scored in like 2 games.
Really?
I mean, okay. I guess that is dropping off for them.
And
which is
that's
a
what I was
bad
saying. Is
thing.
like everybody's stacking their number 1 defensive units against that line now because Gaborik and Kopitar were hurt and now are back, but they're still not producing. So everyone's just like, oh, we're just going to key on that 70s line. And Tanner Pearson's pretty much dropped off. Toffoli has still scored a couple times recently. Carter's still setting him up at times, but yeah, right now, unless another line of ours starts scoring, everybody's just going to throw out their top defensive units against it, and it's been shutting us down. So
Is Gabrick back? I didn't realize.
he is. Yeah, he just came back, but in the 2 games he's been back, he and Kopitar are still not in sync. Kopitar has easily been one of the biggest disappointments, especially from a fantasy standpoint. If you drafted Kopitar in like the 2nd round, you are kicking yourself because he has been god awful. And we all know Kopitar is a streaky player, but man, anyway, it's been tough as a Kings fan because our defense is still good. I think we're still the number 1 defense in the league, but yeah, not a good season offensively so far. We are actually the 4th best defensive team in the league right now, but
I
as
mean,
far
the
as
thing is,
offensively, we are 26th. Woo!
that's pretty typical for you guys, though, right?
Yeah,
that
no, it's
is.
totally typical for us during the regular season.
Yeah.
We had just all hoped, though, that now that we had a legitimate second line in that 70s line, that things would be different because Gaborik and Kopitar would have a whole season together, and all of a sudden Brown and Kopitar and Gaborik would be like, woo, we're scoring, and then that 70s line would be like, woo, we're scoring too. But no, we still only have scoring from one fucking line.
Can
You
we make
can't.
that noise
First of all,
again?
you can't have nice things.
Can we make that noise again first?
Woo!
That's adorable.
Face is adorable.
Aww.
This has been really a beautiful moment.
I feel like I'm intruding on my third wheel.
No, Dave, don't worry. Your face is
Um,
beautiful too.
I asked a question on Twitter
Oh god. Using my Twitter?
about. Yes. Well, you're not. So anyway, no, I asked, what is the most stressful part of being a hockey fan? Your team losing, betting on games, fantasy sports, etc.
Mhm.
Pacebalm says the hangovers. I totally get that. I mean, we've all been there. And as a Carolina fan, I'm sure that
He's
you're
been there a
drinking
lot
right
more
now in overtime. Callum
I've never in my
Vermine says Tanner Glass getting defensive zone starts.
I understand that completely.
Well,
so true.
yes. Jameson the Great says, knowing no matter how good we are, the Leafs will always be there to leaf us. Let's see. Anna Headley says, shootouts. And those times where you're down by 1 with 2 minutes left, so you start doing all your rituals so they'll win.
Every ritual you've ever
Rally
done
Kid
that has a
is.
chance. What was that?
Mary says, losing. And let's see.
On a penalty
Actually,
kill.
like a real losing streak can really stress you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when losing streaks against those bad teams in the NHL. That really kind of stresses people out.
Yeah.
Like, I was stressed out this past week when we lost to Florida. And then Edmonton was coming, and I was thinking, oh crap, this is going to be it, isn't it? But it didn't. Cora says expectations are her biggest stress as a hockey fan. I guess the expectations of her team stress her out.
What do you guys think? Oh, Marian Hossa took a penalty.
For me, it is never knowing what's going to happen with my defense game in and game out. It stresses the hell out of me.
I get that. That's how I feel too. Like for me, it's like I don't even expect the Kings to win on a given night anymore. Like there's sometimes where it's just for 3 straight years now, even though I expect us to be good in the playoffs, when I know that we still lose to Calgary or Edmonton, or I mean, last week we lost to Carolina. Like, no offense to Carolina fans, sorry.
That was awesome, by the way. I was rooting so hard for Carolina.
Oh yeah, I apologize for that game because on the Wooden Ball show, me and Blake kind of picked our predictions on who would win, and I said Carolina would win against the Coyotes, and then they never stopped winning.
At this moment in time, I would like to point out to Ari over there that the Kings have more points than Chicago this season. So
yeah, we've been horrible. We've totally been bad. No arguments.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, both of our teams have been bad at times. So
yeah, I'm not worried.
Well,
I'm not really worried either.
That's
the thing, though, is like I'm not really worried about the regular season anymore. Like
yeah,
back in the day when the Kings were like struggling for a playoff spot all the time, yes, I would stress about that. But at this point, I don't even stress about the regular season anymore. I only stress about the playoffs.
What's it like to not stress about regular season? Tell me.
It's nice.
I remember that a couple of years ago, but then we blew up the team.
I think all 3 of us have been in this situation. Yeah, Dave, you have too, even since 2010. Of being down 3-1 in a playoff series, that's the worst. That's the most stressful feeling.
Yeah. I remember being down 3-0, and that was...
Yeah, against the Bruins.
So stressful. 2 years in a row we did that. Second year we didn't do well at all because we got swept. The first year, that was really stressful.
I mean, we were down 3-1 against Vancouver 2011. We were down 3-1 against Detroit, obviously, in 2013. We were down 3-1 against the Kings last year. And every year I have the same thought, and I should stop thinking this, which is please take it to Game 7. I don't care what happens in Game 7, but if you take it to Game 7, I'll be happy. And it's Game 6 is the worst, probably. Of those 7-game series, I think Game 6 is the worst game.
I want to throw up a little update. Edmonton won 3-2.
And apparently, what other team was it?
Carolina just won, also 3-2. So, 2 teams beating 2 other shitty teams. So, yeah. I did tell you though that I thought that those games were both going to be entertaining, and they both were, just because level of competition. Blackhawks, as you mentioned, are up 2-0. Red Wings currently are in the third, leading 4-2 over the Devils. So,
wow, I'd just like to point out now, Carolina is ahead of Columbus in the standings.
Yeah, but Columbus has literally had 9 people hurt this season.
But do you think they're going to be able to pull it back now?
In the East, I think it's possible.
But do you think...
It depends on how long people are injured for.
But if you also have to remember, looking at the Metropolitan Division, how much of a clusterfuck that division is. Being in that division, do you think it's going to be difficult for them to pull it back? I mean, I'm not saying we're like a great division. Obviously, we're very average teams, but it is a clusterfuck. Outside of Pittsburgh, you don't know what's going to happen. That's the thing. Though they might be able to get a wildcard spot from the Atlantic Division, do you think they're going to beat out the other Metropolitan teams, though?
I don't know, dude. Don't tell me about a clusterfuck. The Winnipeg Jets are holding down a playoff spot in my division. Okay?
That is true. That's the team everyone thought was going to be at the bottom.
It's like currently it is St. Louis, Nashville, Winnipeg at the top of the Central. Don't talk to me about clusterfuck.
At least all yours
were either of you watching the Columbus versus Carolina game right now?
Nah.
No.
Okay, neither was I, but Paul has asked us to discuss. They reviewed a goaltender interference and reversed a call in the Carolina Columbus game. So I'm assuming that there was a goal called. He's also mentioning that Carolina's now won 4 straight. So I mean I don't care if refs review something and reverse something as long as it is reviewed and it went to Toronto's war room or whatever. As long as the league reviews it and it's not just a ref calling it off and there's no review. If they actually reviewed it and turned it over and they felt it was a good call, then I'm all for that because I just want the call to be right.
Yeah, that I understand completely.
So
Apparently,
I mean,
they
you guys
said,
have any other views on it? Do you feel? I mean, I know some people still feel like the ref should make the final call because they feel like going to the war room all the time, makes it so that the refs aren't as important as they used to be. Because back in the day, the refs used to review goal calls and things like that as well on the ice. But I, for one, want uniformity throughout the league and consistency as best you can.
he just answered right now. Apparently, Carolina scored a goal. It was called a goal on the ice. Then they went to the scorer's booth and reviewed the call and reversed it for goaltender interference. And he says last time he checked that wasn't reviewable. But I think under the new rules that they do have it to be reviewable now. I feel like it's now a reviewable call goaltender interference, or they're kind of pushing along that way.
Yeah, as far as I know, you can still review anything that you want if you go to the war room. So, and in my opinion, I think it should be that way, especially on scoring plays. In much a similar fashion that this season the NFL has now gone to reviewing all scoring plays regardless. Like there's no more challenge by a coach or anything. The NFL just reviews every scoring play to make sure it counts. I'm totally okay with the NHL or ref on the ice or anybody. Like if the war room calls down to the ref or if the ref calls up to the war room, I just want the call to be right.
Cora also tweeted at us the game GIF thread for it, for our game GIFs. I retweeted it out for everyone else. The first one under the other section there's 2 different GIFs for it. And from what it looks like, the puck was underneath not Bobrovsky. I forget who their goaltender is. And it looks like one of the Canes players pushed Bobrovsky, and then not Bobrovsky, pushed their goalie, and then threw the puck underneath. Yeah, McElhaney kind of pushed McElhaney, and then used their stick and just kind of forced the puck from underneath his pads.
Well, Paul's complaining about a lack of consistency. Mm-hmm. So if you feel that the league is not consistent, then that is a problem. But that's also something that the league has to address. Like I said, am all for consistency as well. And I feel like in this case, the ref called it a goal. So you can't necessarily blame the ref. This happened. I went to the game a couple nights ago between Anaheim and the New York Islanders. The ref called a goal. Then it got reviewed, and it was called off. Okay? And the entire crowd is chanting, "Ref, you suck." But it's like the ref called it a goal. Like, why are you blaming the ref for that play? So in the heat of the moment and at that particular time, a ref will call it a goal. It goes to review in Toronto, and it gets waved off. That is the league's call. So while it is something where you might say it's not consistent with the league, that's unfortunate. Like, I think that everybody makes mistakes, or you never know who's like, there's not always just one guy making every single call throughout the league. Mm-hmm. Looking at the replays now of this goal, it does seem like it was a little bit
understand it. Yeah.
And I understand why the Hurricanes would be upset about this.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can blame the refs because they did call it a goal. You have to blame Toronto for this. So, yeah, that is something where it would be nice to see more consistency, and maybe in the same vein that they put out videos explaining suspensions for hits and things like that, maybe if there is a questionable call like this, it'd be nice to, get some sort of explanation, not even a video, but maybe just a tweet or just like some sort of message as to why a goal was overturned.
I
They
think
definitely
there
do that
was
sometimes.
something, yeah, I think they had it out at one point, but I can't remember. I mean,
Yeah, but
I've seen this before in the NHL this year, actually, this type of thing, but it wasn't overcalled from a goal to a non-goal. It was the Flyers game against the Blackhawks. Your first goal, I think it was. I forget what player it was, but he used his stick and pushed Mason's leg out just so he can get the puck that was underneath Mason. Do you remember
Hmm.
that already?
no.
Yeah, I think it was your guy's first goal that he pushed Mason's leg just so the puck would squirt free and then threw it into the net and it was called a goal.
Well, I mean, I'm going to throw my own team under the bus here, but do you remember in the Stanley Cup Finals last year, something similar happened where Henrik Lundqvist had a puck that was supposedly under or near his pad,
Hmm.
or maybe that wasn't this year, but it got pushed in. Maybe I'm thinking of New Jersey in
I
2012.
remember that actually.
But yeah, and that was a big controversy at the time. So
Hmm.
I would like to see more consistency from the league, and I agree with Paul on that.
Yeah. I'm looking up the Blackhawks Flyers games, but it doesn't look like it may have been gifts.
Um, it was this year's game.
Yeah.
Then the first goal was Brendan Saad. Um, I don't think I watched this game,
Hmm.
but Patrick Kane scored twice, so I probably should have.
Doesn't look like it was gifts according to our hockey game gifts, so 'cause I don't see one from the Flyers and that game. So it's not really much of a matter. This was a couple days ago. This was weeks ago, so it doesn't really matter at this point. That's actually the only game that Voracek did not score a point in, so be happy about that.
Yeah, we shut you out.
Yeah, only game that Voracek has not gotten a point.
That's what happens when you get a shutout.
Yeah.
Washington just scored.
Did they?
Ooh.
It's 3. It's 3-4 now. Detroit.
Oh, New Jersey making a comeback.
So Paul mentions that it's more consistency, he's saying, because you contrast this with Holtby falling down and Detroit scoring. He said one is reviewable and one isn't. That's inconsistent.
But the thing is, it's with the Holtby thing. The goal.
That was the worst shot block attempt I've seen in my entire fucking life. Whoever did that.
I was about to make a point, then I realized no, there's no point to be made with what I was about to say, so ignore it. I'm gonna say one was called no goal, one was called a goal. So is the no goal reviewable because it was no goal on the ice? Because I believe it was called no goal from the beginning. Yes, no.
I think it should be.
I mean, it should have been a goal, but I believe it was called no goal at the time, so it wasn't reviewable.
No, that is true. Oh man, that's a touchy subject actually. In my opinion, that's touchy because I would prefer not to have that be the case every time. I would prefer, like the NFL, to have a coach's challenge once or twice a game.
Mm-hmm.
Because challenging the referee's call or non-call is a really tough situation and something that I don't want to see the league go to all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like then you're constantly going to get calls to the war room and you're constantly going to interrupt the flow of the game. I don't want that. But I wouldn't mind in a situation where it's drastic, like that call on Holtby in Detroit, where a coach could be like, I'm throwing the challenge. And if he only has 1 or 2 per game, then I'm okay with that, actually. And I think the NFL has done that well, and it doesn't really affect the flow of the game more than maybe once a game, usually. So...
And it can be kind of exciting. It can be like a fun and interesting thing to track.
Yeah. The thing is with football, in contrast to hockey, football they have the constant start-stops with play. With hockey, you just have the constant motion, so it will affect it more, the flow. With that long stop for the review.
But if they're already stopping anyway for a face-off or something...
That is true.
I mean, they already review some plays to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So, And once again, like I said, I'm all about just getting it right.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey is so
That's the
hard
main
to
thing,
ref
yeah.
in general because it
Yeah.
moves so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey is
That if
really
it
tough to
really
ref.
comes down to like a goal situation like that, I want it to be right.
Also,
Even if my team doesn't benefit from it.
so few goals are scored in a lot of games nowadays that it's like really, really important.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than the dead puck era is, but still, it's really hard to get goals nowadays.
Yeah, and that's not bad. Exciting defensive games and exciting goaltending games are great to watch too. I don't need
my-
7 games every day.
I mean, my favorite type of games are goaltender duels.
I know. My favorite types of games are, 7-6 Philly Pittsburgh games. But
my favorite high scoring game has been Flyers Winnipeg Jets 9-8.
I remember that.
That's the game that spawned the Brizgalov I'm lost in the woods comment.
Also, though, if you were like, okay, there are 2 teams, they play a game, the game ends 9-8, what 2 teams were they? 100% of hockey fans would be like, Philly, Winnipeg.
It's funny because like
I mean-
the same season or the season before that, it was Flyers Tampa Bay Lightning. It was like I want to say 7-6 or something like that.
That's it. Tampa Bay did used to have bad goaltending.
That was when Rolston was doing really good that year. The 2010 it was the 2010-2011 season when they went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Oh, I see. I don't remember that game. I remember the 9-8 game.
That was such a that game. At one point, I wasn't even mad. There came a point where I'm just not even mad about how things are going.
So since we are on the topic of consistency, and I brought up the challenge thing, I threw out a question. But would you want to see a coach's challenge in the NHL? And this has been brought up by other people in the past, and I know maybe we've talked about this once or twice. But if you would, or even if you think it might be a good idea at all, would you want like 1 a game, 2 per game? How would you do it? Like if you lost that challenge, like in the NFL, if you obviously they have 3 timeouts per half, so 6 per game. But if you lose a challenge, you lose a timeout. So in the NHL, how would you like to see it done? If they had a challenge and they lost, would you want to see them lose their timeout, or would you want to see them get a delay of game penalty, or what?
Well, the delay game penalty, it's kind of iffy because I don't know if I would want to give them a delay game penalty in all honesty.
I think,
yeah, go ahead.
I think that basically, I don't want to give you a penalty for for challenging a call and getting it wrong. I think that if you make it should be like tennis, where if you got your challenge, if you challenge something and you're wrong, then you lose your challenge, and if you challenge something and you're right, then you keep it. And I think that we should start with only one and see how it works.
So that means if they keep it, that means they can continue to challenge for like the rest of the game without using their timeout.
That's true. Potentially, you could challenge a whole bunch of things and be right every time, and it would really delay the game. But if you're challenging a whole bunch of things and you're right every time, the reffing is really fucking shitty.
That is true.
So, given the status of the reffing is not usually that bad, you'd think there wouldn't be that many calls to challenge.
That is very much true.
Because if you challenge 10 calls and you're right on all of them, then you probably deserve to be right on all of them.
I feel, though, that if you had that power as a coach to challenge a bad call every time, then there would need to be a really stiff penalty for getting it wrong, just because then it's going to disrupt the flow of the game. Like, let's say your team's losing by a goal or 2, and you're like, you know what, I'm just going to start challenging every fucking call by the ref until, just to slow down the game, or for whatever reason, just because you want to spite the other team, blah, blah, blah.
Going again.
So there has to be some sort, if you're going to give them unlimited, then there has to be...
No, sorry, maybe I wasn't clear.
No,
not unlimited.
You would only get your challenge back if you challenged a call and it was overturned, and you were... I mean, if it was overturned, then you would get your challenge back. But if it's not overturned, you lose your challenge for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so you only get one. And let's say you challenge a goal, you think it was a no goal, and you're right, there was no goal. Then you can challenge another call again. But if you're wrong, it was a goal, then you have no more challenges.
I could see that kind of working.
So my point was, like, theoretically, if every time you challenged a call you were right, then you could make a lot of challenges that would slow the game down a lot. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think that refs make that many bad calls.
Mm-hmm. But the one thing we have to also cover is what type of things can you challenge? Like, if there was a penalty and you don't think it should have been a penalty, can you challenge that? Or would it only be for calls for goals?
Like unlimited goal challenges instead of just unlimited.
No, like, what type of things can be challenged is what I'm saying.
Seriously?
What?
I know, Ari. I'm watching this game now because everything else is over.
Yeah, Washington, it's now 3-2 Washington.
Marcus Johansson just decided to take over the game at the end of the second.
Yeah, with 4 seconds left in the second period. Brent Seabrook is playing terribly. I don't know if you noticed that.
Well, he scored 2 goals in the last minute, so... Or at least a minute or 2 minutes. Yeah, Washington's now leading 3-2.
Oh, that was just that. I don't know.
There's nothing your goalie can do about that. So.
No, and there was nothing either of the defensemen could do. I don't really know who the forward covering Johansson was. It was maybe Brandon Shaw, or sorry, Andrew Shaw. I don't know.
Back to the question though. Bufflin Downey says once a game seems fair. And Peaceform says one challenge, if it fails, they get a delay of game. So nobody said anything about just getting rid of the timeout. Like if you don't have a timeout left, then you don't get a challenge, or vice versa. Because I kind of feel like that works well in the NFL. Like if you lose a challenge, you lose a timeout too. Because that's huge, especially in the second half of a game. That would be huge at critical moments.
But the thing is, with hockey, they only have one timeout.
I know.
And what would you do if they already used their timeout? Would you not be able to challenge?
Don't get a challenge.
Okay.
Or if you decide to challenge after you don't have a timeout, then you get a delay of game penalty if you're wrong. But then at that point, you need assistant coaches on the bench. If you hadn't noticed, assistant coaches on the bench these days already have microphones and are plugged into people up in the press box or other places, kind of like in football, where they're called down and they're watching the game from up top, and like you'll see like guys in their suits talking into like their wrist because that's where their microphone is and things like this. Like guys are already using this technology to talk to people up in the press box and things like that. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw the same thing happen if they did end up going to a review system like that. So same way that NFL does.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we have an injury update. Jonas Gustafsson is going to be out for a couple months with a separated shoulder.
Wow. Who do they have as their backup in Detroit? That's not even the right word for it.
Honestly, I don't know at this time, so let me find out. Hold on a second.
I used to know. I've forgotten. That's a shitty injury. Patrick Sharp had that 2 years ago. He was out for a while.
Definitely.
Yeah, it says Gustafsson's going to miss 2 months after just looking at his left shoulder.
Peter Marzek?
Because he was injured Wednesday, actually.
Oh, Mrazek. He was the backup for the Winter Classic. He had the cute snowman tag.
Okay, yeah, he looks like to be their backup. At least according to Cap Geek, he is on like the, you know how Cap Geek does like the fade in, fade out thing that they have? And he looks like he would be the next one, from what I understand from this. Anyway, yeah, remember that Tampa Bay Lightning Flyers game I was talking about? It ended up as an 8-7 game. I ended up finding it.
When was that?
It was in the 2010-2011 season. I have the box score here. I'll send it to you in the chat.
By the way, you were talking earlier about that Jets-Flyers game.
Yeah.
And Bufflin Downey's been sharing on Twitter. He said Actually, during that game, he was at a high school football game. And before they started playing, the score was 5-1 Jets, and then halfway through the first, it was 6-5, and both benches were just reacting as well as the crowd because the game stopped as soon as they started. As soon as the moment they made that announcement.
Yeah, that game was something. It's one of those games where at a certain point you're just not mad who's gonna win. You just want to see how it ends.
Yeah, those games are awesome. I love games like that. That's why I like the Pens Flyers games so much. They're always like that.
I enjoy it too. No, the reason it was only 5-2. 5-2, 5-3, something like that. It wasn't as bad as you're making it out to be.
Oh, the most recent one?
Yeah, it was like 5-3.
Yeah, but when you guys played in the playoffs in what, 2012?
Yeah, that series.
Yeah,
First
like
game
every
was
game was like 5-4.
4-3. First game was 4-3. Then 8-5, 8-4, 10-3. I want to say 6-5, and then we ended up winning 5-1, I believe, in the final game.
Well, I just threw a question out there, but what is the highest scoring game you've ever been to?
That would be the 6-0 Flyers win against Montreal in the 2010 playoffs, game 1. We won 6-0. It was awesome.
What'd you say it was? I mean, obviously you won 6-0, but was it? Did you enjoy it? Obviously you did,
so much
but
fun. I had so much fun.
How was the crowd in that one?
It was insane. I mean, the first goal happened within the first 5 minutes, so the place was nonstop, like up. It was the 2010 playoffs, so we had just finished the comeback from 3-0 series against Boston, and then to face Montreal in the finals, and wow, it was my first hockey game since like 2003, so it was a great experience to watch.
My highest scoring game was actually last season.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy, he had season tickets to the Ducks, and he invited me to go see the Ducks versus Vancouver. And the Ducks were on a 7-game winning streak at the time. I went, and this is when Vancouver was just doing terribly. The Ducks beat them 9-1.
Wow.
And it was just brutal. Like, the Canucks were just god-awful that game.
I think I remember that loss.
I felt almost bad for them, but at the same time, I was like, the crowd just, like, oh, man. The stats were just incredible. It was not only the Ducks' highest scoring game ever, but, like, they said so many individual game records that game. It was just, like, stupid. I think somebody scored the most points ever in a game for the Ducks and shit like that. It was just ridiculous.
I think Solane scored. I think I remember this. I haven't been to that many high-scoring games, now that you say that. I saw a 5-1 win, I think, Blackhawks over the Maple Leafs. The best Blackhawks game I've ever been to in person was a 1-0 win.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, another high-scoring game I've been to was Flyers Penguins during the lockout. The Penguins won 6-5, one of the few wins they've ever gotten against us. It was a terrible game because at one point we were up like 5-2 or something like that, and we ended up losing, and it was terrible because I had Penguins fans sitting next to me. But yeah, I think that's the second highest scoring game I've ever been to. I was at a 5-2 win against Buffalo during the 2011 playoffs, and I think that was it.
We have a few responses, actually. Aloxa Fox says, WBS Penguins versus Charlotte Checkers. That's an AHL game. 2011, final score 9-5 for Charlotte.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. Amanda says, Thrashers lost 9-3 to the Maple Leafs.
Don't even look at her.
Don't even look at me. Buffalo Downey says 11-12 games in Rec League. Rec League doesn't count, dude. Like I've been in games where it's even worse than that.
If it's not that, then your
I
guys
remember one time I was playing goalie in a league, and I was our backup goalie, but our team was so much better than the team we were in. Like this team, like I don't even know why they signed up for our league. They didn't win a single game all season, but we were so dominant on them, and like there was no. Oh my God! I
Yeah.
shut them out, and it was like 15-0. And I'm like, I saw like 3 shots all game.
Wow.
Mary says 7-2 Preds versus Hawks. That was at. Oh, she was at the 7-5 game too, but didn't finish the game. Why would you leave a game that's 7-5?
Seriously. Unless it was 7-5 Blackhawks, then.
No, I think that was 7-5 Preds.
Why would you leave?
I don't know. Maybe she had to go get Shea Weber's car out of the garage.
Have you ever left a game and regretted it?
Yes. Absolutely.
We only leave about when there's about a minute left, so we can beat traffic. But even then, it's usually 30. It's between a minute to 30 seconds we try to leave. But we usually stand in like the walk after you get down the stairs. So you have the tunnel there. We stand in the tunnel until time's up, and then we run. That's as far as we've ever been to leaving early.
I left the Minnesota Wild game in like 2007. I think it was like maybe 4-2 when we left. And they tied it up 4-4, and it went to overtime, and I missed it. I don't even remember who they were playing. Maybe, no, I got no idea who they were playing. It was a while ago. And I left a Knicks game, New York Knicks basketball game last season that they came back and won in overtime that I should not have left. But it happens.
Yeah. Do you have a story, Dave, of a time you left?
Honestly, I can't think of a single one. I don't ever leave sports games early. I will say, though, that the only time I've almost left a game was 2001, and it was the greatest game I've ever been to. Not actually, the whole game wasn't that great, but the greatest ending to a game I've ever been to, and my dad had bought me tickets to the playoffs, Kings versus Detroit Red Wings. And the Kings were down 3-0 with 6 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad's like, let's go. I was like, no, I don't want to go. It's the playoffs. And I convinced him to stay because he had work in the morning, but he wanted to go. And the Kings pulled their goalie after getting a power play with 6 minutes left, scored 3 goals, and then won in overtime. It's called the Frenzy on Figueroa. It's one of the Kings' greatest games ever, as far as historically, and I still have a ticket to that game. But I almost left that game early. Aside from that, I really don't ever leave games just in sports in general early, unless it's a complete blowout and I really do need to go somewhere. I may have left a couple baseball games early at times, but I can't think of anything memorable.
I mean, that happens. Baseball's tough.
Well, yeah, baseball is tough because, I mean, obviously everybody has a chance up until the very end.
Also, baseball games are just so long, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 4 hours, and you're like, ugh, traffic in Southern California.
I was at a, during the, again, all my stories basically back to the 2010 playoffs, but me and my dad, the Philadelphia Flyers had a viewing party for the Game 7 against the Boston Bruins. And me and my dad went down there, and I don't know if everyone probably knows the story, but we went down 3-0 in the early in the first period. And I remember looking at my dad's like, do you want to go? I don't know how this is going to turn out. It's like, no, they only need to score 1 goal. And that was when Laviolette called the timeout and said we only need 1. And then we ended up coming back and winning, and I was so thankful. My dad says, no, we're going to stay and ride this out. And I remember...
Your dad's a good hockey fan.
Yeah, my dad has played hockey for a long time. So... But I remember... when they pan the crowd when they show the crowd on the TV, I actually see myself every single time I view the video. You don't really see me. You see like my jersey, and then you see my beard because I had a massive playoff beard at the time. Like that's all. You can't even see my face. It's just beard and jersey.
That is a hockey fan right there.
But yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was great to watch that series, and there were so many high fives. My hand hurt from all the high fives by the end of the game, but I was so happy. I remember texting my roommate that year because my roommate, my freshman year, was a Boston fan. He's from Boston, and I remember going when we went down 3-0, him texting me and being like, "Yo, your team's gonna lose." And I after that game, I texted him back. I'm like, "We're gonna lose," and he's like, "Shut up." I was so happy. It's always hilarious. I always room with like the team we're facing, like fans of the teams we're facing in the playoffs. They always say we're gonna lose, and then I get to text them back and say, "Haha," because it happened again during when I was rooming with a Penguins fan, and it was
You
great.
never talk trash in game. You talk trash before the game or after the game. But I feel like it's bad luck to talk trash during a game.
Yeah, that's what you do. You talk trash during the game, you always end up losing that game. It's how it works.
Yeah, that's the way the hockey gods work.
Yeah. But the thing is, with my roommate, my freshman year, the Boston fan, it was always during the series, but not during the game. He trash talked. But the hockey gods wanted something else that year.
Yeah, Blackhawks got up.
It
We have a
didn't
couple
happen.
responses from other people as far as highest scoring game goes. And Andrew Martin said that he went to a Washington versus Ottawa game that was 8-6, and Ovi scored 4 times.
Wow.
That's impressive.
That would be a terrible game to leave. Watching Ovechkin score 4 goals. You know, one of the best goal scorers of the modern era. So.
No,
No, I don't think he left that one. He just said that was one of the highest scoring ones he'd been to.
Oh, that was that question? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And then Cora answered 8 Carolina against Philadelphia, where Carolina scored 8 and Philadelphia scored 6 in 2005. I'm guessing that's in reference also to the highest scoring game, but she did not reply back to it. So.
If you guys, do you ever think that we'll get back? Oh, Anaheim scored already, by the way.
Mm.
We'll never get back to the '80s type of scoring.
I don't think so with the way the goaltenders play now. The way they played then was a lot easier to score on because they're so far out of the net. It's a lot easier to get around with them. But now with bigger pads, bigger goaltenders, it's a lot harder to score now. I don't think we're ever gonna get back to the games we had in the '80s. We're having a 3.0 goals against average was good or something.
I seriously doubt it, but I don't want to say never because if the NHL ever was really serious about increasing scoring and seriously decrease the size of goaltending pads or seriously increase the size of a net, we might see a couple seasons of high goal scoring again. But first of all, I doubt the NHL will ever be that serious about it. NHL kind of sucks at things like that. And I don't think it would be sustained. The people who think and work for these teams these days are too smart. They know that you have to have defense and offense to win a game, and I think that people are really focused on the defensive and goaltending aspects of it. So even if we had it for 1 or 2 seasons, I don't think we'd ever get back to that level. But speaking of games to leave early, there's got to be someone out there who left Mario Lemieux's 5 goals, 5 ways game early and has regretted it their whole life.
Yeah, there has to be that.
There's always one person.
Mm-hmm.
But that game, was that even a close game or not? So
yeah,
I'm
I think
wondering.
it was 5-4, but he scored an empty net goal, so it had to be kind of close.
Yeah, so that was an 8-6 victory for the Penguins. Why would you ever leave a game with that much scoring?
There's always someone.
Because at one point they were down 6-3.
Oh, hey, the Ducks scored again. I'm pretty sure I called out that I thought this game might be ugly tonight.
I'm pretty sure we called out Mike Smith. And here we are.
Yes. This is not going well.
I can watch this game live if I want, apparently. Oh, no, I can't. You lied to me, NHL.com.
Typical.
Well, I'm hoping that the Ducks score 15,000 points tonight because fantasy/betting reasons.
It was pointed out to me by James the Great, that this game is my name. It's Arizona versus Anaheim, which of course are abbreviated Ari and Anna. This game is Ariana. So I hope it's a really, really good game, okay?
How does it make you feel whenever these two teams face each other? It's going to be you.
I feel like I hate both these teams and would hope that they're all terrible. But this game is me. I don't know. This is weird for me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many tweets I've read this season already? We're only like 15 games in the season. How many tweets I read being like, Ari needs to, and I'm like, don't tell me what to do. And then I finish the sentence, and it's like, Ari needs to acquire defense. It's like, okay.
Don't boss you.
Don't fucking tell me what to do. And it's like, Ari needs to, like, get Shane Doan healthy. And it's like, oh, you're not talking about me.
Do you want to get Shane Doan healthy, Ari?
No, I hope he's terrible, and well, I never hope anyone's injured, but I do hope he plays terribly.
That means Shane Doan to the Blackhawks confirmed.
Uh-huh.
That would be interesting.
With what cap space?
You would obviously trade, what's his name? Hossa.
No.
Trade Hossa to acquire him.
No one is taking that contract. Also, trading Hossa to Arizona would just be a horribly cruel thing to do. Just flashbacks every day.
That means Hossa gets to go to the Stanley Cup Finals and loses as a member of the Coyotes.
As though the Coyotes are going to the playoffs. That's cute.
It would happen with Hossa because he has to go there and lose, even though he hasn't in the past times he's been there.
Yeah, we've got him to a 50-50% balance, okay?
It was so unlucky for him, though.
Well, now he's been quite lucky, and he's going to win one more at least before he retires, and we're going to get him above 50%.
Uh-huh.
We are.
Yeah.
You know what? Don't get on me. You didn't get anyone above 50% Stanley Cup percent wins.
We got Bernie Perron above 50%. We got Bobby Clark above 50%. Thank you very much. We got them both at 100%. No.
Oh, I have a trivia question for Dave.
Oh God.
Bernie Perron.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously famous for playing for you guys.
Yep.
But for the Flyers, that is. He went and played for the WHA.
He played for the Philadelphia Blazers.
But who was he originally picked up by in the WHA?
I have no idea. I know he played for the Philadelphia Blazers at one point.
It was a team that folded before they ever actually played a game, but he was originally selected by them.
I have no idea.
It was the Miami Screaming Eagles.
Okay. Yeah. I knew he came to Philadelphia at one point in the WHI. A team that was also pretty bad.
You know, the WHA was really good for hockey, even though it never lasted.
Mm-hmm.
And while I think that it had a lot of shortcomings and a lot of terrible management,
mm-hmm.
For those of you that don't know, the WHA lasted from 1972 to 79, and basically at the time, the NHL didn't have a players' union when they started, really. Like, they'd sort of set one up under Alan Eagleson when the league expanded in '67, mm-hmm. but it still wasn't what it is today. Like, it just didn't have any kind of clout like it does now, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Lindsay had tried to set up players' union before that happened, and he ended up having all kinds of problems. And so eventually the NHL did set up a players' union, but they still weren't getting paid the way they should have been paid for what they were generating for the teams. And so when the WHA came about in 1972, all of a sudden they were getting paid well. This is why guys like Bernie Perron and Bobby Hall left to join the WHA. Bobby Hall, when he left to join the WHA, got $1 million contract, which is the richest in the history of hockey at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, because the WHA was paying so much, it forced the NHL to start paying their players better. It also, unfortunately, destroyed a lot of semi-major leagues like the Western Hockey League. But what it did do is by the time the WHA folded because they couldn't financially support themselves in 1979, it forced the NHL to have higher salaries for players, which brought in more players also internationally at some point as well because of other things, and it basically made the NHL into a stronger league because of the competition. And it's one reason why I kind of sort of hope that the KHL develops into a stronger league in the same way like you have other leagues in soccer or something like that do well in Europe.
NHL to start changing a little bit for the better.
Because I feel like this NHL has grown kind of stagnant. They've been the best league in the world for a long time.
Yeah.
But hockey is, unlike basketball or football, there are no great other leagues. Even baseball, like Japan has a good league, Korea has a good team, but nobody has a good league other than baseball. Here in North America, the only league that's a good league, MLS is shit for soccer compared to the rest of the world. As far as globally, the NHL is the only league that we have with a sport that's revered in other countries as well. And I feel like it's not taken seriously enough. And I kind of wish it would be.
Very popular in Europe and some parts of Latin America. The Argentine Basketball League is quite good. The European League is, not quite at the NBA competition level, but it's quite good. Basketball is definitely, there are leagues that come close to the NBA.
Yeah. Because I know they've gotten some bigger name stars over in Europe. I know Allen Iverson has played there for a while, while he was not, while he was coming, he was at the tail end of his career at the time, but he's played over there for a little bit.
Pablo Prigioni just came over from Spain. He's been there for a while, plays for the Knicks now. I don't follow basketball as closely as I follow hockey, but I follow it kind of closely. There are definitely lots of great, quote-unquote prospects who are not really prospects anymore.
Yeah, I don't really follow basketball at all. The only reason I know Allen Iverson was because he was a 76er for a long time. Back when the best friend I had at the time was a huge basketball fan, so that's the only reason I know.
But while we're on the topic of the WHA, Dave, LA Dave, how do you feel about the fact that the original Sharks franchise was the Los Angeles Sharks?
Was the what?
There was a WHA franchise that was the first team called the Sharks, that I know of at least, that was the Los Angeles Sharks. And then they became the Baltimore team. But there was the Los Angeles Sharks.
True.
Wait, did I just tell you something about hockey that you didn't know?
No, I did know that, actually. I've read up on the WHA. They had a terrible logo, but they were not a very good team. The WHA though did.
Oh wow, that logo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thing is, the WHA struggled in Los Angeles because we already had the Kings here. However, I will say that before the Kings came to Los Angeles in '67, LA actually did have a decent hockey market, and people never remember that. Obviously, we are the second largest city in North America, so you're guaranteed to have people that are fans. But back in the Western Hockey League, we had the LA Monarchs, and we had Willie O'Ree play on our team. And Willie O'Ree, if you aren't familiar with hockey history, was the first black player in the history of the NHL. He played for the Boston Bruins. And he actually came west to Los Angeles and was a really good forward for us here for a long time when the Western Hockey League was popular. And as I mentioned in my WHA rant, one of the things about the WHA was that it caused other professional leagues to kind of fold because they couldn't support themselves without good players, and the WHA absorbed all the good players they had, and one of that was the Western Hockey League, which previously was the Pacific Coast Hockey League. And for those that aren't familiar, the Pacific Coast Hockey League, and before that the Pacific Coast Hockey Association, was the first professional hockey league in North America to allow forward passing, which happened thanks to the Patrick brothers, Frank and Lester Patrick, in 1913, and it revolutionized hockey. So, West Coast, best coast, obviously. Yeah, so there was a very good market here in Los Angeles. The Sharks are obviously a good name, and I have nothing against the Sharks name, and I'm glad that the Sharks took it, because the old team from Bay Area, the California Golden Seals, had a really terrible name and a really terrible logo and a really terrible owner. So I'm actually really glad the Sharks have a good ownership and they have a good team, because it makes hockey on the West Coast better.
So that was to the San Jose Sharks.
What's that?
It was a beautiful love letter to the San Jose Sharks.
I love to hate the Sharks. I love that the Sharks are there and that they do well. I love that California has 3 great teams.
Yeah,
I love
rivalry's only good if both teams are doing good. So,
say that again?
a rivalry is only a good rivalry if both teams are doing good.
Or both teams are doing bad.
But I mean, the Sharks and Kings and Ducks are all doing well. So
yeah.
Also, you can definitely
That's the best part about the rivalry.
You can definitely maintain a rivalry when one team is doing badly and one team is doing well.
Yeah.
But either when both teams are good or when both teams are bad, those are the most fun.
Mm-hmm.
For example, when both the Blackhawks and the Blues were terrible, I still hated the Blues. But then once the Blackhawks were good and the Blues were still kind of mediocre, I didn't hate them that much. Now they're both good, and I really hate them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that sort of charts the progression.
Yeah. All right. So
I think, I mean, as a Kings fan, growing up, for the most part, we were really terrible.
Mhm.
The Sharks were terrible for a couple years when they joined the league, but since then have been pretty successful for the majority of their history. So, I don't really get the whole, like, as somebody who's constantly rooting for an underdog team,
Mhm.
I do get that, but I think it's definitely better now that all 3 teams here in California are good.
Mhm. I mean, I'm going to point out the Islanders with the rest of the Atlantic Division. Everyone knows the rest of, like, old Atlantic Division, not current Atlantic Division. Like, you know, the Devils, Rangers, Flyers, and Penguins. The 4 of them hated each other. Then there was the Islanders that no one in our division really hated because they were never good.
The
Now,
Rangers still hated them.
Well, yeah, okay, we'll ignore the Rangers. But the other 3, there was, like, I know, for at least the Flyers and Penguins fans, there wasn't a true hatred with them. I guess the Devils do hate them based on, you know, all being, like, basically the same city. But for the rest of for the Penguins and Flyers, there wasn't a hatred for the Islanders because they just never good. But now the Islanders are starting to pick it up. I'm kind of starting to see something coming from that. So.
I hope the
So,
Islanders are good.
I don't want them to be good. Not at all.
I was in the Kings versus Islanders thread yesterday, and I went to the Islanders game a couple nights ago against the Ducks.
Mm-hmm.
The Islanders are one of those franchises you look back on,
Mm-hmm.
and you wonder what they could have been after their greatness. Like, obviously, the Islanders are the last team in the NHL to win 4 straight Stanley Cups.
Yeah.
They were the first real dynasty after the original 6 teams.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Philadelphia won 2.
That's not technically a dynasty, though.
But it's, yeah, to me, it wasn't much of a dynasty. The Islanders also set not only an NHL but North American record
Mhm.
for winning 19 consecutive playoff series between 1980 and 84. They won 4 straight between 80 and 83, but they lost in the finals in 84 to Edmonton. Um,
That was the changing of the dynasties right there.
Yeah, when it comes to dynasties, I think they're referred to dynasties if you win at least 3 Stanley Cups within a short period of time.
Montreal laughs in your face.
I think that's the general rule. You have to win 3 in a short period of time.
I mean, Montreal and the Islanders, in the modern era at least, I mean, like we mentioned earlier about Ottawa, Ottawa obviously won the Stanley Cup, whatever it was, 9 times in a row, whatever we said earlier. But that was in the Challenge era when it wasn't really 9 years in a row.
Yeah.
It wasn't all playoff series. It was just one series, and against oftentimes shitty competition.
Yeah.
But Montreal and the Islanders are the only NHL teams to win the Cup 4 years in a row. Montreal did it twice. They did it prior to the Islanders, actually, between 76 and 79, and then they also did it between 56 and 60. They did it 5 times in a row, and that's the only time a team's ever done it 5 times in a row.
I don't like you shitting on Ottawa's competition anymore, now that I know that they traveled with Flood Dogs.
We're back to mushing here.
Yeah, I think you need to have more respect. Have a little goddamn respect, Dave.
Hey, you know what? The Senators were led by a guy with one eye. Like I said, one eye, Frank McGee. Oh, and also that brings me back to L.A. because Willie O'Ree, who I mentioned, who was the first black player in the history of hockey, or at least in the history of the NHL, he got hit in the face with a puck and lost vision in his eye. And off the top of my head, I don't remember if he played left wing or right wing, but he actually switched wings because he lost most of the vision in his eye. But he never told anybody because he was obviously already black, so that put him at a disadvantage. And so once he lost most of the vision in one eye, he switched wings because then he could see the puck better as he was coming up the ice when he turned his head. So, yeah, that's kind of amazing.
That's a crazy story.
That's actually really cool.
And the thing is, he did it like in the same season too. I mean, if you've ever covered your eye and tried to do anything with depth perception with only one eye, that's unbelievable that he was able to continue not only skating but ended up making the NHL with only one eye and never telling anybody.
Being able to accept passes, shoot at the goal. That's actually really amazing that someone was able to do that.
And Willie O'Ree still, I think, lives in Southern California because he played here for a long time, as I mentioned, and he does a lot of inner city work and just like work with minorities throughout the NHL still. So he's a pretty old guy now, but if you ever want to take a look at somebody that just like played hard throughout their career just because they loved hockey, Willie O'Ree is that kind of guy.
What do you do to players to make them stay in California? Do you like kidnap children? With like 3 times tonight, we've been like, oh yeah, this player used to play for the Kings, and you're like, oh yeah, they definitely still live here.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is not even to say, obviously, California is the most populous state in America for a reason. It's because if you're affluent enough to live here on a regular basis and live well, like, I mean, I'm middle class, so it's a beautiful place that's sunny all the time, and it's hard not to like it here. So, yeah, I mean, like, guys like Paul Kariya and Timo Solani, they still live here, even though they're retired. Timo has a steakhouse now. He lives in, one of the richest cities in the country. He lives in Costa de Caza, which Kobe Bryant lives in too. It's like Kobe Bryant lives in Costa de Caza and literally takes a helicopter to every game over at Staples Center because he doesn't want to drive because he feels driving affects his legs and he doesn't want to tire his legs out before a game.
That's amazing. That's an amazing story.
Yeah, so they live in Orange County. They live here. I mean, Orange County is a beautiful place. There's a reason why California is what it is. It's the reason why a lot of, rich and famous people live here because it is nice. Like, I know we get shit on a lot for a lot of different things and a lot of people being superficial, but there is this running joke that nobody in California is actually from California, but that's mostly because all these famous people come here and then they end up staying. So they're all from somewhere else and they came here either for entertainment or sports or whatever, and they stay.
I don't know. I've never been to Southern California, so I'll take your word for it.
Never. Closest I've been was
Arizona. A lot of it is just that it's consistent too. We have pretty much year-round sun.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you have no fall and it's hot. That sounds terrible.
But it's a dry heat over there, isn't it?
you say that, but yeah, exactly. It's like we don't have
They don't
even
have
like
the
even here in
humidity
Southern
we have
like
here.
in August it gets bad because we have like 100-degree weather at times. But aside from that, I mean, like I know I said it was hot today, but it reached like a high of maybe 90 today. But at the same time, that was for like an hour.
90 is
And
horrible.
But
you say
are you
that,
thinking of
but
90 with humidity? 90
but
dry heat, Ari.
there's no humidity here almost year round.
It's a dry heat is completely different than humidity heat.
My preferred temperature is 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
What?
I'm from Minnesota.
Yeah, that's basically what it is year round, isn't it?
It's like 60 degrees in Washington right now, and I'm miserable.
What temperature is it currently right here? I think it's slightly cold where I am, though.
Good. It builds a character, and it's better for you.
It's 37
I'm gonna
degrees
say,
right now.
I mean, I've never lived in a cold climate, so I can't argue one way or the other. I know obviously a lot of the East Coast enjoys the four seasons, and that's all well and good. So to each their own. Myself, I mean, every time I've been to the East Coast, it's been during summer or spring. I've never been to a cold climate during winter. So pretty much my experience in places on the East Coast that are not, I've been to actually a lot of cities traveling for work throughout the country, but it's all been during, or at least not during winter. So for me, it's like when I was in New York, I was there during summer. It was humid and god awful. When I was in
I hate New York
Atlanta,
in the
it
summer.
was humid and there was bugs everywhere. It's like when I was in, actually Pennsylvania, I've been to a lot of times because there used to be a distributor that I went to there like twice a year. So Pennsylvania, I've been up and down on. Even like Chicago, when I went to Chicago, it was humid during the summer. It was like I've never been anywhere that I've enjoyed the weather more than Southern California. So for me, that's just how it is, but obviously I'm from here.
Chicago's best season is fall, like September, October. New York is really, really great in December if you don't live there. If you're a tourist, December is great. It's all lit up and there's fresh snow and it's just beautiful. If you live there, there are a bunch of fucking tourists because it's all lit up and beautiful. The only place I've ever lived where it was like really hot was I lived in Shanghai for a while, and I was just absolutely the worst place in the world. But that's a wet heat.
Mm-hmm. We got some
Shanghai is
answers.
basically Vietnam. Anyway, sorry.
We got some responses based on us talking about heat here. The Woozle says he's a SoCal native and it's amazing. 90 is not bad at all in SoCal. Cora says her family all left Minnesota and went to Southern California and never looked back.
That's
It's really nice.
Minnesota's great.
Yeah, it is too.
And she says it's really nice and we all need to go. Which the closest I've been to Southern California is either Arizona or Las Vegas. It's the closest I've ever been to Southern California.
I
Personally.
used to go to San Francisco a lot.
Mm-hmm.
San Francisco's pretty great. Other than that,
I'm too poor now to go take vacations like that.
wow. Anyways, the point being, Shanghai is like Vietnam, and living in hot places is hell. So.
By the way, I want to say Cora gave me a shout out on Twitter saying that, like I mentioned before, Willie O'Ree playing here in LA. He played. There was the Monarchs here, and I mentioned them, but there was also after that the Blades, which is actually who he played for, Los Angeles Blades. And she said that her grandparents actually supported the Blades when they were here in LA, and then switched to the Kings. So there's definitely been hockey here for a long time. And mind you, the Blades and the Monarchs go back to like the 1940s. So hockey's been here. And actually, I know I'm sharing way too much like historical shit. I'm sure you're all bored of it. But San Diego, during the Western Hockey League, had the most attendance for years back in the day. San Diego Gulls had a ton of attendance back in the day. Portland, they had the Rosebuds who actually played who were the first American team to play for a Stanley Cup. And then there was the Portland Buckaroos, and they were a really good team too. Seattle Metropolitans were the first American team to ever win the Stanley Cup. West Coast has had a lot of good representation, but the NHL just ignored them for years. And during the 40s and 50s and 60s, the Western Hockey League was trying their best. They actually made an agreement with the NHL to be their expansion team. They're their expansion like West Coast team or league. And they wanted basically to be the NHL with the original 6 and then an expansion 6 with the WHL. And the NHL ended up turning their backs on that deal even after they'd signed a paper to say that they would, and basically shunned the WHL, and then the WHA, the World Hockey Association, started up, and the NHL ended up expanding to their own 6 teams that they got more money for, I believe. So basically the NHL and then the WHA caused the collapse of the Western Hockey League. The Western Hockey League had been around forever. The only surviving member really of that is the Vancouver Canucks. And the Vancouver Canucks were started in 1945. And they played in the Western Hockey League and Pacific Coast Hockey League. And then they ended up joining the NHL in 1970, a couple years before the WHL collapsed. So, boom! History.
Apparently, the Woozle just shared something with us, a tweet that was sent out, apparently. It says the Kings can't call up a replacement if Regier can't play because they're $160 short of having enough cap room. What do you guys think about that?
Wait, what did he say?
The Kings can't call up a replacement if Regier can't play because they're $160 short of having enough cap room.
$160 short?
Yep.
I saw this actually because the Royal Half was tweeting about like if only Drew Doughty had taken the deal that was $160 less.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
Obviously, as a Kings fan, I understand why Voynov suspended indefinitely. I don't understand why he's still counted against their cap right now. This is an off-ice situation involving one player. It's not a reflection of the team, and I really don't agree with the fact that Voynov's still counted against our cap. And this has been weeks now.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't something that just like, oh yeah, last week Voynov did this. It's like, still no charges pressed against him. Whether you agree that his wife is just doing this so that he doesn't get deported or whatever. Okay, I think something's fishy here myself, but I really don't understand why the Kings as a team are being penalized for this.
Yeah, they shouldn't be being penalized for something that doesn't involve them as an organization. It's one player. They should just remove him, remove his cap hit.
Yeah, and the Kings did the right thing in the situation in terms of suspending him. So they definitely I think the NHL is still figuring out how this is going to work. Unfortunately, they need to establish a protocol. It's not a situation that's going to happen once and never again. And you guys are suffering through the experimentation period. That sucks. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I don't know where any of this is going. It seems like there have been a couple developments recently. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the things we have to wait and see how that all kind of settles. Kind of a score update. It looks like it's 3-2 Washington against Chicago with about 3 minutes and 49 seconds left in the third, and Anaheim's beating Arizona at the end of the first 2-0. So.
If we lose this game, I'm going to be super pissed off.
How's the game going? I'm not able to watch it, so.
Since the mid to the end of the second half of the second period is just horrible. The third period's been okay.
Okay.
It hasn't been bad, but it hasn't been like firing. I'm not watching that closely though.
Have you guys pulled your goalie yet?
No.
You think that should be coming soon? Because they've been pulling him like at 3 minutes now because of
Patrick Waugh.
Yeah, what he did last year. I know Berube pulled against the Panthers, pulled him with basically like 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. couple games ago.
I'm still laughing about the fact that one of the beat writers for the Avalanche wrote a book about how Patrick Waugh saved the Avalanche last season, and now the Avalanche is terrible again.
He got lucky.
Yeah, well,
He inherited a team that actually wasn't bad, but had horrible stat numbers.
and then he had amazing stat numbers, and now they're regressing. And trust me, no one is more vindicated by this than me. But I wonder how Dater's book is selling. You know, about the Colorado Avalanche have been saved, and here they are in what, second to last place in the Western Conference. But I'm an asshole, so that's not news.
Yeah. All right.
Did we lose LA, Dave?
He is muted right now.
Oh, I was wondering. Suddenly,
he'll be back in a minute. Suddenly, there's no more history lessons.
I was gonna say all of history cried out and was suddenly silent.
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
Pay attention to the messages I send you because I said I'd be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, I saw that. I said that.
Okay.
See, I have this thing as like on the side, so the chat box doesn't always appear.
Got you.
I'm watching the
So,
game.
what about history lessons?
Oh, the Avalanche are terrible.
Yeah, the Avalanche are terrible right now.
The Avalanche are terrible, so what does that have to do with history?
In history, they weren't bad.
Okay.
Adrian Gator wrote a book about how Patrick Waugh saved the Avalanche. We were talking about the fact the Blackhawks haven't. Oh, they just pulled their goalie.
Oh, they did? Okay. How many minutes left? Like
120 or so.
Okay.
I'm gonna be really. Why is Chris Versteeg on the ice with 1:10 left to go in a 1-goal game? You couldn't put anyone better on the ice.
I really wish Patrick Kane would score right now, just for reasons.
I already miss Patrick.
Is it betting reasons?
Yes.
Do I have any Blackhawks that I want to score? Can it be?
I don't know if any of you guys bet, but I feel like betting makes games more fun. Same with fantasy. Like, fantasy in general, I think it's a bad rep. Like, people are always calling it like it's basically nerd sports or whatnot, but I feel like you learn more about players from other teams. You become a more knowledgeable fan, either as a fantasy player or as somebody that bets on games or things like that. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on fantasy hockey?
I enjoy it, but I'm really bad at it.
Yeah, I'm terrible.
Like right now, the team I have is -1 for the night because the only player that's really doing anything is Keith Yandel, but he has -1 ±. So I'm kind of doing bad at the moment. I don't have many players playing. I'm just bad at the whole drafting thing.
I mean, my team was auto-drafted this year. One of my teams was auto-drafted this year.
I remember that.
Yeah. Everyone who was present for that draft remembers it. Memorably, my only goaltender was Rob Zapp, who is not an NHL goaltender.
I had to tell you, one of the things we were trying to do, we were looking through the list to see how many people were above Chris Versteeg on.
Oh yeah, you guys were trying to draft Versteeg.
We were trying to draft all the people above Versteeg just so you could draft Versteeg, but you had already filled out your whatever winger he is. You already had filled out your roster for that, so you were gonna draft something else, so we didn't do it.
In my other fantasy league, I actually drafted my team, and my team is like pretty great actually. You know, like Getzlaf, Stamkos, Rick Nash, Kessler, Hossa, Drouin, Toffoli, Jay Weber. It's a pretty good team.
Yeah.
Matthew Shane.
But
I'm definitely
my fantasy team suffers from homerism.
So I asked the question out there: Do you like fantasy hockey? Do you feel it makes you a better fan, or that it makes you just in general enjoy hockey more? Or do you enjoy hockey less because of it? Like, you don't want to root for certain players?
It's not that I don't want to root for certain. I don't draft players from Pittsburgh, so I don't have to root. So I don't have to root for them. Like, I have rules. I don't draft people from certain teams just so I don't have to root for them.
Oh, come on.
But then you're handicapping yourself as a fantasy owner.
Oh.
Yes, it's why I don't bet money on myself.
Okay.
If I was betting money, I would draft people from Pittsburgh, but since I'm not
So do
drafting,
you just play fantasy hockey then for fun,
yeah, for fun.
or do you actually try to win?
I try to win. I mean, last year I only lost one game for one of my teams I was playing on. So, like, I do play to win, but I'm not so good at the whole drafting aspect of it. Especially with I'm only playing one, like, a league this year, and it was a 20 team league, so it was difficult after a certain point to find players.
Right.
I mean, that drafting we did was 22 rounds. After a certain point, you're just searching and searching, and then you look up and you'll have like 10 seconds left to find somebody.
Well, fantasy football is obviously the most popular fantasy sport in North America, and that's not only just because football is the most popular sport, but because it's the easiest fantasy sport to play. So, you're both die-hard hockey fans now, like, guess I could assume to say. Um, why do you feel that you don't necessarily enjoy fantasy hockey as much? Like, what could make fantasy hockey better?
For me, I guess it would be like an easier rundown of like what players would be better to draft at certain points. Like, yeah, it gives you a listing of like these players are good, all these players are ranked this way, but like kind of a help thing for new people trying to learn how to draft, really.
Yeah, I guess I haven't ever really played seriously. This is the first year I've ever played, actually. And to be honest, I'm not dumb, but fantasy hockey can be really confusing. You know, in different leagues, different things are worth different points. You know, does plus minus count? Do hits count? Do fights count? How do I weigh those things when drafting a player? You know, how much do goalie wins count for, goals against, or, you know, games played? And then different leagues have different formats, too. I'm playing in 2 leagues. One league, you play against an opponent, which I guess is the fantasy football sort of style. And then in another league, we just, like, are all playing against each other all the time, and it's ranked. And I haven't put the time or effort in to understand it well enough to really get the way I would have to play the system in order to do well at it. If it was more like hockey itself, where, you know, you just assemble a good team and roll with it, then I would probably enjoy it more.
Well, I mean, you guys obviously know I'm one of the mods over at Our Fantasy Hockey. And I write a weekly fantasy hockey piece for Last Word on Sports every week. I would throw this out to any of our listeners or, you know, anybody on Twitter, but if you have any questions, just hit me up. Because what you're talking about as far as the difference between head-to-head and rotisserie is, you know, where you're all playing each other at one time. So I'm assuming you have either 10 categories or 12 categories in that league. And probably 3 or 4 of them are goalie, and then the rest are skater. So it is a different strategy, but I don't necessarily think that it should be less fun one way or the other. I know head-to-head's an easier way to view it, or at least to get people into fantasy sports, because you're playing just one person every week.
I actually prefer it's called rotisserie?
Yes.
I actually prefer that over the head-to-head matchup.
I do too, because as a purist, my biggest problem, even though I've been playing fantasy football since 1999, and I've been playing fantasy hockey since like 2000, 2001, head-to-head is really not fun when you have a bad week. Whereas rotisserie counts all of your points throughout all the season, and so it's a cumulative score and how good you are throughout the entire year versus everybody else in your league. And I prefer that, but most people won't do that because halfway through the year, half the team is shitty, or half the league is shitty, so they all stop playing. So that's always a concern. But I agree with you that rotisserie, if you are in a competitive league, then it's a lot more fun because everybody's competing against all of each other. Instead of, say, last year, no offense to, I played in one Reddit league, and I came in second place, and in the final, even though I think I may have scored more points throughout the season than somebody I lost to, which would be David Gamboa, who's also part of the Mighty Dave show. He beat me in the finals because I had a bad week. You know, it's like, oh, well, that sucks. One bad week just cost me the championship, you know. So it does take a little bit different strategy. But like I said, if anybody has any questions, hit me up either on Twitter or go to our Fantasy Hockey. There's daily threads every day, and you guys answer all your questions, get some helpful advice. I have just started recently this week playing on FanDuel as well, which is for money. But basically, you can play head-to-head every day against somebody for, you know, $1 or $2 or more if you want, or you can play against thousands of people at once for $1 or $2. But that's basically like playing a lottery. So, you know, it's to me, it's a fun experience, and hopefully, we'll all make money if everybody wants to share some information. By the way, scoring update.
Yeah, Arizona scored.
Scored 2 goals in the last 2 minutes, and are now tied with the Ducks.
Wait, did they really?
They're tied now?
Shane Doan just scored, and is now 2-2.
We blessed you, Shane Doan. You're so welcome.
Good job, Shane Doan. Making us look like idiots.
I will say, you asked on Twitter what would make people enjoy fantasy hockey more, and Megan said beating me would make her enjoy fantasy hockey anymore. And I just want to say, it's never going to happen, Megan. It's just never going to happen.
Wait, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
So Megan and I are playing in a league together, and for a while, not anymore, I was leading the league by like 20 points. And Megan has never been above me. It's a rotisserie style league. Megan has never been above me. And right now she's only 0.5 points behind me. But I'm just going to go ahead and say, you're never going to beat me, Megan. And that really sucks for you.
Chris said that categories for grit and heart.
Yes.
If you're doing that, you gotta throw truculence.
No truculence, huh, Chris?
I would be so much better at fantasy hockey if there was a truculence category.
And Paul said if nobody got injured, yes. I have 5 guys that are out or on IR today in one league. Like, injuries are brutal, but...
Oh, yeah.
Especially when it's your big point getters.
Yeah, at least in hockey, though, usually, unless it's the playoffs, most injuries aren't that terrible, unless it's like a Stamkos last year. But
fucking Pavel Datsyuk was my first-round pick, and not going well.
My first round was Tuukka Rask, so I was good.
Yeah, Rob Zepp.
You know, if you had read my articles that I write for Last Word on Sports, I would have mentioned that I didn't think Pavel Datsyuk was going to be a good pick this year.
Well, I didn't pick him. Autodraft picked him.
By the way, don't ever auto-draft.
I remember the one player you picked up was Tyler Johnson.
Auto-draft.
Oh, yeah.
The Tyler Johnson she picked up was the free agent version. That was the wrong Tyler Johnson because ESPN Sports,
yes,
there's 2 Tyler Johnsons, and they set the wrong one to put where he was, and Ari's auto-drafted him.
And if you had read, once again, my article in the preseason regarding drafting, I did mention that ESPN had the wrong Tyler Johnson listed.
But she auto-drafted, so we all knew it. We all knew it as it was happening, but then we saw it and we were laughing.
My partner was supposed to be there. He didn't make it. I had a conflict, couldn't make the time. I tried like 20 minutes before I had to leave to arrange auto-draft a little bit. The only thing I managed to do was ensure that I wouldn't draft Varlamov, which was fine from a moral standpoint, but from a practical standpoint, somehow I ended up with Rob Zepp. Okay.
He's amazing.
I have Josh Harding, who's a good goalie, but then he kicked a fucking wall.
But he's Josh Harding.
I would like to throw out there, though, for any of you listening that actually do want some legitimate fantasy advice, and not just like what is better or what is worse. If you actually do follow hockey and you enjoy the day-to-day grind, you really do. I mean, it takes. You're not me. I understand I'm an exception to the rule. No, but none of you that are listening to this are in 13 fantasy leagues like I am.
That's a lot of fantasy leagues.
Exactly, but if you're like Ari and you're in 2 fantasy leagues, or maybe even like 1, I don't know, Dave, how many are you in?
1.
Yeah. It takes less than 5 minutes per day if you're in 1, maybe 5 minutes if you're in 2. All you got to do every day is if you wake up or the first time you're at work or whatever, you log in, all you got to do, set your fantasy team. If it's a Friday, you know that you're going to have some free time on Friday because it's casual Friday. You set your lineup for the weekend just in case you forget or you wake up late. Maintenance, maintenance, maintenance. That's all your fantasy team needs in order to succeed in a sport like hockey, because the vast majority of people that fail don't check their team every day. They don't set their lineup every day. Also, almost every league you're in is going to give you 4 to 7. I'm in one league that gives us 10 roster moves per week. That means you could have 7 different guys that you can pick up during the course of the week. If I'm in a league on ESPN that gives me 7 per week, that means every day I pick up one guy that's playing that day. In Yahoo, if you're playing Yahoo, you know you have a 24-hour window a lot of the time. So you check your lineup for the next day, you add a guy that's playing tomorrow. It's just that simple. You dominate your fantasy leagues. Like, I'm not saying I win all 13 of the fantasy leagues I'm in this season. I'm in a couple where I have, you know what? I'm terrible in like 2 of my leagues of the 13 I'm in. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I'm just saying, based on experience, and if you talk to other people I've played with, you just maintain. Pick people up every day, 1 person every day if you're in a league, or 4 people every week if you're in a league that does that. Those extra 4, maybe 10 points, sometimes a guy will surprise you, get a couple goals out of nowhere. That's the difference between winning and losing.
That's interesting. Obviously, this is all new to me. I hadn't thought about that before, to just pick a player up because they're playing. I've never, I change my roster every day to make sure that the players I own who are playing are on my, not on the bench. But I haven't ever picked a player up just because they're playing. That's interesting.
You know, I mean, that's literally, like I said, if you're playing ESPN, most ESPN leagues will give you 7 waiver moves per week. Yahoo usually, I think the default is 4. So, and those are the 2 biggest probably fantasy leagues, unless you're playing in Canada and you're on like office pools, or some people play CBS. CBS is a lot like Yahoo though. But yeah, so like ESPN, I know Ari's playing at least one ESPN league. They give you 7 roster moves per week. If you look, I know Ari's in at least one league I'm playing in. If you look at the moves that I make every week, I'm making at least 1 move almost every day. Because when you're in a league, our league is exceptionally big. There aren't many leagues that are 20 teams deep. So most are 10 or 12. Yeah. But still, especially in a league that's as big as ours, it's important to make sure that you have players playing every day, because that's the difference between possibly 7 to 10 points. If a guy gets a point every day, the guys you're picking up off the waiver wire aren't going to score you more than 1 or 2 points in a night normally, but that's still, realistically, 7 to maybe 15 points in a week extra that you're getting. And looking, like, let's say just in the league we're in right now, you're losing right now 105 to 92. You still got the whole weekend left. That's okay. I mean, if, let's just say you bump that up and score an extra 15 points this week, you'd be right there in the mix if you had been picking players up every day this week.
Worth a shot, I guess.
Yeah, something I probably should start trying to do, seeing as I'm currently 1-3.
Yeah, I think I'm just about the same.
I am the last place in my division.
I
And
finally won
you know
though.
what? Like
Nice.
I actually this week in the league that we're in together, Ari, you and
Mhm.
I, I'm actually teammates in that league because we got a few people from Reddit, and I'm in there with Sleep. And earlier this week, I asked her. I said, "I'm gonna give you the call, let you tell me who to pick up this week." She said, she's a Rangers fan. She's like, "Pick up um, Matt Hunwick," and I'm like, "All right, whatever." It's New York Rangers. Matt Hunwick is owned in literally 0.8% of leagues throughout ESPN. That's less than 1% of leagues. She said, pick him up. The Rangers are struggling in our defense. You know what? Matt Hunwick this week had 3.4 points against St. Louis, 8.9 points against Detroit.
Yeah, he's actually had a great
Hunwick
week.
just scored us 12 points because we picked him up this week.
That's the league I'm in, right? With you guys?
I
Yeah.
believe so as well, yeah.
Yes.
If you're playing fantasy, you have it's literally like I said, but none of you guys listening are in as many leagues as I am. I know this, so it's not like you're spending 20 minutes a day. It's 5 minutes a day, not even 5 minutes a day. But if you really want to like be good at fantasy, you gotta be putting in that time, changing your lineup every day, picking up a guy, that's playing that day. And you can sort. Like even if you go to players, you sort by players that are playing that day. It'll break down everybody that's playing that day or playing tomorrow if you're on Yahoo.
Mm-hmm.
Because Yahoo, you can't pick up players the day of the game. You got to pick them up for the next day. But yeah, it's just simple. It's just simple maintenance.
I just picked up Sam Gagne, who's playing right now.
Well, you're not going to get credit
Put
for
him
him
on
until
your
tomorrow.
roster, yeah.
I know, but frankly, there's a lot of dead weight at the bottom of my roster that could do with being dropped. So,
We have a question from Twitter, by the way.
Okay.
oh, by the way, if you are in that league with us, Rob Zeff is still available.
Who is?
Rob
No.
Oh, sweet. Let me
NHL
grab
goalie
him really
Rob
quick.
Zeff. So if you're
Um,
looking for a little bit of help, you're welcome.
Paul says, "Who is the most adorable player aged 20 or less in the NHL?"
Go ahead, Ari.
Shut the fuck up. That's a tough question.
I don't know who's under 20.
Elias Lindholm.
Yeah, actually, that is kind of a tough question, Paul, because I don't know who's under 20.
No, don't worry, guys. I got this.
All right,
Go
go ahead.
Ari.
I'm glad you're picking off them. Ari's a cradle robber.
I'm 22, dude.
I know.
If you're 20, you're totally within my dating range. I'm not dating someone who's 19. Frankly, I'm not dating anyone who's younger than 22. But Elias Lindholm, very cute. On the Carolina Hurricanes. Let's see. Off the top of my head, this is tough. Now that I put myself on the spot.
I'm just looking to see who's 20 years old and under.
Yeah, I honestly
Malcolm
have no
Subban
idea.
is not
Go
in
with
NHL right
Tanner
now.
Pearson.
Tanner Pearson's not that cute.
Looking dude.
Eh.
I just know that Kings fans seem to like him, so I'm just throwing Tanner Pearson out there.
Well, we don't have a lot to choose from in your team, frankly.
What's that?
Don't have a lot to choose from on your team.
That is true. Like I mentioned earlier, I will continue to mention that the Kings are the ugliest team in the league. If anybody wants to argue that the Kings are not the ugliest team in the league, please provide proof. And you can't just provide one or two players because we have half of our team that's just hideous. So.
I mean, there's definitely teams that are not
Kennedy is
attractive.
automatically bad.
I mean, like Arizona is not an attractive team. Let's see. Florida, not. Ekblad's cute. Ekblad's young. There you go.
Ekblad looks like he's fucking 30.
That's true. But I have Brandon Saad on my team, so I can't really throw stones there. Brandon Saad is my age, and Brandon Saad definitely looks at least 5 years older than me.
There's not many players that are under 20 years old right now.
there. Where do I even look this up? Like, I'm
I am
usually
going through
pretty
every
good at
single
searching
team
shit.
on Yahoo.
I'm like,
On
where the
Wikipedia.
hell do I find like player age?
Like, if you go to Wikipedia and click on each player, then go down to their roster, it does have a list of ages on it. That's what
I'm just trying to think of like people who were drafted this year or last year. So like, Hurdle is adorable. Can't argue with that. I wish Hurdle was on baseball.
Paul's throwing up a picture of somebody that I don't even know. So, Cora says Sean Monahan.
Sean Monahan is not cute. Come on.
Where the fuck is that? Carolina.
He plays in Calgary.
No,
I have no idea who Paul threw up there, but he threw up a picture of some dude in a fire hat.
Oh,
so.
that's Lindholm. That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's adorable. Yeah.
Elias Lindholm. Do the Flyers even have somebody that's under 20 years old? No, we don't. Youngest is Sean Couturier, who is not a very good-looking person. As a man, that's all I can say. He's not very good-looking. His face is very flat.
I mean, frankly, that was a pretty arbitrary conversation we just had. But there are definitely young players who are adorable.
Yeah.
There are older players who are adorable too. I don't want to discriminate based on age.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Erik Karlsson, adorable.
Yeah, Erik Karlsson's one of the guys you look at and you're like, God damn it, man, why do you got to make me look bad?
And then you hear his laugh.
What's that?
Did you ever hear his laugh?
No, I have not.
His laugh, he sounds like a geek laugh. Like, I guess it's horrible to say, but it sounds like the laugh that you would, like, stereotypically give to a geek.
I mean, he's not Jason Spezza, so how bad could it be?
That could be what I'm thinking of Jason Spezza's laugh, then. I know one of them has a bad laugh.
Spezza has the worst laugh.
Is it Spezza, then?
Yeah.
Prospects don't count, Paul, because they are not in the NHL if they're prospects.
I will say I'm going to give an unpopular opinion right now, and you can feel free to prepare the pitchforks, all those listening. Erik Karlsson needs a shave and a haircut to be cute again.
I mean, his hair is kind of part of his identity. I wouldn't care if he got a shave, but just as a man, like, I think that his facial hair is pretty shitty. And I say that as somebody that can't grow a beard very well myself. So, yeah, his facial hair could use a cut. But as far as his actual hair goes, I can't comment because I could never pull off hair like he does. So I think a lot of people do love his flow.
Having long hair is nice.
I'm going to agree with you halfway. I'm going to say that his facial hair could definitely use some improvement. As far as his flow goes, I mean, if you got it, fucking flaunt it before you go bald. Like, I mean...
I guess I can't sympathize on that level.
Yeah, I mean, girls don't really go bald, so...
I can't sympathize.
Basically, he's like, every time he talks to Ryan Getzlaf, he's like, hey, dude, check out my flow.
I mean, it's not that Erik Karlsson needs to cut his flow entirely. It's just, if the flow was a little bit more, like, chin length and not collarbone length, I just think that would be an improvement. And Paul thinks we're oppressing him. We probably are.
Telling Paul that he should just enjoy his 4 wins in a row with the Hurricanes, because...
I apologize for that. It's my fault.
Eric Stahl is so cute. After they won today at the interview, they were talking to...
Come on.
No, they were talking to Eric... I'm going to finish the story, dude. They were talking to Eric Stahl, and they're like, okay, so you won 4 games in a row. Like, what's next? And his answer was win 4 more. And that's adorable, because that's not going to happen.
He's the captain. He has to say that. I had a good question, but I forgot it now. Oh, anyway, continue. Paul says he doesn't feel feelings. I understand you, Paul.
We're continuing about talking about what?
I don't know. What were we talking about?
We were talking about good-looking guys, I guess.
I mean, That's fine.
But
Someone
that's-
made a good point to me today in conversation, which is, Ari, if you wanted to follow a sport for the attractive men, you would have picked a sport with all their teeth in.
Yeah.
And that's
Very. I mean, not that obviously I played hockey. I don't want to bash on hockey players, but I don't think hockey players have ever had a very good reputation for being good looking. I think that the Swedish influence has helped, but
I have spent all week being confused over the fact that Darren Helm isn't Swedish.
Yes, I remember you being confused about that.
I found out on Fucking Awesome this week that Darren Helm is Canadian. And he looks Swedish. He's on the Red Wings.
So you just
So I just assumed he's Swedish.
but he's from
He doesn't-
Winnipeg.
He doesn't have an accent. But to be fair, neither does Gabriel Landeskog. So I just assumed he was one of those Swedes who like played his junior in Canada. And I
He's
don't
on
know.
the 2007 Canadian team that won gold.
Ari,
Yeah.
if you had to pick one player to marry just based on looks, who would it be?
I was about to say I would never marry a hockey player. I assume until I meet one in person, they're all douchebags.
If you had to pick one player to be with based on looks, who would it be?
That's a tough question. Am I allowed to factor in like team?
You
Are
can
we
factor in whatever the
whatever
fuck
you
you
want.
want. You just have to pick one player.
Can I like age people up and age people down?
Yes.
Okay, because Marian Hossa is too old for me, but I'm gonna go ahead and say Marian Hossa.
That's fair enough.
I don't know what you expected.
I don't know.
I mean, if I had to pick a closer player who was like closer to my age, and if I'm just picking based on looks, I'll go with Matthew Shane.
Interesting.
Matthew Shane.
Yeah,
is beautiful.
I've never understood. Like, I'm a guy that has no problem admitting when a guy's good looking. I have never understood the Matt Duchene thing.
I'm looking at pictures now.
I totally get Landeskog. I totally get Carlson. I totally get Sagan. I don't understand Duchene.
I
I,
look at you saying I don't understand it either.
really?
Eh.
I think he's
He looks
beautiful.
like a little boy to me, and like, I don't know.
I don't
I don't
know. It's
he looks like a guy to me that like I'm not necessarily worse looking than. So I guess I don't get it. If that makes sense. Like I feel like if I was a professional athlete, I wouldn't look any. Like I feel like I'd look better than him. So to me, maybe
I see him
that's
as average looking. He's average,
yeah.
I guess.
Wow, what world do you live in where Matthew Shane looks average? Because I'm moving to that world.
I am a male, okay? I don't have like the same criteria that you do.
Yeah, no, and I guess like I said, I normally like I have no problem admitting when a guy's good looking. So for me, it's just kind of weird to me. Like I know generally when somebody's better looking than me, and to me it's like Matt Duchene. I'm like I'm not impressed with Matt Duchene.
A really great smile.
He has soulless eyes.
He does not have soulless eyes. You take that back.
I will not.
There's a video somewhere of Matthew Shane playing with his dog in the water this summer, and it's really great to me emotionally. If someone has
I
a
have a
link to
really,
that
I have
video.
a really huge and literally like a huge like 8x5 Matt Duchene hockey card because I got it with a pack of cards I got. If you want it, I'll send it to you. It's fucking gigantic hockey card that for no reason is just gigantic. Matt Duchene looks like he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm telling you, he has soulless eyes, dude.
I'm so offended right now.
He almost looks like a robot. Like I'm just saying,
Oh my
like
God.
he looks like
So offended right now. Why are you insulting something? It's terrible. I expected when I came on this podcast that you guys were going to shit on my team and maybe make fun of me at fantasy hockey, and I was going to get told that someone hated me. Like, those were all things I expected. I did not expect you to be so mean to Matthew Shane.
Apparently, Cora agrees with you though about Matthew Shane.
Because he's beautiful.
Cora agrees that he's beautiful or that he's a soulless robot.
He's not a soulless
She
robot.
says it's okay, Ari. I'm agreeing with you about Matthew Shane.
He plays hockey with so much passion and intensity. I'm so sad.
Okay.
Oh, I did have one other thing to say that was not Matthew Shane related.
But now
But you mentioned hockey cards. The greatest hockey card of all time, and I would love to hear you guys dispute this, is there is a hockey card where Dennis Savard, the former Blackhawk great, is holding a picture of a horse.
What?
And I'm trying to find it right now. I would argue that is the greatest hockey card of all time. I found it. I'm going to send the link in the sidebar. Dave, can you tweet it out?
Okay.
Please do.
It's incredible.
It loads. Come on, load.
And I think no matter who I
wow.
get for our Hockey Secret Santa, I'm going to buy them like 5 of these. And just include it.
Tweeted it out.
It's actually while he's on the Canadiens,
Did you
not while
really
he's on the
tweet that
Blackhawks.
question out, Dave?
Wait, what did he tweet out?
Is Matthew Shane a soulless robot?
No! You guys so... How dare you?
Paul said his face is like a rugby ball.
That's not even true. He's so attractive.
Oh, Dennis Savard rocking those like, ugh. Wow. You have one of these cards?
No, but I want one.
What kind of
No.
shoes are those? Anyway,
I don't know, dude. It was
for those
1993.
listening, if you haven't checked,
I think they're 10.
all right. Well, anyway.
No, they're not kids. Dennis Savard was so great. If I had been like 10 years older, he would be my favorite hockey player of all time.
Well, is there a player that you wish you'd been in your prime to see other than, obviously, like Stan Mikita or something? Like somebody, well, maybe even not even that.
I mean, I was going to say Bobby Orr, but do you mean on the Blackhawks?
No, just in general.
Bobby Orr. I would love to have seen Bobby Orr play. Or, to be honest, Gretzky. You know, to see Gretzky play in the 80s, that would have been so cool.
I totally saw that.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. If you could pick one player, though, you're saying just Gretzky?
No, Bobby Orr. I'm going with Bobby Orr. Because, like, we got pretty good video of Gretzky. And, like, I've seen Gretzky play. I don't remember it that well. But
Where did you see him play?
I'm sure when I was a kid on TV.
Yeah.
I mean, hockey was on all the time.
No, Gretzky is the reason that I'm a fan. Like,
Fuck you, Paul. I know that you tagged me in that just to upset me. Fuck you.
what did he do?
He said if he could see any player play, it would be Scott Stevens. And he intentionally put an @ Ari Raid just so I would see that he said Scott Stevens. You know what, Paul? If you want to watch Scott Stevens play, you can go watch Game 6 on YouTube where he almost kills Paul Correa. And you enjoy that.
It's not before our time, so it doesn't even matter as an answer.
Yeah, true.
For me personally, it would probably either be Bobby Clark or Bernie Perrant. I would love to see play. Even though
That's
technically
relevant.
I did see them play because they were in the Winter Classic, the alumni game that I went to. So technically did, but
Aw.
not, the Bernie Perrant or Bobby Clark.
That's relevant because Lockria just tweeted Karlamov.
I'd also like to see Brian Prop play. He was great. But yeah.
Find this video of Matt Duchene from my own fucking Tumblr, and I cannot find it.
What, you want to watch To Soul's Eyes?
They're not so.
You what? You want to watch a robot?
Devastating. You know what? You know what? Dave, Philly Dave.
Yeah.
Kotaru looks like he can't read. He wears too much plaid.
He's still adorable.
He can't find his own teeth.
He's
So-
still adorable.
I don't want you throwing shade at my
I don't
face.
hear you arguing that he's not adorable.
The only time he's adorable is in that gif with someone else.
Uh-huh.
And
You-
my favorite Kotaru moment is still when Crosby batted his glove away.
Voracek's glove.
A Vortex glove. Away from Giroux.
Away from Voracek.
I thought that, oh, is that not that?
It was Voracek's glove that Crosby knocked away. That Claude Giroux grabbed Crosby. The linesman jumped between the two of them, held Claude Giroux, and then Crosby started punching. When Claude Giroux was held by a linesman. Pissed me off, that whole situation. But we got the last laugh. Yeah, that was a fun playoffs. Terry answered the question. She says she would love to see Ken Dryden play.
Oh, I do love Ken Dryden.
Yeah, I wish I could have seen him play too.
If I was going to pick a goalie to see play, though, I might go with, like, Jacques Plante.
A lot of people feel he's the greatest goaltender of all time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where, and he sort of invented a lot of things about goaltending as we know it, as far as I understand it. So,
No, he was not the first goaltender to wear a mask, though.
no, but he did make it kind of famous.
Mm-hmm.
You know who was the first one?
I just saw this the other day.
Because I posted it.
Well, that would be why.
Clint Benedict.
It was.
And that is definitely one that I looked up. Like my other question that I answered earlier in the show that I totally knew. I forget what the question was. It was about someone playing on somebody's wing. Oh, the Coyotes wing. But yeah, I totally did not look this one up. I totally did look this one up.
Since we have one period left,
Mhm.
and since I don't know how many people we have.
Still have a good number of people watching.
Okay. I'm wondering if we should do a trivia contest this week.
It's up to you, I guess. But I will answer the question they put about who they would want to see play before your time. We've got a few other answers come in. Crazy Knucklehead Chris would love to see Bobby Orr play.
Of course.
He would like to get his knees checked out. K-Mad would love to see Bobby Clark play.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I agree with him.
You know that I'm just gonna. I mean, didn't mean to cut you off, but Wayne Gretzky said that Bobby Orr influenced his game a lot because of his behind the net play.
Bobby Clark.
Or yeah, Bobby Clark. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to say, did Gretzky can watch Bobby Orr.
Oh.
Yeah. Bobby Clark's behind the net play definitely influenced. I think it was like Gretzky's dad said, "Watch this guy behind the net. If you play like him behind the net, you'll be good," or something like that.
Gretzky also says that. I mean, Gretzky kind of can't say he's the best hockey player of all time, but he does say that Bobby Clark is the best of all time.
Really?
I've heard him say. I've read that.
I mean, with Bobby Clark, he definitely was better than many people thought he was going to be because of his diabetes issue. So everyone thought he wasn't going to be as great, so that's why they kind of let him go to the second round, where the Flyers drafted him. They probably didn't expect much from him.
Let's see. I personally, if I had to pick somebody, I would pick Doug Harvey. I know that K-Mad loves Doug Harvey as well, but just as somebody who grew up playing defense, I mean, obviously we all want to see Bobby Orr, but I think Doug Harvey, even before Bobby Orr, changed the way the defense was played, and Bobby Orr was just better. But Doug Harvey won like 7 Norris trophies.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, we just lost
So-
Ari.
Well,
So
that's
it's just me and you now.
I blame Matt Duchene.
It's all Matt Duchene's fault. Did you want to do a trivia question?
Well, now that K-Mad's listening, yes, because I think he'll get it. Although, does K-Mad need more Reddit gold?
Did you
All
want
right.
to post them out because you're in the Reddit account, or did you want me to do it?
Oh no. What kind of question do you think the people would want? Last week I asked one that was kind of difficult, but I had to give somebody a clue, and then they got it. So.
I have no idea anything about hockey history that we could ask. So,
Well, this week on Reddit we've talked about suspensions and things like that. Do you think there's a lot of stuff I could come up with, obviously? So, let me check really quick. And then let me look into this. But while we're looking into this, I did. Oh. Let's see. I was looking for something old school. Alright, how about, since we've been talking about the Western Hockey League all night, what would you think about posting a question about that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm going to post... Which team won the most Western Hockey League / Pacific Coast Hockey Association, because they're the same league, championships?
Pacific Coast Hockey Championships. Are you posting it, or should I?
I'm posting it right now.
Okay, then never mind. That I have no idea.
Actually, this question's kind of easy. I kind of feel like I want... I don't know.
Up to you. You are the hockey trivia connoisseur. Ari's back.
Ari is back. Ari,
If she.
are you there? Because I kind of feel like this is too easy and K-Mad will get it right away. So,
I'm back. Sorry.
it's okay. I was going to pose
What did
a
I miss?
trivia question,
Yeah, that's a trivia question.
but I kind of want it to be something a little more difficult because I don't want a cheesy answer somebody could Google right away. Do you feel you have something like that, or do you feel that you want it to be something super difficult?
Yeah, I think the more difficult, the better.
Yeah.
I think that a great trivia question is a question that no one can answer.
But at the same time, we still want a winner. Everybody likes a winner.
I mean, people will come up with a winner eventually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Well, we're going to make it old school hockey because I'm on that roll tonight, so...
Go.
Alright. You guys discuss something while I post this question.
Dave, not including any Flyers, who is your favorite player in the National Hockey League?
Ooh, not including any. I'm guessing current and former Flyers.
You can go ahead and say Jeff Carter if you want to, but no current or former Flyers.
Okay, because he wasn't even anywhere close to the top of my list.
I know, I'm teasing you.
Who would
Everyone
I
hates Jeff Carter.
say? Oh, this is actually very difficult.
I know.
I'm a fan
I
of.
wouldn't.
I'm a really big fan of Stammer.
That's fair. He's so fun to watch.
Yeah, really big fan. So I'm gonna go with him, Stammer. With Tuukka Rask as a close second.
I, frankly, 2013 killed all my affections for Tuukka Rask.
Anyway, what about you? Who's your favorite non-current or former Blackhawk?
Um, in terms of players I like to watch, I I love to watch Crosby. Which I can understand why you would hate that answer.
Yeah, you're allowed to have your answer. I'll allow it. So that's gonna be your answer, though.
Uh, it's like I don't want to say Crosby because he's Crosby, but on the other hand, I do.
Crosby.
If there's no game on that I feel passionate about, I will watch the Penguins watch. You know what? You know who I'm going to go with? John Tavares.
Okay.
John Tavares is definitely like I'll watch the Islanders just to watch him play.
He is a very good player, yeah.
I went to the Ducks games just to watch him 2 days ago, and he
Yeah,
scored
he's
2
awesome.
goals.
An OT goal too, eh?
Say that again?
An OT goal too, eh?
Oh yeah, for sure.
There was a player from the NHL in Paraguay. From Paraguay. You guys know that?
Did not know that.
Yeah. And that's
Yeah.
very easy to find out. Yeah, Willie Plett. Played from 1976 to 1988.
I know that one player played their lockout hockey in Thailand. That's probably pretty easy to Google.
Yeah.
Do you know who?
No? Who?
Dave, do you know? Other Dave, do you know who?
Say again?
There was a hockey player who played their lockout hockey in Thailand.
In Thailand.
Yeah.
No, who was it?
Johnny Oduya.
Oh, really?
What?
He decided he wanted to go to Thailand. He played there. They won the championship, presumably because they had Johnny Oduya on their team.
Yeah, probably.
And then he came back to. Then the lockout ended. That was my favorite. They were, the Blackhawks came back and they were all talking about what they did during the lockout. And I was like, Johnny, like, where'd you go? Like, you didn't go to Sweden. Why didn't you go to Sweden? He was like, oh, I wanted a change of pace. I went to Thailand.
I wanted to be better than everyone else.
Jonathan Taves was literally like, why?
That's awesome. Well, I originally had a question planned for this, but I'm having trouble finding the answer myself. I figured
Trivia question.
that might be a bit of a problem. So I'm gonna say, but it would be too easy if I asked something else.
I mean, we can keep talking while you look.
Say again?
We can keep talking while you look.
It might be on the 12th page of Google.
No, I know.
So, Ari,
Yeah.
how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm scrolling through Tumblr to find more pictures of Matthew Shane to share with you.
You mean the pictures that I'm not looking at?
It's not a hardship, to be honest. I was just thinking about things we could talk about, and all I came up with was Paul Korea.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Go on your rant.
No, we'll save
We all
that. We'll save that for when Dave comes back.
We all kind of have a thing we want to rant about, I guess.
I mean, I have lots of things that I'd be more than happy to rant about.
Just
Sort of
go.
a personality trait.
Just go. Have fun.
No, but you don't want that. I'm just gonna make someone mad.
Is that the point of podcast? To make people mad? That I get talked about?
I probably do that every week. This has been like the least angry podcast of my life.
I enjoy you getting mad on the Puckin' Awesome show. I enjoy it.
Thank you. You guys should listen to the fucking awesome show if you don't. It's on Mondays at a time that I usually get wrong.
9:30 Eastern.
9. Oh yeah, that's right. Because I was half an hour early last time.
You shut up.
I don't. I'm not really good at timing, like being places on time, or really anything involving time.
Mm-hmm.
So every day, every Monday, before Puckin' Awesome, Terry is like, Ari, do you know what time the thing starts? And I'm like, yeah, I got it. And then I'm either half an hour late or half an hour early.
I thought you have like 6 alarms set up though.
Well, I don't remember to set them every Monday. I did set them one Monday where it was an incremental series of alarms. Where
I remember you talking about that.
Yeah. Every 5 minutes I was late, they were allowed to say something that would upset me more. So the first 5 minutes, it was like they could talk shit about me. And then 5 minutes later, they could talk shit about the Blackhawks. And like 5 minutes after that, they could talk shit about Marian Hossa. And like, basically I got incrementally penalized the later I was. That's not a bad system. It was pretty inspiring. So I guess maybe we'll set one up for a podcast too. If I'm 5 minutes late, you can say that Matt Duchene isn't attractive, and if I'm 10 minutes late...
Marian Hossa isn't attractive.
Yeah, Marian Hossa is a beautiful man. You would never want to say that.
Hey, I can say it easily.
You are full of regret immediately.
No,
I know you can feel it.
Nope.
Do I have to start looking through Marian Hossa Tumblr too?
You can have fun looking through it if you want.
Yeah, because don't challenge
I'm
me.
pretty sure a week or two ago I said Henrik Lundqvist is not a good-looking man on one of these shows.
Henrik Lundqvist is like too... He's that guy that all your girlfriends are into, and you're like, you know what, I just don't like his attitude.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just...
I don't see it with Henrik Lundqvist in all honesty.
There are times when I look at him and I'm like, alright, you're really cute. But he, like, his attitude, he knows he's cute. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
He's too smug.
Okay.
You got it now?
I couldn't find what I was looking for, but I came up with something else.
Alright, you too.
So, here's my question. Who is the Pacific Coast Hockey Association's all-time leading scorer, and what team did he first win a Stanley Cup with?
I have no idea.
I do not even know what the Pacific Hockey Association is.
By the way, that the link you just tweeted out, Ari,
Yeah.
it is telling me it's an invalid cust.
Ah, shit, I fucked it up.
I don't even know what that means, but that's what it was telling me.
I'll fix it, don't worry. I'm motivated.
Okay.
So Dave, I asked other Dave this question, but who is your favorite player who is not currently or formerly an LA King?
Who's my favorite player that's not currently
Yeah.
or formerly?
Currently in the league.
Yeah, currently in the league.
Oh, it's not currently in the league or a former.
That's currently in the league, but it cannot be a current king or a former king.
I mean, as a kid, I
No,
loved watching Mario Lemieux, but
That's playing now.
Yeah, playing right now.
right now,
Yeah.
gotta be Ovechkin, easily.
Hmm.
Interesting. All three of us came up with different good answers.
Someone just answered your question. They said Mickey McKay
No,
for the Vancouver Millionaires. Nope.
that is wrong.
You are wrong, Buffs Buffet.
Sorry, I don't actually know who Buffs McKay is. Was that because reasons before?
thank you
Yeah,
for
it's because
answering the
reasons.
question.
Yeah.
Okay.
But thank you for
What was
your
that,
answer.
Ari?
I appreciate that people are answering the question even if they're wrong.
I do too. Now, Mickey McKay
Mhm.
did play for the Vancouver Millionaires, who did win a Stanley Cup, but he was not the all-time leading scorer
Yeah, it
for the
says
Pacific Coast Hockey Association. He was fourth all-time in scoring for the Pacific Coast
It says
Hockey.
right on his Wikipedia, a gifted scorer, McKay led the PCHA in goals 3 times, assists twice, and was the league's all-time leading scorer upon its demise. It says it right on Wikipedia.
Well, one of the Wikipedias is wrong then. As far as goals scored,
I think that goals scored. That could just be points. No, he's not even first in points, according to this.
no, he's not. No.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, Mickey McKay is not the answer. Like, I think Wikipedia is wrong on Mickey McKay. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking at the Pacific Coast Hockey Association, it's not that. But I think I did find the answer myself, but I don't win because I'm part of this show. I'm not allowed to win.
you found who it is?
I think so.
Okay.
I haven't been looking.
As I said, I'm not allowed to play, so I'm
That's
not
true.
giving my answer.
I've been harassing the our HockeyCast account with images. So.
That I'm not looking at.
Other people might need to look at them for educational purposes. But yeah, I'm done now.
Apparently, I don't know why Buffalo Downey is saying that they lost a bet with P3 last night, but apparently they did. Don't know why.
Who lost the bet with P3?
Because reasons. I think that's who it is, at least.
Oh. Hockey Babbler says Cyclone Taylor. Is that right?
That's only part of the question.
Oh, and with Ottawa was her other part of the answer.
That is true.
Yay, Bab!
That is exactly who I thought it was.
Yes, Cyclone Taylor. And I actually am going to go off on Cyclone Taylor for a second because that's what I do. Cyclone Taylor played originally for Ottawa, which we mentioned earlier. I kind of thought this would all come back around when I came up with this question, but Cyclone Taylor played with Ottawa when they won a championship. And that was part of the Silver Seven that I was talking about. And he won a championship in like 1909, I believe. And he was a great player. Got basically picked up by Lester and Frank Patrick to play for Vancouver Millionaires. And the Vancouver Millionaires, at the time, were playing the Pacific Coast Hockey Association. And as mentioned before on this podcast and other places, the Pacific Coast Hockey Association was the first league in North America to allow the forward pass, or at least to eliminate the red line. So people, at least to eliminate the offsides. So hockey used to be played similar to rugby, where you couldn't pass forward. So Pacific Coast Hockey Association eliminated that. Cyclone Taylor was a great skater and was just a great player in general. So he ended up going to play for them, and they, back in 1915, I believe, the Vancouver Millionaires played against shoot, forgetting right now. But Vancouver Millionaires were the first team that allowed the forward pass in 1915. And mind you, the Pacific Coast Hockey Association established the forward pass in 1913. But at that time, the Pacific Coast Hockey Association and the National Hockey Association, which was a precursor to the NHL, played each other for the Stanley Cup every year.
Mm.
And they'd already established the forward pass, but they hadn't beaten a more established and longer-lasting National Hockey Association. So it was kind of seen as a gimmick. But because it was taking off on the West Coast, the first time the forward pass on a team that won the Stanley Cup was 1915 with the Vancouver Millionaires. And at that time, the teams basically split forward pass versus not forward pass in the finals. So when you played a game, the home team, if you were Vancouver, would be allowed to, like the teams would be allowed to pass the puck forward. Kind of like today.
Designated hitter in baseball.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Is like when you play in the World Series now, if you're the home team and you're the National League, you don't have a designated hitter. So when Vancouver played in the 1915 Stanley Cup Finals, when they were the home team, they could pass the puck forward, and then when they were the road team and they were playing against the Toronto Blue Shirts. No, excuse me. Shoot, I should have probably looked this up before I said anything. But I just know that they won the Stanley Cup then. They were not allowed to pass the puck forward. Well, basically, passing the puck forward evolved the game of hockey because a lot of a lot of players back in the day were playing 60 minutes a game. Once you started passing the puck forward, it sped the game up. So you started having more line changes. Oh, they were actually playing the Ottawa Senators, his old team, in 1915. So sped the game up, which helped to evolve lines and line changes, which hadn't happened before because there used to be so many players that would play the entire game because the game was so slow because there was no forward passing at the time. So yeah, Cyclone Taylor would go on, he would leave Ottawa, go to the Millionaires, and then win the Stanley Cup against his old team, Ottawa, in 1915, which is the first time Vancouver, well, I guess it's also the only time Vancouver's ever won a Stanley Cup, but it's the first time a team that allowed forward passing would win the Stanley Cup, and it basically revolutionized hockey as we know it. So
I love when people beat their former teams in the playoffs or in the Stanley Cup final. That's the greatest. Like, I would love for the Blackhawks to beat the Rangers with Brad Richards this year, Stanley Cup final. That'd be amazing.
Why the Rangers, though? Just because it is his old team? So do you want him to play Dallas? Do you want him to play Dallas in the playoffs as well?
Fine with me, too. I was just, like, the first player that came to mind that we acquired from another team was Brad Richards. We did it recently. But, like, yeah, I'd love to play the Red Wings in the Stanley Cup final, beat them with Marian Hossa. I would also just love to play the Red Wings in the Stanley Cup final.
That would be a fun Stanley Cup final.
Oh my God! Can you imagine whoever lost with just eternal shame? That would be stressful.
Yeah.
If you guys ever want to check out a book, by the way, it's actually a really short book, but it goes into detail about the evolution of the game, and it's by the author Craig Bowlsby, Bowlsby, and it's called 1913: The Year They Invented the Future of Hockey. And it's super short, actually. Like you can literally read it in like an hour without a problem, regardless of how fast you read. But it goes into detail just about that transition in 1913. So. And it really did. Like I said, it changed, and not only did you have speedier players, so Vancouver at the time, once they adapted to that, not only became faster and needed more lines and better players, but eventually in you added another line, so then you had two lines, and then in 1925, the Pittsburgh Pittsburgh Pirates at the time out of the third line because they were terrible. So they constantly were refreshing lines. And that was with Ole Cleghorn, who was their coach and former player. He was the first coach to ever roll 3 lines. So
I just want to take a moment to say, wait, a Pittsburgh team named the Pirates being terrible? I have never heard of such a thing.
they were an expansion team at the time. I will at least give them credit for saying they were an expansion team. So
Okay, well,
Yeah,
the current Pittsburgh Pirates aren't a fucking expansion team anymore, so if they could win a couple games, that'd be great.
Yeah, then those Pittsburgh Pirates moved to Philadelphia to become the Quakers, and they had the worst season ever. Won 4 games, I think, before they... And then they lost, like, what, 28 or something? They were terrible. Philadelphia Quakers.
Well, with a name like the Quakers, you can't expect them to be very good at hockey.
Funny, during the 2012 Winter Classic against the Rangers, everyone thought we had the old Quakers uniforms as our going to be our uniforms, which I'm very happy we didn't.
Okay, can someone who's a Capitals fan tell me if Braden Holtby had that beard always, or if he just started growing it for No Shave November?
I don't feel like he had a beard before.
He grew that in 8 days. Isn't that a lot of beard?
I do not know what his beard looks like.
The Washington Capitals just tweeted it. Here, I can send you a link.
Oh, that. Oh, he probably had that for a while.
Yeah, that's what I think. But if he did grow that all in 8 days, I'm really impressed. Not an easily impressed person, so.
Uh-huh.
I'm not. Have you ever seen me be easily impressed?
Yes.
What am
You're
I
easily impressed by, not Langeskog, the other player we were saying isn't good looking.
I can't even remember his name. You know
That's
who I'm
how
not
bad-looking
impressed
he
right
is.
now? It's you.
I'm actually Duchesne, that's his name.
Oh my god.
You're easily impressed by Duchesne.
No, he had to work very hard to impress me.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm mostly impressed by the way he plays hockey, but the fact that he's adorable helps.
Yeah.
You know what, Dave? When you're the 3rd overall pick in the NHL draft, call me back.
I don't need to be.
Oh yeah, Beer League All-Star, eh?
What?
Beer League All-Star, eh?
Yeah.
Do either of you play hockey?
Nope.
Not
Have you ever?
I do not have the
10 years.
knee for it.
I mean, when I was a kid, I was a figure skater, so waiting for ice time or on a pond or whatever, I played pickup, but I've never played formal hockey in my life.
My dad didn't want to wake up at 5 in the morning to drive me to hockey practice, so he had me play soccer instead.
Got you.
Even though he's a hockey player himself, he plays at night.
Well, I would advise both of you to pick up and go play beginner hockey.
I'm actually skating tomorrow,
Good.
but I only have figure skates, so.
I have regular skates, but I don't use them much because, as I said, skating more than like 15 minutes makes me have some type of pain in my knee. So
Makes you what?
makes me have pain in my knee after 15 minutes of skating. So
Skating does?
yeah, I hurt my knee playing soccer, so I need long.
No, I mean, I blew out my knee playing football, but skating has never hurt me. I'm kind of...
Yeah, it's the cold really that makes my knee hurt. But that could just because I'm skating lazily and not actually playing hockey. So that could have something to do with it.
Have you considered a knee brace?
I don't do much physical activity, so I don't need it.
Well,
I do have
I
a
feel
knee
like
brace,
skating's not that difficult on your knees, just speaking from personal experience with knee problems.
Wait, Dave, if you want to come really full circle, you should sleep in your knee brace like Pema Solane.
They're like one of the first conversations we had of the night.
We've literally come like 2.5 hours full circle now.
More than 2.5 hours.
How long have we been doing this for?
Well, we started at 8 and announced 12:14.
Oh my god. Now I
It's been
understand.
3 hours and 4. Now you understand how it happens.
Now I understand.
You know, Timo Solani had his greatest season in 92, 93. He set the rookie record with 132 points that year. But do you know who set the all-time record for first-year players?
I actually did know this at one point.
Um,
I actually saw this recently.
I mean, Gretzky?
No.
It was Wayne Gretzky.
Was it?
Wayne
it, Dave.
Gretzky scored 137 points his first season in the NHL, but he was not considered a rookie because he played in the WHA for the Edmonton Oilers before the WHA folded and the Oilers were absorbed by the NHL. That first year in the season, though, when he scored 137, he tied for the Art Ross Trophy. Well, he tied for the scoring lead, but he lost the Art Ross Trophy actually to LA Kings player Marcel Dion because Dion scored more goals that season.
Is that how they break the tie?
What's that?
Is that how they break the tie today?
They still do, yes. Whoever scores more goals gets the tiebreaker. So, because they value goals more than assists or secondary assists.
Well, secondary assists are bullshit, so...
That is true, but you're saying that as somebody who's a Duncan Keith defender who scored like 30 secondary assists last season, so...
No, I thought Shea Weber should have won the Norris last season. I was not a Shea Weber, or I was not Duncan Keith for Norris fan.
Shea Weber's never going to win as long as he's in a secondary market like Nashville.
If they go to the playoffs this year, maybe he'll win it.
Maybe.
I'm still ticked about 2011. Nick Lidstrom did not deserve that.
That's honestly Shea Weber's biggest problem. It's because he's been in a secondary market like Nashville. If he was in a if he actually came to Philadelphia, he probably would have won it by now.
A bitter Philly fan.
No, I'm not even being bitter about it. I'm being serious. It's because of the market he plays in. He doesn't get as much exposure as the other defensemen like Nick Lindstrom did in Detroit, or Duncan Keith and Duncan Keith won it this year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or him in Chicago, PK Subban in Montreal. They are all massive markets compared to Nashville, where Shea Weber is, which is why they get more exposure and are more likely to win it over him.
Yeah, I mean, like a guy like Mark Giordano playing for the Flames, even though the Flames, as a Canadian market, gets a lot of media, if you play for a team that's just not very good, you're not really going to win any of these awards.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the way it goes.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the greatest player to never win an individual award?
Never win any individual award?
Yes.
That's a good question.
Maybe Brad Park. Brad Park came second or third runner-up to Bobby Orr for the Norris, like 5 times.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
He ended up going to Boston too. He played on New York and then he went to Boston. That's
a really good question.
Honestly,
that's a tough question. I know it's very vague. Probably tough to answer at this point, but there's a lot of really great players that, I mean, I mentioned Marcel Dion earlier. He's probably the greatest player to ever win a Stanley Cup, but he did win, like I said, the Art Ross Trophy. Maybe, did Ron Francis ever win anything?
I'll look that up.
I have a hard time sometimes putting players before when I watch hockey into a metric of ranking players, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. He won the Selke, the Lady Bang, King Clancy, and so yeah, he did win awards. Ron Francis.
Yeah, I think Brad Park. I don't know if Brad Park even made the Hall of Fame, did he? He probably did.
I mean, he was like the second defenseman of the whole era.
Yeah, I mean, he was.
He is at 1988. He made it into the Hockey Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility.
He was runner-up for the Norris Trophy in 70, 71, 72, 74, 76, and 78. That's ridiculous. Like, that has to suck. Like, you have to think, like, if he hadn't played with Bobby Orr, he probably would have won at least 3 Norris trophies.
Yeah. I guess we'll give that to him then.
Do you guys ever? I know there's been other people like Jeff Merrick or some other people that do podcasts that say that Bobby Orr's numbers are inflated because he played in the easiest era in NHL history because the expansion from 6 to 12 teams. Do you take any credence in that? Because Bobby Orr still dominated compared to everybody else in his era.
He's still dominant against the original 6, so it doesn't really matter.
I mean, like, you can only judge players by the time they played in. Like, you can't, you can't say that, sorry, I totally lost all of my words. I need a cup of coffee. But you can't say that Bobby Orr wasn't as good because we can't judge him by the standards of today's hockey. Gretzky wouldn't have scored as many goals if he played against better goalies, better defenses. But you still have to give credit to like what they achieved and what they accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really have a patience for era comparisons. It's the same problem in tennis. Like, sure, Rod Laver won a ton of Grand Slams, but Rod Laver won a lot of Grand Slams in an era where most people didn't go to the Australian Open because no one wanted to go to Australia because it was really far. So, fuck it, right? Like, that's why it's so hard to pick the best player of all time, and it's why I don't really bother.
I may have found a runner-up to Brad Park.
Mm.
Adam Oates, 17th all-time in NHL scoring. Never won an individual award.
Well, really? Nothing?
No. He played in 5 All-Star games.
Did he ever win, like...
He holds the record for most points by an NHL player who ever played in NCAA hockey. I don't see any awards for him.
I don't see anything either. I'm looking at it.
Go on.
Obviously, he played in a very offensive era, so his numbers are slightly inflated, but still, he's top 20 all-time in scoring, never won an award. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
There's 7 minutes left in this Anaheim-Arizona game. It's still 2-2. If Anaheim would go ahead and score about 3 goals between Ryan Getzlaf and Devontae Smith-Pelly, that'd be really great for me.
I guess we're going to go until that game's done.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what we usually end up doing every single week anyway, so. Because that's just how it ends up at the end of the night. So I guess we'll kind of look at the games tomorrow. You want to do that?
Sure.
Games tomorrow, we have quite a few. I'll list the visiting team first and the home team. Calgary, Florida, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Rangers, Toronto, Minnesota, Montreal, Winnipeg, Ottawa, Colorado, Philadelphia, Tampa Bay, Columbus, Carolina, Washington, Nashville, St. Louis, San Jose, Dallas, Islanders, Arizona, Vancouver, Los Angeles. So what would be your guys' game of the day? Looking at it.
I think Montreal and Minnesota both have shitty power plays, as we talked about earlier. Both are decent teams. Both are playing okay hockey, but not great hockey. I'm picking that one. I think that's going to be interesting to see.
I think you just stole my game. I was going to say Montreal's coming off just broke a losing streak against Buffalo, which doesn't really count. So this is the first real game since that streak that was really nasty. Minnesota has lost a couple players to injury. Going to be looking to, and just lost a bad game too. They're going to be looking to get 2 points in a tough Central Division to sound like a stereotype right there.
Yeah.
And be the good team. But if I don't pick the same team as Dave, I think I go with Nashville St. Louis.
No, you're not. That's my team. That was my game I'm picking.
Well, you can pick Vancouver Los Angeles, which is the other good game of the night. I'm going with Nashville St. Louis.
I refuse to let you because I'm the host. You're not allowed.
Fine. Ari can take Montreal, Minnesota. I'll take Los Angeles.
There you
Tell
go.
us about Nashville and St. Louis.
Nashville, St. Louis. I definitely want to see how this kind of winds up because they're both at the top of their division, fighting for it, separated by 1 point. Both playing the same amount of games with win the St. Louis. St. Louis is currently on a 7-game win streak.
Now, someone please stop.
So I kind of want to see how that ends up for them. Yeah, personally, I think that'd be really fun to watch. St. Louis is flying. Nashville has been flying this season, and yeah, I want to see how it goes.
In some ways, when Nashville is playing well, they're a little bit similar in some ways, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think that St. Louis has I don't have the confidence in St. Louis's goaltending that I do in Pekka Rinne, but they're strong defensive team. Nashville's starting to find a little bit of an offensive rhythm. Obviously, Nashville doesn't have a guy like Tarasenko, but Forsberg, as long as he shoots like 20% or whatever he's shooting,
yeah,
could be an interesting one.
As far as Los Angeles and Vancouver goes, Vancouver is hot right now. Ryan Miller is smoking hot right now. A lot of people I have spoken to, as far as Vancouver fans go, feel that Vancouver is playing over their head, and they don't think that this will last. They feel that Ryan Miller is just carrying them. As far as Los Angeles goes, as a Kings fan, like I said earlier, our offense is dried up. That 70s line's not scoring. Kopitar and Gaborik are not scoring. But we are at home, and aside from our initial loss this season to San Jose 4-0 at home and the banner raising, we've been really good at home this season, so I'm curious to see what we do at home tomorrow. I mean, I know we lost to the Islanders, but that was still in overtime. So, yeah, we play everybody tough. It's just we don't score a lot. It's very frustrating.
The Tiger team's always been, though, in the regular season.
Yes, we're very boring to watch because we don't score and nobody scores on us. And I hate my team, but I love them.
That's what hockey's all about. Hockey is, I said this in a tweet the other day, but I firmly believe hockey is about hating 29 teams a lot, but hating one team the most, and that team is your team. There is no team that I hate more than the Blackhawks. No team.
Yeah.
I disagree with you, but I understand the sentiment. I mean,
well, you're more of a hockey fan than a team fan.
I don't hate my team, but I'm more frustrated with my team than any other team. I don't even really hate anybody else deep down. Like, even though I say I hate the Sharks or the Ducks, I hate Corey Perry, or, I hate Ralphie Torres or something. I don't feel passionately that much about them or their fans. I do feel passionately about my team, and I'm really frustrated when I don't watch them perform well. I suppose it's kind of like we are emotionally invested in our teams as much as we are in anything else in life because, at least for some of us, we don't have kids or family or anything else. So for us, our teams occupy a large chunk of our life. And so when that is the case, your emotional energy gets spent towards them more than most things. So it takes a bigger toll on you, and I understand when you say that you hate them, but I don't feel that you really hate them even though you say you hate Chicago. I feel like you're just more emotionally impacted towards them, and you hate that it affects you as much as it does. Not necessarily that you hate them.
I mean, it's a turn of phrase. They make me as emotional as, I mean, not everything in life, but as a lot of things do. And when they disappoint me, you know, manifest as anger. Obviously, I don't actually hate them, then I wouldn't root for them. But, turn of phrase.
I agree, and but I do understand what you're saying.
And there are definitely, there are teams that I actively hate some seasons. I probably don't sustain a lot of active hatred, in between seasons. Like, I don't hate St. Louis right now. I don't like them, but once we play them again, I'm sure I will. But not that great at holding grudges.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Rafi Torres, because indeed, fuck that guy. I just learned something, by the way. This is a trivia question for you. Only 3 players had a longer career playing for one team than Stan Mikita. What 3 players are they?
For one team?
Yeah.
Gordie Howe holds the all-time record for a team, I believe.
That is not what Wikipedia says, but it could be wrong.
Wait, say the question again then.
Okay.
As far as most years or most games? Because Gordie Howe played in an era where they only played like 50 games a season.
Just says longer career. So I don't know how they're judging that.
That seems weird to me. I would say the question again then.
Okay, so Stan Mikita played how many consecutive years for the Blackhawks? A lot. Anyways, Wikipedia says only 3 players had a longer career playing for only a single team than Stan Mikita.
Oh, I'm sorry. Only a single team. Because Gordie Howe played for the Hartford Whalers too.
No. Just with the Blackhawks or whomever. Easy, one of them's hard.
Wow.
And all 3 of them are from the same team.
Steve Yzerman, maybe?
Yep.
And maybe there's no way Lemieux played enough games.
Nope.
Joe Sakic?
Nope.
Okay, I don't know then.
Yep.
It was?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Wait, who was it?
Lidstrom, Yzerman, and Alex DeVecchio.
Delvecchio was going to be my next guest after Sakic. So you're saying it was Lidstrom and Yzerman?
And DeVecchio.
I was just totally just guessing.
So
actually, okay, this is a random story about Alex Delvecchio. If you don't know who Alex Delvecchio was, he played for Detroit, and he was part of the production line with Ted Lindsay and Gordie Howe back in the day. And random story about myself and my connection to Alex Delvecchio. Alex Delvecchio, after he retired, owned a business doing promotional products. And this is like T-shirts or mugs or whatever else you give away at stuff. I actually got called up by his son one day because I work in the promotional industry. Mm-hmm. And I actually did a deal with his son one time. So, yeah, I don't think Alex Delvecchio actually does anything with the business anymore, but he opened a business after he retired, and he was a good businessman as far as other different ventures he did. But, yeah, Alex Delvecchio played a long time for Detroit.
Yeah, 24 years. That's a lot of years.
That is a lot of years. Longer than I've been alive.
So, tell us again, what are the records and how long?
So DeVecchio played 24 years for the Red Wings. He played 22 full seasons and then parted 2 others. So that's slightly misleading. Nick Lidstrom played, let's see. A lot of years, but fewer than that. Let's see. Lidstrom played from 92 to 2012. 1 year he played in the Swedish League, and 1 year was the lockout. So that's 18 years, 18 seasons. Um, Yzerman played also a lot of seasons.
83 through 2006.
So that's 23
He
seasons.
played 1,514 games for Detroit.
So then the order would go DeVecchio.
For just one team, Lidstrom's number one, right?
No, I think Lidstrom had 18.
As far as season goes, or as
Yeah.
far as games goes?
I'm going for seasons.
Oh, okay.
That seems more fair to me.
Yeah, Delvecchio is number one with seasons.
Yeah, so Delvecchio, Yzerman, Lidstrom, and then Mikita.
That's crazy. I was thinking games played.
Good for you, Stan Mikita.
Yeah.
Scoring update: Arizona and Anaheim are going to overtime.
Of course
Sweet.
they are. Because the Western Conference needed more fucking pity points.
I would like to say, though, that just as far as games played goes, because like I said, Delvecchio and Howe played in eras where they played a lot less games during the season. Lidstrom actually holds the record for games played with just one franchise, and that's with Detroit at 1,564.
It's kind of crazy that Detroit has all three of the top guys who played with the same team. That's pretty cool.
Well, I mean, for a long time, they were a good franchise, and then they had a falling off for a while where they were called the Dead Wings before
Yep.
Steve Yzerman showed up. And they were terrible. And actually, the Kings' all-time scorer, as I mentioned earlier, is Marcel Dionne. And Marcel Dionne, I believe, was drafted in 1972. He was drafted second overall behind Guy Lafleur. And if you know anything about Guy Lafleur, he won a shitload of championships with Montreal.
Yeah, pretty famous guy.
Actually, 1971, excuse me. 1971, Guy Lafleur was drafted first by the Canadiens. And what was crazy about that draft is the Canadiens' general manager, whose name at the time escapes me, made a deal with the California Golden Seals / Oakland Golden Seals and traded some people in order to get their first-round pick, even though Montreal was good, because the California Golden Seals were a terribly run organization. So the Canadiens made a deal to trade them some players for their first-round pick. The California Golden Seals basically sucked. They came in last place. So the Canadiens got the first-round pick, and they got Guy Lafleur. It was kind of a controversy at the time, but Detroit, who was bad at the time, was upset that Montreal was able to do that and able to trade for that first-round pick. They ended up getting Marcel Dionne out of it anyway, but Marcel Dionne, he played 4 seasons for Detroit, and he hated it there because they were terrible at the time. And so he demanded a trade, and he actually got shipped to Los Angeles after 4 seasons, and Los Angeles signed him to a contract which was $300,000 a year. And that was the highest contract in the history of the NHL at the time. And obviously, Dionne went on to become, when he retired, I believe he was the second leading scorer all time when he retired. He's now 5th all time still, but yeah, the Detroit was terrible in the 70s and then early 80s before Steve Yzerman got drafted and came to their team in 83.
Someone made the point to me recently that Yzerman now has this reputation as a winner and a great leader and stuff. And I'm not saying that's not deserved, but he did not have that reputation when he played up until the first cup. He was sort of a Joe Thornton figure. He couldn't win a cup, couldn't win with him.
Really?
Well, I mean, his first cup came 13 years after he joined the league, so that was 2006. So yeah, it took him a while. But a lot of people compare him to somebody like Ovechkin or somebody else as well, where they're just a great offensive player, but they didn't learn to be a leader until later. So I don't think that's uncommon though for players that are really good, really young, and are just asked to score goals and things like that. Steve Eiserman was asked to score a lot of points, and he did. He wasn't asked to be a leader until they drafted really well.
He did score a lot of goals, looking at
Yes.
the listing here. Looks like he topped out at 65 goals and 90 assists for a 155-point season.
7th all time.
He's 7th all time in scoring, yeah. Jaromir Jagr actually just passed him recently in point
Yep.
scoring.
Yeah.
I was actually just about to say, Jaromir Jagr is 10 points away from tying Marcel Dion.
He's probably going to get it by the end of this year.
Yeah.
I hope Jagr makes it all the way to 4th. That's my goal for him.
To 4th. He would need 34 more points to do that right now.
I mean, he may yet score 30 points this season.
Well, I mean, even if he ties Francis, he has so many more goals that it's not going to matter. I mean, obviously, Jagr's lost basically 2 full seasons. Not even 2 full seasons.
And plus,
Jagr's
he
lost
fucked
way
off
more
the
than that
KHL.
because he went to the KHL and shit like that.
Which is his own fault. I don't.
If he played one more year, though, like let's just say he gets maybe 20 more goals this season, which is still optimistic.
Mm.
If he got 20 more this year, or even close to it, and then 20 more next year, he'd end up 3rd all-time in goals. Behind Gretzky and Howe.
Yeah.
That's not unreasonable to think if he stays healthy and productive. And it's ridiculous to think that he probably could have topped Howe if he'd stayed productive and never gone to Europe, and there wasn't those lockouts.
Yeah. The lockouts, I think, really killed his ability to get up there with them.
Although he has said previously that if he hadn't gone to Europe, he probably would have retired because of his experience with the Capitals. So he was not enjoying hockey when he was in Washington, and Washington still hates him for it, but at the same time, he hates Washington for it. So whatever happened in Washington, it was not a good relationship.
Mm.
So he did what he felt was best for him, and obviously it's worked out.
I really want a Jaromir Jagr Washington jersey to just wear around here.
You know, the thing is, we only see production from players, and we only see whatever is presented to us in the media. It's hard to judge a player by what's going on in the background. And when you consider how many people have said great things about Jagr throughout most of his career, and how the only time that he's ever had really negative things said about him is in Washington, it might speak to the fact that maybe Washington just had bad management, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean,
In the same vein, like in just as a basketball fan, a lot of people have said negative things about Kobe and Shaq and how they felt like Shaq got screwed over here in LA. But when you consider that Kobe's been here his entire career and Shaq basically got kicked out of 2 other teams as well, that seems like a player issue. But the management almost never gets called into question about things unless a team is just shitty. So, I don't know. For me, I feel like sports owners and GMs and things like that get such a better deal in the media than players do.
that's definitely true. I mean, even like in the Ryan Johansson situation or player holdouts, players always get a shitty end of the deal. But I will say about Jagr, his exit from Pittsburgh was not pretty.
Agreed.
So it's not like, admittedly, that was a really tough situation for everyone involved. But it's not like no one ever had things to say about Jagr. If I recall correctly, when he left Pittsburgh, it was pretty much like they wiped their hands of him. You know, the famous dying alive comment.
No, I mean, yeah, that's true, I guess. But still, I think most Pittsburgh fans don't have a lot of negative things to say about Jagr. He may have had some issues with management at the time, but when he left, I mean, Pittsburgh was not stable. You had to remember that Pittsburgh, if Off the
They
top
had
of
to
my
bring
head,
back
either they
Lemieux.
were in bankruptcy or they were on the verge of bankruptcy.
Yeah, they were on the.
So
I think they're on the verge. Yeah, but they had to bring back Lemieux to try to get fans into their seats.
exactly.
They forced him out of retirement just to bring somebody back, which is honestly what caused the big friction. One of the big pieces of friction between Yager and the team, because with Lemieux coming back captaincy, and the fans were kind of slowly turning on Yager because that he still kept captaincy.
And that's the thing is like fans are so quick to turn on players, but like I said, they aren't as quick to turn on ownership or GMs or things like that. They're quick to turn on a coach. I'll give them that. But yeah, I mean, if you're Yager, why would you want to be in a toxic situation where you think your team's going down in flames? Like it's kind of hard to sympathize with the fans when your players like, you know what? This team's not going anywhere. Like, why do I want to be here? There is an amount of loyalty, but at the same time, if you think the team might relocate it, then what's the point? You're not there for the fans if they're going to relocate and the whole thing's going bankrupt. Also, it's your career. Like, I hate when people call players selfish because they're going somewhere for money or trying to win championships or something like that. It's like the average career in professional sports is like 2 years. The average career is. If you're a great player, it's going to be more, obviously. But you don't have much time on this earth to begin with. You have very few years to be a professional athlete, and why would you not try to make the most of it and gain the most out of it for you personally? I don't feel like it's selfish. I feel like it's smart. Like,
Yeah.
and maybe you
I
can call me selfish for saying that, but if I had the skills to be a professional athlete, like I would be doing everything I could to guarantee that I have money and success throughout my life. And so many players go bankrupt in professional sports after they leave. So make as much as you can while you can. I hate when fans feel like they're entitled to a player just because they're a fan of them, and they don't realize that the player needs money and wants money and is deserving of money because they have a better work ethic and more skill and a higher drive. I mean, professional athletes put most of us to shame as far as work ethic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I sympathize with both sides. On one hand, like, absolutely the logical thing for an athlete to do is to behave in their own self-interest. And, like, as an adult, I don't begrudge most players for going to teams where they'll win or going to teams where they're going to make the most money, because you have to consider yourself and your family. And I say most because there are definitely still pretty toxic situations where I judge people for their life choices. But in general, I'll say that. But on the emotional side, as a fan, I sympathize, especially with kids, when you really believe in someone, they're your hero, and you feel like they abandon you. You know, by the time you're fucking 20 years old, like, get over it and understand that life is disappointing. Everything is disappointing. There's nothing that won't disappoint you. That's your life lesson from Ari today. But, you know, I remember just being, you know, devastated when Tony Amonte left the Blackhawks. So I sympathize with that disappointment, and I sympathize with the adults feeling it, but I think that you've got to control yourself at that point, keep the vitriol inside.
Yes, I mean, you, as a player and as a team, as a player, you are your own brand. And as a team, you have a brand to support. So it's a little bit different. Yes, I agree. I mean, guys that are super popular, though, and sell lots of jerseys make money off their name. Teams make money off players' names. So obviously sports is a business, and as a person, you want to be beloved in order to sell more jerseys for yourself as well. So there is that fact to it, where if you disappoint a ton of your fan base, they're not going to buy your jersey, or they're not going to love you as much, or things like that. And I'm sure that grades on you a little bit. But realistically, if you're a guy like Yager and you know that you're an MVP, I don't think it really matters. So there is that, like, I know it sounds selfish, but there is that thing where it's like, I don't care if I leave. It's not like a fan favorite. Like, I bought an Ian LePerriere jersey as a Kings fan. And Dave knows Ian LePerriere. He's a coach. He's assistant coach for the
Yeah.
Flyers. He's a fan favorite. He won fan favorite with the Kings.
Everyone loves Ian LePerriere.
He won fan favorite with the Kings like 4 years in a row. He's probably won fan favorite with Philadelphia. Ian LePerriere is a fan favorite wherever he goes. He's not a Hall of Famer. He's not even like a really good player. He's just a guy that worked hard and everybody loved him. And I still own his Kings jersey. But that's a guy that's like if he pissed off his fan base, they wouldn't buy his jersey because he's not good enough. Whereas Yager, it doesn't matter what team he goes to, people still buy his jersey. So there is that matter of, even if I piss off a fan base, will people still support me?
Scoring update, the Coyotes just won in the shootout. So.
You don't deserve nice things, Arizona. That's fine. Whatever. Whatever, Anaheim. Do what you want. Lose to Arizona. It's fine.
But yeah, I agree with you, Dave. As, like, I'll just say I agree.
I mean, like, I guess there are three ways to look at this, right? Like, way number one is to look at it from a team perspective. Way number two is to look at it from a player perspective. The third way is to look at it from a fan perspective. And each of those perspectives, gives you a different calculus for processing the situation. Like you said, teams have a brand, players have a brand. But for fans, the brand impacts how you see teams and players, but that's not what you consider in terms of, like, an emotional or logical reaction. So, like, I sympathize with fans who feel betrayed when players leave them. I really do. But I also think that sometimes people maybe overreact a little bit. If you're a Detroit fan who's still bitter that Marian Hossa left, you might want to, like, move on.
Well, I love your opinions, Ari.
Thank you. That sounds like that sounds like I disagree strongly.
The games are over.
Yeah, no. We've
been doing this for a while.
Yeah, it's
we're
really
approaching
1 a.m. here.
How many listeners do we have left, Dave?
We have 2 right now.
Yeah.
Champs.
We've been at this for almost 5 hours.
4 hours now. Almost 4. Started at 8, so 8 to 4. 8 to 12, that's 4 hours. No, it is almost 5 hours, isn't it?
Yep.
I can math right now. I can totally math. I'm not falling asleep right now or anything. Yeah, well, it's almost been 5 hours. Should we just wait the extra 8 minutes just to say we did a 5-hour podcast?
If you want to.
Okay, I know the draft podcast is the longest podcast. What's your guys' record?
How long was that draft podcast, by the way?
That draft podcast for us was a little over 3 hours. The other two, the first D4 show after we came back was the longest at 4 hours and I want to say 40 minutes.
Oh, nice, Dave. I kicked your ass. Abe Dave.
What happened? Oh, he said draft day?
No, this podcast is longer than his podcast.
Yes.
Suck it, Birdbag.
I think it's 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm actually going to go look that up right now. Because we had to split across 2 videos because someone's computer broke during the podcast. But, where is it? How long ago was that podcast?
I'm going to say it was pretty good tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 4 hour. The first video was 37:35, while the second video was 4 hours and 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Wow. Yeah. Very
So
nice.
that means I win, right?
Yeah, he won because it was yeah, it was only a little over 4 hours and 45 minutes, and this one already beat it. So.
Awesome, because I'm exhausted.
I am very tired right now too. Oh, Woozle just replied, and he yelled Lappy. Because he's talking about Ian LaPerriere, and everyone loves Ian LaPerriere.
Yeah.
I
And you
still
know what?
remember
That's the
how he
last
took
time I ever bought a player jersey because I bought that jersey and then he left the team.
his jersey was technically the first one I ever bought, but it didn't have LaPerriere on the back. It just was number 14 that I got in honor of him because he took that slap shot to the face during the Devil series of 2010.
Mm-hmm.
I got number 14, a black jersey, because they were on sale. So I got black jerseys were on sale, so I put a 14 on it.
Wow, this is such a beautiful moment of symmetry for you guys.
We're becoming a Dave.
You know, I mean, there are players that just,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, there's players that you know that they aren't skilled, but they work so hard.
That you just love them for it, yeah.
Yeah, and LaPerriere was one of those guys, and even though he wasn't on my team anymore, when he took that slap shot to the face at the end of his career,
Mm-hmm.
it was like, oh my god. I just felt so bad at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, he legitimately won fan favorite here, like 4 times, maybe 5 times in a row. Like everybody loved how hard he worked and how like he's a totally friendly guy. I remember his nose is so fucked up, but
Mm-hmm.
he would always tell everybody, he's like, I'm not fixing my nose till I retire because it's just gonna get broke again. Yeah. And he was like, yeah, he couldn't remember how many times he broke his nose. Like, it's just guys that give 100%. Like, you have to love those players on your team. There has to be that guy. And, I mean, now we have guys like that still, and we've won championships like that with guys like Trevor Lewis who don't get credit. They get unsung hero voted on by the team or something like that. But they'll never... They don't have the talent that, other players do. But you just respect them because especially if you've ever played hockey, you know how hard it is. And what you have to do to win sometimes. So
I was just about to ask if you have a player like that these days, and so it's Trevor Lewis.
for me, I mean, the problem is, since we've won a couple championships recently, and you know this too as a Chicago fan, you have so many new fans that don't understand hockey. Trevor Lewis, to me, is that guy. And if you watched his recent shorthanded goal against Dallas, it's just a testament to him working hard. And that is something you always appreciate as a fan. And you also see that little bit of skill that he has as well. Because every player that plays in the league has skill, obviously. They just don't always have as much skill. And yes, Trevor Lewis is that guy. Because he does everything you could ask him to do in his situations as best he can.
Yeah. Other Dave, do you have a guy like that for you?
On our roster right now, no. Honestly, I don't see anybody. I mean, Braden Coburn deserves a lot more credit than he gets on our team. But yeah, nothing like that really.
I will say when I watch your team, I kind of feel like Couturier is that way.
Well, everyone loves Couturier here, so I guess yeah, but he definitely fits more of the. We're trying to force him into a more offensive role recently, so he's still very young. He's only 21 years old, so he'll have time to learn.
Yeah, I forgot he was that young. I must have known, but
Yeah, 21. He's in his 4th NHL season.
All right, who's your guy?
well, I kind of feel like this is not my answer, but I kind of feel like that's what everyone loves about Marian Hossa. Despite the fact he's an obviously uber talented guy, but he's a guy who, like, no matter what the assignment is or like what fucking line Joel Quenneville puts him on, he always plays the best he can, does his best. It's like even more than his talent, like that's what we love about him. But that guy for us is Ben Smith.
Yeah.
Ben Smith is, 25 when he got his chance as a rookie. The Blackhawks are tough. Quenneville hates young players. He plays his heart out every night. He always tries to correct his mistakes. He plays thankless minutes on lines that are constantly shifting and often shitty. Just a great, like, responsible player who really goes out of his way to like be a part of Chicago. That's gotta love Ben Smith.
I'm looking at a roster again. I'd say Matt Reed is very underappreciated too for what he does. But he's 28. He's 28 years old, and he's very unappreciated throughout the league for all the points he puts up. But past that, there's not really much.
Definitely, Nick Delmerson gets lots of credit these days, but a couple years ago I would have said him. He's always just been an amazingly hardworking player. But nowadays, people, you win 2 championships, people start to know your name.
Well, congratulations, guys. We hit 5 hours.
Yes, I'm.
Holy shit.
I just tweeted out 5-hour show.
I feel like all of those 1-hour podcasts I was doing with Puck and Awesome were like 5Ks, and then I just ran a marathon. And I was not adequately trained for the marathon. Because all I've been doing is running 5Ks.
Well, I would like to thank the listeners for keeping through this 5-hour show.
I just put my head down on my keyboard.
You guys are the reason we do this. You guys, like talking to us back and forth throughout the show is it was great to have this interaction. It's the reason we were able to go 5 hours. So thank you guys for listening. I guess we'll end it up now. So I'll do the ending spiel. Dave Ball, also known as Blinson on Reddit and @Blinson1 on Twitter. Joining me as always is LA Kings Dave, as he's known on Reddit, and LWOS Dave Gove on Twitter. We have Ari Raid here, as she's known on both Twitter and Reddit. You can follow this show and all the other shows we have on our RHockeyCast website, rhockeycast.com. You can go to our subreddit r/rhockeycast, or cut out the middleman and go to our YouTube page, rhockeycast there. You can tweet at us whenever you want at rhockeycast on Twitter. So, do you guys have any other things you want to say?
I just want to pimp out that I know you said I'm doing Last Word on Sports, but I do a weekly fantasy post on Last Word on Sports, which I usually post to R Fantasy Hockey. And I am one of the mods over at R Fantasy Hockey as well. If you have any questions, always hit us up. I know I'm not always the most active guy on R Fantasy Hockey, but I try to answer questions when I get over there. And also this week on Last Word on Sports, we are going to be covering the 6 Hall of Fame inductees this week. The Hall of Fame inductions, which we're going to go over next week on this podcast on Friday, because that's when the Hall of Fame ceremonies begin, are Rob Blake, Peter Forsberg, Mike Modano, Dominic Hasek, Pat Burns, and then Rob McCurry, referee. Yeah. So this week on Last Word on Sports, every day this week, we're going to be doing a post on one of those players, and I'm actually going to be doing the Rob Blake post this week on Last Word on Sports, so if you guys want to check that out.
I actually have an idea for next week's podcast about Hall of Fame players. We'll talk about it later. But
Okay. So there's nothing else?
you can listen to Puck and Awesome on Monday at 9:30 Eastern. If you're still listening to this, I cannot possibly imagine why you'd want to hear me talk more.
Oh, I forgot. I probably should go over all the shows. Let me pull that up. My brain is no longer doing this intro anymore. I forgot what I'm supposed to say. So yes, on Monday at 9:30, there's the Puck and Awesome show. 7 p.m. on Tuesdays, there's Crashing the Continent with Lakria. She takes a look around leagues outside of the NHL. mostly in Europe and Asia, I guess. Tyler Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Thursday, obviously. Our Hockey After Hour at 10:30 p.m. on Thursdays. We have this show at 8 p.m. on Fridays, and then tomorrow at 3 p.m. we have the Wooden Ball Show. Okay, now I think I covered everything. Do you guys?
By the way, I really do, just for the sake of the two listeners, or us in general, I want to give a shout out to Lakria because she does a shitload of work for that show, and it's just her. And so, not that I don't love all the other shows on this one, but I feel like she doesn't get a whole lot of listenership.
Mm.
And if you just love hockey in general, like she's a mod over at Continental Hockey for the KHL and also the college hockey mod. And there's a lot of other hockey besides just NHL.
And she knows so much hockey.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she does.
Yeah, she totally puts me to shame.
All right.
Cool, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, and thank you, listeners, for listening through this 5-hour podcast. Have a good night, everybody.